altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out.
There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna live tonight. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. I close my eyes, the day's the same. There's a thorn in my side when I hear my name. It makes me high. I feel the shame. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me.
it's cool that you are who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Nah. 'Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple life, we take it slow, we take it slow. You ain't scared to take it fast, you ain't scared to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah.
He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run, here is still clear. Keep me going, he'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. When I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run, here is still clear. Keep me going, he'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me
chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna
It's another big day of the DoorDash LCO, halfway through not only the week, but the Super Week as well. And we have so much action in store for you this evening. There is some absolute banger games. We've got a change of face. The other two boys on the cast, we got Nat on the sidelines, but they'll be seen shortly. After this, of course, what this is, that's the question. Now, what it is? It's usually replays. Sometimes we'll get some replays. Yesterday was actually pretty crazy. We had some kind of upsets. Now, what do you think, Mac? Yeah, Mac, I think that was pretty great. Now, let's go have a look at yesterday before we jump into today, before I go crazy.
Flash you forward aggressively, look to try and catch up Cupcake on contest, but then jumps in only, looking for the flash click, and he does get it, now jumping in with Sonic Wave afterwards, looking for the execute, but then Puma flashes a 1v1, and the bot lane of order looking to try and protect him, but he falls on down all the same. Only might be the trade, as Dash Wave will not protect him on this occasion, but now Chungy burning his flash also gets collapsed upon by Claire. Level 18 now for Kevy. He is so insanely strong. As Claire's done enough, he jumps on in. Vanna target on towards Puma, but has no protection. The Mega Inferno Bomb does enough before Puma's eventually going to fall on down. He's being kicked and flashed, but somehow the auto attack from Siva is just there in time for Kevy. Stop. Raj does go on towards Appy, but the aftershock was there, and they get a whole bunch of that one, and the Milk might be in trouble right now. Absolutely he is. Rocket jump on his hip, he's going to cop a fair bit of damage in the trade. Start looking to try and get that kill onto Violet Sybil. Does he hit the flash? Max range, he gets it, and a double kill. And he redeems himself for the misplay topside.
The Scheibel, huh? Flip it.
This has to be a 50-50 flip. Gravitas feel pressure that they need to do something right now. Sonic Wave is there, it's getting lower and lower. Final spot, they've stolen it! Mammoth forgot the Baron, they've got the kills, they get a double, they get it all.
Thomas Shen.
They will take it all, but can Thomas Shen find the resets? He's on hit, but he's fallen on down! Frost denies him, clutching so closely. Falling down, it might be in Boma once again in a fair bit of trouble as Jeff's gone for the combo, locks him in place there with the wall dash. And that's a massive Moonfall fan here by Swave. The follow-up from the big Inferno Bomb is pretty huge. That could be a bit of a game breaker. Lived in trouble though. Subjugate still working. Abyssal Dive knocks up two. That's the game changer. A double kill for Praetor. Here's the triple. And that is just sheer dominance from Pentanet. That is just...
And there you go, a whole lot of action yesterday. Now we have a whole lot on the menu for this evening. And Mac, do you think we should bring in the other casters? Mac, I think that's a great idea. And I think even an imposter, let's bring him in. Jordan, what are you doing over there? Hey, you tried to steal my job and you didn't let me out of the dungeon. I had to break the door myself. That was really rude of you. Now, tell me, why have you done that?
Because I just wanted to have a go in the hosting chair. And to be honest, it feels like you're trying to steal my job right now, right? You seem to be running this whole show, talking to yourself. What do you need me and Rusty for?
I don't know. Well, if I could get myself in all three boxes, I certainly would. Now, Rust Dog, how you doing, mate? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm bloody cold though, Mac. Where I am right now is like a tin room all around me, so there's no insulation here. So I'm absolutely freezing right now. But after yesterday's games, I will say I'm very excited to kick off today.
Very, very excited indeed. And we do have some big games. But before we jump into them, let's have a look back at the standings, where all the teams are currently sitting. And you two can weigh in on your thoughts, because we saw this at the end of yesterday. Pentanet now tied in first there. Rusty, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Pentanet have shown their recent form that they are once again back to what we saw in Split 1, right? I would say definitively the best team in the league as of yesterday's games, when they were able to take down Chiefs as well in particular. So that's the one big thing that stands out to me. And there's only really two places with ties at the moment. We're getting closer and closer to actually having a fleshed out ladder, right? And that's first and fourth, the only place where ties remain.
Yeah, what about you, Jordan? You happy to see Mammoth with that first dub on the board?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to their game today as well. I think that's going to be quite an exciting one, and a very important one as well for Legacy, because it does feel to me like Gravitas and Legacy might be taking the foot off the gas, so to speak. Obviously, Gravitas is kind of still hanging in there a little bit with a couple of decent wins here and there, but are they doing enough to make it to a top 5 placing? Obviously, at the moment, the answer is no. So looking forward to seeing how those teams towards the bottom of the standings in particular do go over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested as well. And something else I'm interested in is the games we have today. There's some bangers on the lineup, so let's have a quick look. Kicking things off here at 6 p.m. You got Chiefs and Direwolves going head-to-head. Gravitas and Pentanet at 7 p.m. Peace and Order at 8 and 9 p.m. Mammoth and Legacy. This one's going to be very important for Legacy if they want to stop Mammoth from having any hope, any chance of making playoffs. Because I think if Mammoth got maybe one more L, then they are completely out of contention. Unless I'm wrong, there might be an even less chance. Rusty, you're the stats man. Do you know the answer?
I don't know the exact number of losses required at the moment for them to be outright eliminated, but they're definitely tiptoeing that line, right? They definitely have elimination staring them down. And Legacy also making a play for top 5 from their games yesterday as well is a lot to look forward to. So while the 4th match itself may not mean a great deal between both of the teams, it does individually. And you could say that about a lot of the games today.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Now, Chiefs up against Direwolves. I'm interested to see how that one goes, Jordan. You know, you got Direwolves on the come up, you know, with a very rough initial showing here in Split 2, but Chiefs, they may not be looking as hot as when the Split started.
Yeah, Chiefs are definitely looking a little bit awkward at the moment. I mean, 3 of their 4 losses have actually come either yesterday or last week, so they've certainly slowed down quite a little bit. Direwolves look like they've been picking up the pace, but then even for themselves, they've had a couple of questionable results where you've looked at it and gone, that should be a match that Direwolves should win on paper, and then they weren't able to do so. So for me, that's definitely one of the matches to look at. The other one being Peace and Order, I think is quite an exciting one as well. Obviously, Order has been able to, you know, pick up the pace a little bit. They've been looking really, really good, and Peace is still a bit shaky at the moment. So I think for me, game 1 and 3 are the ones to keep an eye on.
And look, there's something that's been kind of sus, kind of a little bit fishy in the works in terms of all the champions. And let's have a look at the key picks, and you'll understand what I'm saying, Rusty, right?
Yeah, a couple of these picks are kind of sus. So we're going to go through them from first to last, starting with Kog'Maw. So the reason that Kog'Maw's on this list is because currently it has been picked 10 times in the league and has 1 win. That single win was, I think, week 1, day 1, maybe game 1 from Praedyth playing it with a Lulu bot lane. 10% win rate is this champion right now. And the reason that it's on this list is because while it has been starting to get played less and less by the top teams, it is still a trap pick that the bottom teams are falling victim to, namely Mammoth, I would say, as Frost does have the most games on that in recent times. So it's on the list as like a Kog'Maw can be great, but it is clearly not working, so you're falling for your own trap by picking it in the first place. Thresh is a champion who we've spoken about on the league that's kind of cursed, right? Had like a 15% win rate. Is up to 25% lately, so has had some better performances, a couple of really good ones yesterday and the week prior. But the trap is still there in that Thresh has a lot of things that can beat it as a champion. Thresh is super well rounded, right? Has the hook, has the flay, has the lantern. But there's a lot of picks, like if you pick Thresh, I go Nautilus, my hook is better than yours, right? And I'm having a better time. Leona, you may do well into pre-6, but post-6, you can kind of get everywhere around you. And Enchanters start to do more than you in team fights if you don't play perfect. So I do think that while Thresh has a lot of potential, there's a lot of things that can actually handle Thresh and or just do better of their own accord. So I'd be more careful in picking the Thresh. The main role that it has is enabling the character that you pick it with, right? Like the Aphelios or the Varus. So try and play more around the fact that you're picking it for the duo, not for yourself. Ziggs is the third one that comes up. Ziggs has like a 33% win rate right now and is very prevalent in our league. He's being picked or banned pretty much every single game. So that's a pretty low win percent considering that. You'd want it to be closer to 50, right, if it's in every single game. Ziggs has obvious weaknesses that I think teams are starting to get a better read on, a better handle of. Actually similar to LeBlanc, but early game requires scaling, needs items, needs time in the game. It's not the safest wave clearing champion, though there is the Q. It has to bounce 3 times to cover max distance. It's not an Ezreal, right, that can dash away with the E. And also adds magic damage to compositions where a lot of teams start to get overloaded on magic damage, and then it's really easy for a Mundo to come along on the enemy team and just run you over very easily. Lee Sin is the 4th pick on here, and I think that Lee Sin's less of a trap pick in comparison to the other 3. The reason that he's here is because I think the latest patch has actually shown a couple of really good options into Lee Sin, specifically in top lane. I think yesterday in particular there was a Mundo picked into it, and it's more than once we've seen that. Claire's being conditioned, it's terrible. And the second one was Tahm Kench that seems to be handling it very well. So I like Lee Sin because it's a flex pick, but I'm seeing more and more as time passes it being less and less of a pick for top lane. So just worth keeping that in mind.
Well, kept in mind. Thanks, you for
man.
all that. And that's why all these 4 key picks were kind of sus. Now, before we move on, Jordan, do you have anything to say about your personal play with Thresh? You were telling us in the pre-show that you feel like it's kind of it's against you, you know. All those mid laners with the dashes just able to have many chances to dodge your hook, and you've only got one chance.
I don't know. Sometimes Thresh is like the best champion in the game, and sometimes Thresh is the worst champion in the game. It feels like if you don't play perfectly, if you don't hit hooks, if you don't hit your abilities, sometimes you're just running around in a team fight being a bit useless, and you're an overglorified shield bot, in which case, you know, your shields are on a much longer cooldown than most of the enchanters, exactly as Rusty said. So, yeah, Thresh can giveth, Thresh can taketh away, and we've sort of seen a little bit of that, I think, in the LCO so far this split. But as far as my Thresh is concerned, I mean, I couldn't put a foot wrong.
Ah, true. Of course. Why would we ever doubt you? Now, someone else I don't doubt is everyone at home. Yesterday, you guys did the best job so far with From the Fans. You sent in so much quality content, and I'm expecting the same again. Not high expectations, just anything. Look, I'll give you a hint. This is one we haven't had yet. We did actually get a video response yesterday where someone told us how to say their name correctly, how to pronounce it. Now, you can ask us a question. You don't have to ask it in text form. I know that's the easy way out, but I can show you here. Look, go. Hey guys, hey Mac, what did you have for breakfast today? And hopefully, if that goes to production, they'll send it for the next From the Fans later on, and I can tell you what I had for breakfast today. You guys can ask the questions as well. It doesn't just have to be me at LCO on any of the quality platforms of the social medias that you guys want to get around, and we'll get it up here for you guys at home. So hopefully you can ask the content, you can ask the questions, content and questions, lots of it. We've actually got some ready. Now, it's your boy, Darantaris, bringing in the memes nice and early in the show. Spot the difference. I don't know, Chin Lords, hey, how they doing?
Yeah, that's good. You need to have a strong, powerful chin. Otherwise, you're not good in the mid lane. So.
I feel like I'm missing the joke here.
It's just the chiseled good looks. I don't see
Jace
what the
is an
joke
ogre, then isn't...
I think they're trying to say...
It's all Shrek, right?
I don't
Yes.
know, Rusty. How about Get Shrek'd? We've got another meme to bring up as well.
Thanks,
We've
man.
got you got your boy
So much more
Edmund Coulson,
clarity.
Tiger_Jade. It's only natural. You know, at Direwolves are going to get back to the winning ways. At Chiefs, watch out for Cupcake. He's not your normal sweet treat. Ooh, you love it. And great meme, by the way. So, Jordan, what are your thoughts on this one?
I like Star Wars. I'm a big Star Wars fan. So yeah, just send us more Star Wars memes. Just do it.
Yeah. That was a really poor attempt. I'm just going to.
I wasn't trying to do the impression. I was
yeah?
just trying to use the words, just to put it out there. I wasn't trying to, you know.
Of course. Great job, Jordan. Now, if you guys have content, please add LCO, send it in, and we'll get it on later in the show. Post-game, pre-game, you know, we love to see what you guys have to say about what's going on. Show us how you're watching the game. Anything, it all bloody works. It's all content at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, we've got to get through 4 of these games. So let's start talking about match numero uno. It's Chiefs and Direwolves going head-to-head, and this could be one of the better games today. So, Rusty, take me through the Chiefs and tell me why they're so damn good at this video game.
I mean, the Chiefs have found a style that is uniquely them, which I do think has been and will be very good in this league, right? Has a lot of opportunity for success. I think that Lived and Kisei are major components of that, because if they perform well in laning phase, then Swaith gets to have free run of the map, and that's perfect, right? That's the Chiefs in a nutshell. And then you have Mboma and Drag being able to be more variable. They have niche picks, they have pocket picks. The main goal is to just survive and then prosper out of laning phase for them, but as of late, we've been seeing a little bit more of that exploitation, right? It could be just as simple as controlling the laning phase of those solo laners, and suddenly it's not that simple for the Chiefs. So they're a very good team when they get their way, Mac, but we haven't seen them getting their way every single time.
And Jordan, any thoughts on the Chiefs before we talk Direwolves?
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a slowdown from the Chiefs. I'm not sure if I'm overly concerned just yet, but I think the stat was like 3 of their losses have actually come from either yesterday or last week. So out of 4 games, they've lost 3 of them in recent times, which is not looking too fantastic for them. Hopefully they'll be able to turn that around today.
Certainly, certainly. Now, Rusty, take us through the old Dire Wolves, because they've been playing pretty damn well recently, especially towards that top side of the map. So is that their key to success again?
Yeah, up until yesterday, Direwolves had 5 wins in a row, I believe. Yesterday, of course, they were taken down by Order. Nice tips, by the way, Rusty. Thank you. Looking towards the... I have to do it as well. Sorry, Mac. Just looking towards the top side of the map, like you highlighted, I do think that they're a big part of it. Shock felt a little bit off in their loss, and that's probably the first place that I would be looking as to what exactly happened there, right? Picked the LeBlanc into a Lissandra. I want to say was negated, but wasn't really. I think both mid laners were a little bit off on the day. And Direwolves losing, I think that's a pretty clear indicator, right? Direwolves starting that streak, beating Pentanet.gg. It was Shock on that same LeBlanc going absolutely insane. So definitely a place where I'll be looking more than just the top side, though I do feel bad for Claire having to endure multiple Dr. Mundos when no one else is.
Yeah, that's it's been a little bit rough for him, so hopefully it goes a bit better this time. Last time, of course, he did have to deal with that Trundle up in the top lane. Lived making it work recently up until yesterday where it didn't. So, you know, we've seen Chiefs look a little bit shaky, but in terms of last time they played each other, Chiefs did take the cake and made it look like a damn good time. Oh, this was the snip game, of course. I wonder if that's going to be let through or if Direwolves have learnt their lesson, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gwen is definitely a champion that's liable to get picked up here or banned away. I mean, I guess for me, I'm a little... I have a degree of confidence in the Direwolves. Obviously, 5 wins in a row up to that game that they played yesterday, which is weighing on my mind a little bit. I don't think that that's enough to make me feel too concerned, though, for Direwolves. I think overall you've got to take into account the fact that they have looked really, really good. And going back to when this game actually was taking place, the Chiefs were on that sort of purple patch. They were feeling really good. They were feeling really confident, and Direwolves maybe were just starting to come good. Like they had a couple of rougher weeks and slowly were sort of starting to come into the swing of things. So I think the situation has flipped a little bit now where Direwolves are like well and truly on track. Obviously, with the exception being they lost that game yesterday. That raises a question mark, but not a massive one. Whereas Chiefs have definitely been on the downward trajectory. So the teams seem to sort of be, you know, overlapping a little bit. And I think Direwolves is on the up and Chiefs maybe is on the down. So we'll see whether or not that's going to play a part today.
Now, out of us three on the desk, who do you think tilts the most?
Probably me.
You reckon? You don't think it's me? I don't think it's
I
Rusty.
don't think so, nah.
I don't actually think... All right, Nat. I don't actually think it's me, unless Yumi is on the enemy team. I would say from my limited experience, it might be Mac.
Okay. Well, I am a redhead, and I do get the Ranger Rage occasionally. But it's not about us, it's about Direwolves. And let's check in to see how well they know their team.
We're all going to have the same answer here, or what?
Wait. That's only 4 liters, what are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, no brainer.
Yeah, there's not much discussion about this
No,
today. Yeah.
he's a Chad.
It's just fact.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it? Oh, wait, sorry.
Claire.
Dude, how am I there?
Okay, so my reasoning basically was that I haven't ever been a roommate with Geordie or Claire, so I have no idea. And it could only be between you two, and I think Andy was like more professional, you know?
Okay, sure. This guy like every day.
He did have a lot of stuff around his computer when I was
Like
there.
he generates trash. That's what I'm saying. He generates trash just by existing.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
Okay,
Pretty different.
I reckon like if I'm like trying to be really hype, then like people start to get into it. But if I'm not, which is the most time, then it's just maybe I just like notice the difference heaps. But actually, I should have slashed Shock.
Yes.
You cracked some good ones.
I'll pump myself, but yeah, it's mainly just like jokes. I don't really like feel like I bring people up. I'm pretty sarcastic sometimes. I think it like helps improve the mood.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I think Shock is more of the like he lightens up the mood and then only kind of like he makes people I guess try harder, I guess. Or like
Confident.
yeah, like focus
Yeah.
more.
The way he like makes calls and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Actually.
Nah, this shouldn't even be a question.
Who was it? Why do you have to leave me on a cliffhanger like that? Part 2 probably going to be coming up just after the match, so make sure you watch the match and it'll come, I don't know, get clickbaited, chat. I hope you enjoy. Now, we do have an interview coming up, but, apparently we have it coming up right now. So, Nat, come on, let's check in with you. How you doing? How you feeling?
Yeah, really good. I could like hear everyone at the end of that video be like, wait, no, who was it? We were all like, don't cut it off now.
That's just so mean. Production, again.
It
Look,
was.
Nat, this is why you need the controls, Nat, so everyone can figure out the answers and there's none of this clickbait business keeping people here on the edge of their seats. Speaking of,
right.
you got 2 players on the edge of their seats. Who do you have for the interview?
I do have Draku and Cupcake joining me for the interview. Hi, guys. What are we talking about?
Nothing too serious.
Just talking about
Okay.
yesterday's games, why we lost, and
Well,
how we're gonna have a great game
that's
today.
Yep.
That's pretty good, because that was actually going to be one of the questions I was going to ask. So, Cupcake, if you want to tell me what you were saying, why did you lose the game yesterday? What are you going to work on for tonight?
Well, I think we were a little bit. We weren't prepared as well as we should have been, and we've done a lot of preparation for today's games, and we've done a lot more like iterations, and we're definitely going to have something that we're all comfortable to like playing. So that's one thing, yeah.
Was it rough to kind of see that winning streak disappear?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. It doesn't really mean much at the end of the day. We're still gunning for the playoffs. We're still playing well. I'm very confident. I'm playing well, and it's definitely like somewhat of a wake-up call, just so we don't get complacent or anything. But no, we should be good.
I'm looking forward to it. Draco, what was your answer as to why you guys think you lost last time?
I think PGG just played way better as a team. We made one big mistake, and that eventually snowboarded to like, I don't know, PGG's taking over the map, and yeah, like PGG just played way better than us, and that's all I can really say.
That's good to hear that, you know, you think it is just a issue of PGG being too good, but does that mean that you guys are looking to do similar things in tonight's game up against Direwolves?
Well, we definitely reflected on our loss yesterday, and I think PGG actually taught us a few like drafting tips and like I guess macro plays as well. So yeah, respect to PGG. They just like destroyed us yesterday. But I think losing is good, especially to one of the top teams, because we can just like, I guess, like leech their knowledge and learn from them. So yeah, I think it was pretty chill, and yeah, maybe we'll do something today.
It's great to hear. Cupcake, speaking of doing things differently, are you guys going to be letting that Gwen through, or are you not too scared of it with the new patch?
We'll just have to wait and see. We've definitely got a bunch of spicy counter picks lined up. So if we don't ban it, maybe you guys have to.
I like it, you know, try and do the opposite of what Only did and try and make sure they don't pick the Gwen this time. But look, the last question I do want to ask, this was just a general discussion I was having earlier with the team, is what role do you guys think has the biggest ego in League? If you want to go first, Draku.
I think jungle. Jungle, and
Okay.
I think Maximize carries the whole top role by himself, so.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I'd have to go jungle as well. They're getting a little bit out of control, I reckon.
Well, thank you so much for answering, and thank you both for joining me today. Good luck in your game tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jungle, hey?
Yeah.
I do
No one
have a
said
pretty
jungle.
big ego, so it makes sense. It really does. Unfortunately, Jordan, the ADC main, probably takes the cake.
I'm not an ADC main.
Hey, look, you've been playing a lot of it, and in our games at least, we did have people that played with you and said that you
Mate,
got really tilted at
The
things,
only
so
reason
there you
I
go.
have to play ADC in our games is because I definitely don't want to see you on ADC. That's the real takeaway.
Well, I did play ADC, and I was beating Swifty in lane before our producer Phil didn't gank, and they ganked, and we lost. Anyway, that's like the only lost game in our 10 minutes I've ever had, only of win, you know, on paper. Now, let's talk about predictions, because that's something else that matters on paper, at least to Rusty. He's doing a pretty good job, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking to myself for a second there, Mac. I wonder why I'm not invited to these 10-mans. But that's okay. We'll move on to the prediction, shall we? I definitely went for the Chiefs this time. Actually, today, while you didn't get to see my submissions again, I don't think there'll be anything massively surprising. I do think today is kind of going to be a day filled with mostly favorites. And I don't think today is any exception if I said that Chiefs are the favorite against the Direwolves, even though it might be a small amount. So I've kind of just tipped the favorites here.
Okay, well, let's jump over to the second page because I don't really care about what Elfish Guy has to say. And Nat, you are going on the other side of the thing there with Skimmy, so Direwolves.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that one day, Rusty, I am going to message Phil and just tell him to give me whatever predictions you do, just for the sake of it. But I'm going with Direwolves. I do think it is one of those things that maybe Chiefs can't adapt as quickly as they need to. I think Direwolves have learned a lot from the last time they faced off, and I just think overall we see them implement changes a lot quicker and perhaps a lot better than Chiefs have in the past. So that's kind of why I've gone for them.
Okay. Now, Jordan, I guess we've got some time, so tell me why you went with Chiefs.
That's so kind of you, Mac, to give me an opportunity to talk through my thought process here. I think actually what it comes down to is a question of, do you find the recent results more relevant, or do you find the overall results a little bit more relevant? Now, obviously in the context that we're favouring the season results as a whole, the Chiefs is looking like they're coming in just a little bit better. In terms of recent results, though, I think Direwolves is actually looking like the form team. So I really debated with this one. I wasn't sure whether I was going to go for Chiefs or for Direwolves. Ultimately, I feel like Chiefs has been the better team over the course of this split. That's why I've actually gone in their direction. But if we're just talking about the last couple of weeks, Direwolves definitely is going to give them a run for their money. And I really wouldn't be surprised to see this one go either way, to be honest. I think this one's almost a coin flip, in my opinion.
Can I just point out, I just also noticed that you are letting that lockdown facial hair start to grow, and I'm excited to see it continue to grow. So hopefully Sarah allows it to happen. Either way, we do have a head-to-head ready. So let's have a look at the mid laners before we jump into the action. Rusty, you like stats, you like numbers. Tell me what all these mean, because I'm just an idiot host that doesn't know.
Well, AVG means average, Mac. So we're looking at the averages for a lot of these individual stats, and I'm sure we could all read the rest of it and fill in the blanks. Just looking at the mid lane matchup as a whole, I do think this is probably going to be the place to look alongside jungle. The most influence around the map can come from both of these players if they're unlocked to help their team, and a lot of helping the team comes from having priority in that middle lane based off the champions that they're going to be able to play. LeBlanc definitely a shared pick now between the both of them as well, so could be hotly contested, and I don't think either of them are willing or wanting to play that that Lissandra just nullify pick. I think you'll get more of like a Ryze versus LeBlanc matchup where it could be super volatile, and I think, you know, how junglers influence this lane could make it the place to watch for the first 5 minutes of the game, and then how they get to side lanes for the next 10.
Is it an interesting stat with the average wards placed? Because we've seen Kisei play Lee Sin a fair few times, so I thought we'd see maybe more wards placed. Or do you sort of save your wards more just to make sure you always have that ward hop when you need it? Is that kind of a stat that...
Yeah. I actually think on average, I don't know this off the top of my head for sure, but I think on average, Lee Sin's place less wards.
Yeah, okay.
Particularly in the mid lane, because they are often saving them for mobility, because it is so important.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I have a question. With the average damage to objectives, is that a reflection on the mid laner's playstyle or more the team's priority, right? Because you see it also in the average kills between the two. Like, Kisei has so much higher average kills, but lower damage to objectives. So is it just their playstyle or more the team's playstyle?
I think it's too subjective at stat, Matt, for a lot of reasons, right? Like if I'm a range champion, I'm probably going to do more damage to objectives because it's easier, right? Where it's more risky if you're melee. So like, there's just so many factors. It's really hard to say if it's a playstyle thing.
I'm starving, huh?
Max spilled some sauce on his shirt.
It was so hard to answer that.
Yeah, you just see the back looking at his avocados.
They're fake avocados. If you want a real avocado, I reckon if you exclamation DoorDash, you could get yourself some guacamole quick, fast. But speaking of quick, fast, we've got the Champ Select ready, so let's jump into game, hey?
Yeah, I think we should do that. I definitely think that's a good idea, Mac. Let's get you off the screen as quickly as possible, please. Wow, it's even bigger. It's more us. I'm so excited about that. All right, Rusty, talk me through what's going on here. We do have the Bard band targeted at Cupcake, so that's a nice bit of respect given his way by the Chiefs. LeBlanc taken away there as well. Hey, on the other side of the coin, no Gwen this time either, so it certainly seems like there is a bit of a recurring trend when it does come to these bans. A lot of target bans, a lot of respect being given over from both teams to one another.
Yeah, I actually really like the ban so far, Jordan, because we've removed a lot of the really strong things that are just constantly picked at the moment. I like the Ziggs ban a lot, and Tahm Kench being a first pick of priority here is to me an indicator of the rising strength of that champion in competitive, right? You probably see it everywhere in solo queue right now. It's so annoying to deal with. The fact that we're seeing it in competitive, and yesterday we saw it be massively successful as well, is an indicator of the games to come, I would say, for the rest of tonight as well.
Yeah, quite a problematic one to deal with if he gets ahead. And even if he's behind, I still feel like he's a bit of a pain to deal with. He just never really seems to die. You pair that with a Sejuani as well, and you've already got this insane front line for the Chiefs. A lot of crowd control, a lot of tankiness, and yeah, I mean, look, at the very least, we've got Aphelios on the other side of the coin for Direwolves, right? So they have that ability to play from range and to just sort of dance around things. And they do have a tank slayer. Aphelios certainly is someone that can chunk through those high HP targets. But I'm looking at that Chiefs composition already, and I'm saying, man, I really wouldn't want to go up against that.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what the third pick would be here, though, from the Chiefs, because there's a world where you, like, pick the Thresh, you know? And then you just deny Aphelios Thresh, and you deny a lot of the safety blanket that exists to protect the Aphelios. Could have been an avenue they chose to go. Instead, it's going to be the Ezreal. So, again, self-sustaining, you know, very self-sufficient, enables Dragu to play whatever he would like. Could be the Leona down in bottom lane. And Direwolves are the ones who are left to respond to that one. And once again, no priority towards these support roles. It's going to be for Claire, and you're expecting the Galio ban now as a response, right?
Quite interested to see how that top lane does pan out. Claire for Camille, and obviously Tahm Kench for Lived. At least we'd assume that's where it's going to be going at this point in time. And it always feels to me like, I mean, Camille wants to sort of work those side lanes, try to take some 1v1s, but you're up against a Tahm Kench. How much can you really get done in that matchup? Renekton was the ban from Direwolves, though, so maybe they're expecting to see this Tahm Kench somewhere outside of the top lane.
It can go mid, 100%. I don't... Of course, there's a Sejuani. I don't think I've seen it go jungle, and support, I think, is too changed to be relevant down there. But Draku is one of those people, right, who'll find an opportunity. But yes, Renekton and Aurelia are also bans for mid lane just as much as they can be for top lane, depending on the team. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Tahm Kench is flexible, but you've got the Camille matchup up there. And I think Claire's picked it with a bit of confidence because he got it in the first 3 before bans. So clearly he knows something and is maybe comfortable with this.
Rise here for the Direwolves, so some nice scaling. Certainly a team composition that, if it gets to the late game, is going to be quite difficult to deal with. But then again, you'd probably say the same thing for the Chiefs, having locked in Ezreal, which is always a pain a little bit later on in the piece.
One other thing just quickly as well, Jordan, is the synergy with Sejuani that Direwolves specifically banned away in their 4-5 bans. Having the stun, you know, the instant proc of a Sejuani passive is annoying to deal with. And I would imagine, so again, I think this Braum was almost predictable and expected. Direwolves will have their confirmation now, but you've got Sejuani Braum, which is a standard composition. If you had a mid laner that could instantly proc Sej passive, something like this that is melee, you have a very dangerous level 1. You have a very dangerous scaling and snowballing as well through your skirmish ability.
I am looking at the composition for the Chiefs, and I'm just wondering, where does a lot of that magic damage come from? I know Sejuani is going to add a little bit. Is Tahm Kench... I mean, Tahm Kench is obviously just primarily a tank, but is he putting in a little bit of magic damage here as well to help out, or is it really just primarily physical damage coming through for the Chiefs?
Yeah, it's a weird comp, because I think they all do a bit of magic damage. Like, they're all physical champions, but
does too.
Yeah, Yone does like a 30% maybe magic damage in his build as well. Obviously, the more items you get, the more you're just relying on physical damage with your crits and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's weird because they are so physical heavy, but they have got a degree of magic damage that I don't feel like enemy team like picks Leona, goes full tank and just wins. And they definitely haven't gone that route at all here. They've gone for the Zillion.
Which is interesting, right? Because you very rarely see the final pick in a game, particularly red side, right? Getting all the way down to support. Like, when was the last time we saw 5th pick support? And in that instance, I mean, what are they thinking with this Zillion pick? I can imagine, actually, it's not going to be too bad into Braum. You know, what really is Braum going to do against the Zillion? He's not that much of a threat. You can just really throw those bombs in unhindered. It's obviously a massive move speed steroid for the Aphelios, who already runs around pretty quickly and, in theory, gets reanimated or revived in any given fight. So quite difficult to deal with that bot lane, I think, for the Chiefs when you look at them as a team maybe not having the highest amount of damage, right? You're probably relying on Yone to really get in there and really do a lot of work onto that Aphelios. Otherwise, that Aphelios, well, probably gets revived. If not, I mean, he's just going to survive regardless. And so all of a sudden you start to wonder, once Yone has sort of dumped everything in that fight, how do we deal with this Aphelios?
Yeah, I think it does raise an interesting question on the team fight dynamics here for both teams, honestly, because while the Yone may be able to go in and assassinate someone and they just get Zillion ulted and it's fine, you have so much consistent chase and stick, right, from the rest of your team as well. A Sejuani and a Braum will always be able to chase you down if they get a single hit on you in the first place. That couples brilliantly with the Yone pick. So I actually really enjoy and like what the Chiefs have put together overall. My concern is if it falls behind, it could continue to just really trail off into nothingness. And you have like 0-10 solo lanes or like a 0-10 bot lane, and it's just a struggle to deal with. So for me, it is about the early skirmishes, and I'd put a clock on the first 10 minutes of the game and say Chiefs want to at least be even with like a point of strength. So, you know, maybe they play for their top side and not for their bot side, which just is the Chiefs. And they can play around live for the rest of the game. Something like that is what I'd be looking at. Where Direwolves, I think, is a bit more mobile in the way that they can play their macro, right? You use those Rise ultimates, Zillion movement speed, makes it pretty hard to catch them. Xin Zhao with a Zillion as well is actually quite difficult to deal with in team fights because he's just going to stay on you and deal damage. So there's a lot there to worry about if you're the Chiefs.
All right, well, I tell you what, maybe we should bring Farmer into the conversation here while we do have a little bit of a pause before the game does kick off. Farmer, how you going, buddy? You feeling good coming into today's match?
Yeah, I'm pumped, man. This is a hype match. I think it's the biggest banger of the day. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely a good game. Certainly one that we're looking forward to getting into. But let me talk to you about yesterday's game. You know, you did go down to order, which was a little bit, I think, surprising for the majority of us. We've sort of felt as though Direwolves was on the up and up. You seem like a really, really formed team. What do you sort of put that down to? What are the takeaways from the game yesterday?
Well, Order played well. They drafted well. I think that we didn't exactly draft the way we wanted. I think that we made some mistakes in key moments of the game. You know, it happens. Like, we're definitely really happy with our trajectory, and it's just important to acknowledge that sometimes games won't go our way. But like yesterday, we learned a lot from it, and you know, we're looking to adapt every patch, every game better and better. So yeah.
Interesting that you bring up the patch as well. Obviously, we're now on 11.14, which is something that I want to quiz you on a little bit here as well. You know, what are your thoughts on the patch and how some of these new champions are starting to come through? I note in particular, we haven't really seen any curveballs from the Direwolves just yet. You know, no Tarmkanj, no sort of like Lilia coming back. Maybe Graves was a talking point yesterday as well. But at least as far as your composition yesterday and even so far today, I'm not noticing anything necessarily that's a massive curveball.
I mean, we picked Zillion, but I guess that's not a product of the patch. The champs that are coming into the meta, a lot of them that we didn't get to pick here, like we've been practicing them, we're pretty happy with them. It's just that, you know, if we have a good situation for our comfort or for, you know, the style that we're really happy with, then of course we'll just go for it. And this game, we're just very happy with the champs that we picked in the order that we picked them. So I mean, yeah, like the changes to the patch is interesting, of course, a lot of nerfs, but I think we're really happy with the way the patches are going for us. I think especially going into the playoffs patch, we're really looking forward to that patch, especially because it just seems like it's going to be beneficial to us more than any other team.
Just on the champions as well, Farmer, I know that we're the best ARAM team on the server, but for the competitive squad that you have, it does feel like it's going more and more down the route of like fighting styles of champions. Would you say that is much more in your wheelhouse? Like, I know Claire would feel much more comfortable with the meta the way it is now, right?
Yeah, that's a big one for us. I mean, the other thing is that there's a lot of like mage buffs coming in, and that's obviously Shock's like bread and butter as well. So I think that it's just a combination of things, and luck is on our side, I guess, in that regard. But you know, it's just, we have to do whatever is best on the patch and whatever is best for us. And So, you know, it's just about finding that balance, and we're pretty happy with the way things are going. Yeah.
All right, well, talk me through this game in particular, then the one today, obviously Chiefs versus Direwolves. Where do you guys sort of feel as though you sit in relation to the Chiefs? And I guess maybe even more interestingly, where do you think you sit in relation to the Direwolves that played against the Chiefs in Week 4? Are you on a different level at the moment? Have you been feeling like the trajectory of the team is kind of where you wanted it to be? And are you feeling confident coming into the game today?
Yeah, confidence is really up for sure. In the Week 4 match when we played against the Chiefs, we were not happy with our trajectory, and we were not happy with exactly where we were sitting. So, I mean, obviously we went on a 5-game win streak, and we changed a lot of our internal processes to kind of get to that point as well. So we're a lot more confident going into today. I think that we figured out where we want to be. We figured out like what we need to change, but also, you know, in regards to where we stand against Chiefs, like I think Chiefs were, especially towards the early stages of the split, like the most dominant team by far. I think that the meta really suited them, and that they had a good grasp of like what they needed to do. Although recently they've been slipping up a lot on like games where teams are just kind of playing more to their style on the patch, and like just not allowing Chiefs to run away with it the way they do. And so we're hoping to like replicate that ourselves. And this game is really important too, because if we lose it, then we like automatically fail the head-to-head against them in playoffs or whatever. So, or like the last stages of the tournament. Yeah. So we really are confident and hopeful that we can get a dub here with the changes we've made.
Yeah, definitely echo a lot of your thoughts in that whole statement, I suppose. I think that it is definitely looking like a different brand from the Direwolves coming into this game in particular than the last one that you guys played up against one another. But, Farman, I think we'll leave it there for you and say thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck in the game.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. All right, looking forward to this one, Rusty. As stated, it's going to be a very, very big one. Obviously, that head-to-head is a factor, but not just that. The place on the standings where these two teams are at the moment is still reasonably close, especially with the slip and slide that Chiefs have been going through, which is meaning, you know, this is a hugely important game for both teams.
Yeah, just a bit of slips in consistency there for the Chiefs squad. Lived right now, the person who we're seeing on your screen, has been a major part of why the Chiefs have been successful. Gets very good level 1 trades here, by the way, and has basically just put Claire in the bin. But Claire still with potions in hand will be perfectly fine. And otherwise, you know, while we were just wrapping up that coach interview, it was a very standard start here on Summoner's Rift. And I think that overall, you'll see nothing crazy just yet. Shock forcing that priority with his Mana Crystal, looking to reset. Pretty much standard, right?
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff. Swaith is just going to force Shock out of the mid lane for a moment, but Shock probably not too concerned about that regardless. He's just going to come back with the teleport. I am interested to see the Yone coming through here for Kisei. It's not a champion that we've seen from him so far this split. And, you know, I mean, I guess it is sort of in the wheelhouse in terms of the champions that he does tend to play. Certainly sort of an assassin-heavy player. We've seen a couple of those AD mid laners now as well, with the likes of Graves and Lee Sin in particular. And while obviously the champions are not exactly the same, I think they sort of still fulfill a fairly similar role. So you should be fairly comfortable on this one. Obviously, you wouldn't pick it in the LCO if you weren't, but regardless, I'm still looking forward to seeing how he goes.
I think it might jog your memory if we bring back Split 1 Yone performances from him, where he was feeling a little bit in Curzio at times. If that makes any sense, got a little bit too far. But definitely Yone in the wheelhouse for Kisei. Shouldn't be too surprising that we see that one. A major part for that is just the composition, right? Kind of discussed this during the draft, but that was a little while ago. So for everyone else,
uh-oh, this could be big. That's a nice stun from Liv, and then the knock up to follow. Claire just forced away. No kill to come from it. I mean, you'd be a bit lucky to get a kill onto a Camille as a Tahm Kench, I think, but still.
It's an insane trade, though, isn't it?
Very good.
And just strong fundamentals once again from the top laner of the Chiefs. Teleport going to be forced here, basically for free. Just looking at this wave state, so favorable for Lived, and Swaith hovering.
Yeah, certainly the worst possible situation now for Claire. The flash cancels the dash, and Claire is in all sorts of problems only to help out. But can Claire survive? Very low on HP, eventually falls. Swaith surviving by the skin of his teeth for an extra moment, but will inevitably fall down. Still overall, I think you'll take this trade if you're the Chiefs. It continues to put Claire further and further behind.
Exactly right. That wave in top lane is cooked for Claire. There's no way out. No flash, no teleport, no chance to reset that wave. Liv can trim the minions and reset and cheat recall, or you can hold a freeze and teleport back to lane. So top lane going brilliantly here in just the 1v1. Swaith makes sure that it succeeds even more so. A bit of time purchased here by Claire in that last fight just because Swaith wasn't in range to hit the stun there on Sejuani. The slow from Liv will make sure he gets in range, and that buys time for Only to get into the fight and have a little trade himself. At the end of the day, you'll be happy with the trade if you're Only, but not if you're Claire.
Yep, indeed, indeed. Claire just going to try and shove the wave in as quickly as possible so that it's going to bounce back in his direction, but in doing so, he's put himself in all sorts of problems once again. Claire is just getting absolutely minced by Lived. He's got nowhere to go, needs Only to come up here and help him out, but Lived is going to cop the TP through from Kisei, and this might end up being, indeed, a 1-on-2. Lived continues the onslaught onto Only. Kisei will be the benefactor, and in the end, it is the top lane that is absolute chaos right now, but everything going the way of the Chiefs.
Lived is cracked, man. Lived is insane. He is so good at Tab Catch. He's just so good at League of Legends. It's an absolute pleasure to watch. The teleport comes in, yeah. Kisei tries to help his teammate. He got a kill, so I'm sure the mid lane of the Chiefs is pretty chuffed with that outcome.
Yep. But
before he even gets there, the Toad has got a 1v2 kill in top lane. What more could you possibly ask for from your top laner? In a situation like this, jungler's there, he still succeeds. I guess the one thing we have to consider is the trade-off on the bottom side of the rift here in an isolated lane state. Pretty comfortable is Gunkrab and Cupcake.
Yeah, 53 CS to 36 down in that bot lane at the moment, and I suppose that was always going to be the talking point, always going to be the important part of the map for Direwolves in particular, which kind of goes against the grain in terms of what we've been selling as far as the storyline is continued. While that thought for the moment, we'll take a quick peek at this replay, and it's really rough, I think, for Claire, because now he can't even trade with Lived at all. You can just see that straight up. So it's almost a case where it feels like he needs a 1v2 lane, and even then.
I mean, the flash W there from Lived as well was just so expertly done. Like, again, that's a sign of just a really good mechanical player, considering how new the Tahm Kench changes are, knows his limits and is able to flash and use them perfectly. So I'm just impressed. Looking at the top CS gap, that's enormous. It's Grand Canyon.
Yep.
We've got a Sejuani up there as well, just quietly. So if we pan back up the top, hello, Claire. Are you enjoying yourself, mate? Because I'm not enjoying watching it. No, that's real rough.
He's not having a fun time at all. But again, you have to sort of look down bot, recognize that it's not just a one-man army. It's 5 players in unison working together, and Direwolves have a ray of hope that is Gunkrab and Cupcake at the moment down there in the bot lane. Again, I bring up the fact that we've traditionally been talking about Only and Shock, but this game it feels like with that Aphelios being such a key factor in their composition, you know, that late game scaling may be in tune with Ryze as well. Direwolves have enough of sort of get out of jail free cards that even despite the deficit that's up there in the top lane and the fact that Claire's really going to struggle to be relevant this game for a long time, there is at least something that Direwolves can take away from this, and that is that maybe they can come back in from the bot side of the map.
Absolutely. They've got a farm advantage in bot. They've got a farm lead in mid that the kill does nullify that just a little bit. And what they do also have in hand is the ability to play towards side lanes pretty nicely with Camille ultimate, with Ryze ultimate, as well as teleports that exist there for both of them. So while top is kind of just a hazmat area, it's a radiation zone. If Tahm Kench exists, you don't want to go near him.
Shock. It's going to be collapsed upon. Kisei charging straight on through, actually connects onto Only. Shock decides he wants to come back into the fight, and now Swaith inside of a rune prison will not be going too far at all. So a nice little response from the Direwolves.
Yeah, case in point almost there, right? It's the second you don't involve the top lane, it's still a good game for the Direwolves overall. Mid's still pretty strong. Bit of an overreach there from Kisei as well, actually bites Swaith in the behind, unfortunately. He commits to the play and just, you know, gets left alone as Yone returns back to his former body's location. It's a nice little pickup there. Once again, 2-1, the jungler for Direwolves. A big ray of hope for them here, and influencing the bot side of the map means that dragons should be theirs, and that's a pretty significant win condition for the Direwolves in this game.
Still remains to be seen which dragon it's going to be. We do have Cloud Drake next, so It's either Mountain or Infernal Soul, which is not too shabby for the Direwolves, regardless of which one it ends up being. Lived will continue to play top lane games. It's one thing I never get about top lane. It's just, you just sit there and let the creeps kill each other when you're ahead.
But like, isn't that painful for Claire? Like, he has, we're what, 10 minutes into this game, and I'm pretty sure that there hasn't been a single moment where Lived has pushed. No. He has almost held a freeze, but all 10 minutes of, all 9 minutes of laning phase in this game. Like, that is the saddest thing I think I have seen in top lane in a while.
Yeah. Lived is nearly double Claire's CS at the moment. Kisei and Swaith will put the Rift Herald to bed. And they'll look to influence the rest of the map with that. Interesting to see where that does go. I'd imagine at the moment, Lived is quite happy for that to not actually end up in the top lane, because he wants to keep this exactly how it's going at the moment. Yeah,
you're absolutely right there. It does look like, though, Direwolves were going to make a play for this. You can see their vision control in the topside river is still decent. 2 control wards there. Actually, 2 control wards on either side of mid lane. So really trying to protect Shock and give him the freedom to farm and move. But at the same time, I think the play is obvious that the Direwolves want to help top. And now that it's starting to push one of the first times, surprise, surprise, Sejuani is here, and it goes.
Well, Liv doesn't quite manage to connect the knocker, but does manage to get the chomp, and spits Claire right back out into Swaith. That's going to be the end of Claire once again. What can Shock do? And what can Only do as the reinforcements and cavalry arrive up in the top lane? A nice turnaround back on its head, favouring the Direwolves, a 2-for-1. Claire, unfortunately, doesn't really get a whole lot out of it, but still, as a team, Direwolves come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth it for the Direwolves. Still, yet again, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Poor Claire has nothing doing in this game, but the rest of his team is putting in work to try and get themselves a big point of strength. They have that now, right there, mid-jungle duo. 2 places that we spoke about before the game even started as members that need to be ahead if Direwolves want to succeed. Well, they're definitely ahead there now. We'll see this one more time, because it's, first of all, a 2-level disadvantage for Claire. He'll get pulled back in. Buys a lot of time, and Swaith holds ult through all of this and ends up making Liv tank like 3 turret shots before the ult gets chucked out. Only gets plenty of time. Shock gets plenty of time to get here and assist the rest of this one. So nice little trade back for Direwolves.
Yeah, Kisei, no TP available in that whole exchange. So now I guess we turn our eyes and attention toward him and what he can do with his TP play, because Shock has made a difference now with his. Where does Kisei go and try to influence the map? He's 1-0-0 in the mid lane right now, not doing too badly for himself. Down a little bit on CS, but that's to be expected with the teleport that he did invest earlier up into the top lane. Dragku just trying to keep this tower alive, but wishful thinking at this point, and Swaith, he'll get the Rift Herald down and out just in time.
I don't know how much damage that thing's going to take. Yeah, it actually dies before it even gets a charge off.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Kisei trying to help out, charging forward, but now in all sorts of problems, and will have to use his ultimate to get out to safety. Lived arrives in the mid lane. There is the Sejuani ult down on top of Cupcake, who is being given the opportunity to use his own ultimate. Keeps himself alive for now, tries to E out, does manage to get out. And in fact, it's actually Kisei that surely goes down here, not just him, Swaith as well. Rotation through from the Direwolves, and a clean house. Look at that. The Chiefs decimated.
Yeah, clean from the Direwolves. They absolutely just pick them apart. That was the first time this game where you've actually seen the use of their top lane coming to the rest of the fight, right? Walks mid, Liv tries to make an influence, but the Zillion pick just too clutch. You've got Gunkrab getting the correct weapons out in that fight as well. And you've got Claire now getting time to farm in top lane as a result and catch his way up in this lane. Because the Direwolves do this without their Camille top lane. Now, that ult from Liv, just a little bit too early. It means that Cupcake gets time after he's spat out to instantly cast the ultimate, flash and E at the ready, and Kisei just stuck here 100%, only sees his opportunity to go on everybody else afterwards. I mean, the leads that exist in mid, in jungle, and in bottom lane are now leaking into a fight in the mid lane, and Direwolves well and truly in the lead now.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about leads in the mid lane, the bot lane, and I suppose leads in the top lane as well. It seems that the ones that are in mid and bot are a little bit more impactful right now than the massive lead that we saw for Lived up in top. I mean, it still exists, right? That top lane is still a problem point for the Direwolves, but if they're able to get work done on the rest of the map, it doesn't really matter as long as Claire can kind of hold his own and make sure that Liv can't get too much done up in that top lane. Then that's fine. That's all well and good. And in fact, it's actually seen a little bit of a change up here for the Chiefs, where Liv has now rejoined the rest of the composition, and Kisei is the one up in top. Given that I suppose Kisei does have teleport and Liv does not, there's a little bit of a force from the Chiefs, which doesn't work out too kindly for them. Glacial Prison not connecting, and even if it did, I'm not sure that would have resulted in a kill.
Yeah, Kukuk had the ultimate there as well, so Chronoshift could have kept him alive. He would have been under his tower regardless, so we're not actually sure if a kill would have happened there. And I mean, that about sums up this game. I think the relentless pursuit of ganks from Swaith into a lane that was already winning, I would argue it was better to keep it isolated, but you know, it's not the way that it plays out. Lots of posturing here, however.
Draku and Swaith trying to force Direwolves out of their own jungle. They have been successful in doing so. In all this meanwhile, I don't think we've been talking about Shock all that much, but he's been given a lot of time to free farm down in bot and is starting to stretch that lead a little bit as well. Knock up from Lived onto Guncrab, but again, Zillion exists. And so Guncrab is not dead just yet, but one wonders how long is he going to survive when he stands back up? And the answer is not very. Draku ends up blowing up to the Zillion bomb though, so it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, the result's still good for the Chiefs, but a 1-for-1 trade, you'd take that given how many resources were there to make the kill happen in the first place. And once again, the fact that top lane just seems like a farm lane where Kisei has no priority, it's the sign of the times and how quickly it shifts back into the favor of the Wolfpack. Really out of control for the Chiefs.
Yeah, mid tower goes down now as well. Swaith will be looking for a re-engage with the Glacial Prison. He does have Lived close by. But Draku was back in base. Now Kisei trying to flex his muscles up on the top lane, but Camille versus Yone, it's never a fun time if you're the Yone. Just takes too long to get that damage out, and Claire with enough sustain now with the Divine Sundra. And obviously the Grass procs doesn't feel like he's under too much threat actually against the Yone.
Yeah, there's no shield bow, there's no mythic there for Kisei just yet, so actually in a pretty good stead is the top laner of Direwolves, and we haven't really mentioned it too much, but it's been about a 6,000 gold lead for a couple of minutes now, and that just ballooned out of nowhere basically with a couple of good skirmishes. And it shows the caliber of a team that Direwolves actually is. No matter how good the Chiefs are at laning. Ooh, teleports.
Chiefs are considering contesting the Rift Herald here. Swaith feels like he's got a catch onto only, forces the ultimate out, and the flash as well. It's going to get Direwolves to safety. Lived arrives. Do they continue the chase? Kisei, Fate Seal will not connect, but he's still over the wall, still able to do damage. Needs to get out of there and doesn't quite manage to. A lone rogue auto from Guncrab follows him over the wall and he falls down. The Chiefs are routed and they're trying to escape. They're waving the white flag. Only has he gone a bit too deep in here, and Boma will pick himself up a kill. Maybe something still here for the Chiefs as they fight back. But the numbers are still too strong for Direwolves. Liv tanking as much as he possibly can, and Boma flashes away from the Moonlight Vigil. But all said and done, he's going to go down, and Liv won't last too much longer here, I'd imagine, although he is a Tarm. So I'm prepared to hold my thought there for a second.
I thought he was duking him, but he got caught. The should just fall here. The Zillion bomb's chasing him down.
I mean, he's doing some pretty good damage on the Guncrab, and Cupcake didn't have the ultimate there, but obviously not enough in the end. Big damage through from Mboma in that fight. Unfortunately, Kisei couldn't get a whole lot done. He did miss his ultimate as he went over that wall. I mean, is miss even fair to say? I think only kind of avoided it. Overall, if that ultimate connects, it could be a different fight for the Chiefs. It looked like they had the catch on the Direwolves.
Perhaps, yeah. This is still well and truly a massive force. It was a good blue trinket, actually, from the Direwolves that spot the positioning of Kisei on this Yone. Auto attack there, of course, from Guncrab is what secures it. The rest of this fight, as it happens, right, note that the Chiefs have already overextended themselves to make the play, and it was kind of a too little too late situation. Only goes a little bit too far. Claire comes in assist, and he will fall down, but you've got Shock just machine gunning damage right now with his rise, and you've got Guncrab untouched through all of this. Nice little attempt here, by the way, from Mboma. The W was on Shock, so he was hoping it'd be enough damage. Just not going to be able to find the kill. Shock lives. Gunkrab picks up another.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Boma, 2 kills on him on the Ezreal really helps out a lot, but in the end only gets 1 out of that fight. Still, Divine Sunderer build actually for Mboma, which is something that seemed to have been moved away from. Been looking towards the Trinity Force a little bit more for Ezreal these days.
I guess there's enough health built on the opposing team as well. Even champions like Ryze get a bit of health in their kit. It's never a bad thing. I do think that just like Trinity Force has just started to be like 1 or 2%. It's like that 1% better pick.
Ooh, Graviton.
What you would have noted.
Was available for Gunkrab, but Drab Crew is going to be there to make sure no shenanigans occur in the mid lane. Nice map control for the Direwolves right now, though, and Cupcake has a chance for the stun onto Dragku. It's not the target they want, though. And in fact, Swaith looks like he wants to force the issue once again. Is this going to work out for the Chiefs? Well, one has to say it probably has to. Otherwise, they're in all sorts of problems. And right now, it's a 4-on-5. Kisei not a factor in this fight at all. And Lived will not be any longer either. It's a free pick for the Direwolves, essentially.
Yeah, to be honest, I think this game is just really waiting for Direwolves to put a bow on it. It has felt like since they've had control, they've never looked like relinquishing that advantage. They've only extended it further with each passing moment. And realistically, the past maybe 10 minutes worth of play, the entire passage has been just desperately hunting for picks if you're the Chiefs and just swatting them away if you're the Wolfpack. So really are just waiting for that final moment here. Baron secure, gold lead hits 10,000. What more could you possibly say for Direwolves other than well played and well endured if you were Claire? And the thing for me, Jordan, is looking at the Chiefs comp. You know, you've got a Sejuani and a Braum that often want to be moving and working together, right? Because you're comboing one stun into another very easily. But the fact that they were so locked under their turret, they basically lost the turret 2v2. It really did influence this game.
Yeah. Gunkrab looking pretty large and in charge at the moment now as well, having finished off 3 items, and one of them being the Lord Dominic's Regard. Starts to make Swaith and Lived and Dragku feel a little bit hot under the collar. And it looks like again Swaith wants to engage a fight. It's always Chiefs on the front foot, but is it enough? No teleport to come through yet from Shock. It's still on cooldown, and so Direwolves back away accordingly. But Shock has ulted his way up into the fight, and now once again the Chiefs are on the retreat. They're on the back foot, running away, and Boma caught by Only, who is now significantly locked down by the Chiefs, but he cops the ultimate through from the Zillion. The chrono shift picks him back up, and Direwolves are a healthy 5 once again.
Even if you think you get a pick, it's just not going to happen. The Zillion pick has honestly proven to be a little bit too clutch in this game. Gunkrab does get chunked out, and it may thwart a full push here. But the cannon can get some work done after this minion wave is cleared, and yet again, Direwolves just too strong right now.
Yeah, the Chiefs will be looking at this and saying, maybe now is our chance to force a fight here with that chrono shift not online for the next 30 seconds or so, but so difficult when they're so low. They have to reset, go back down, clear out the waves in bot. Top lane is actually going to start to become a problem soon as well. That wave is pushing in the direction of the Chiefs, and the middle tower is broken. So the Chiefs are going to see the inhibitor fall as well, and it doesn't feel like they really have an answer for this at the moment. Being pushed out of these fights by sheer poke, really, before the fight even starts. Kisei in trouble against Shock. The flash forward, Liv will save his life, but not for long because the rest of the collapse is through from the Direwolves, and that might well be the final nail in the coffin for the Chiefs in this game. Direwolves are looking way too strong, and when you have a 6-1 and 5 Aphelios to your name, a 4-0 and 9 Ryze, is there really any other result that could actually eventuate?
Unfortunately for the Chiefs, I think there's nothing more they get to do in this one. It has been a pretty comprehensive victory for the Direwolves overall. They've definitely looked like the better team in this game, Jordan, as there's really no way back in for the Chiefs camp. A little bit disappointing overall, you have to say, given how that one started. But with the way it was closed out with an advantage, never in doubt for the Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves, I mean, I think they might have been a little bit concerned right at the start of that game. Probably first 5 minutes or so looked really, really bad. The Chiefs seemed like they'd be on a snowball, really, from that point onwards up in the top lane. Liv was dominating. Swaith was getting a little bit in there as well. I mean, Kisei picked up a kill in that as well. So you think, I mean, some of the key members for the Chiefs being able to pick up early kills, early gold, but wasn't able to eventuate into a whole lot. Mac, let's get you back into this one here. You'd be pretty disappointed in the Twitch chat. I think that was a 51%er for the Chiefs, and they didn't go the way of Direwolves. I myself am a little bit disappointed because I really debated here as to whether or not I should go for Direwolves or for Chiefs. It was a 50-50, like I said before that one. And I think, you know, the Chiefs have looked better in this season as a whole, but if we're taking only the last couple of weeks into account, that was a Direwolves game every day of the week, and they showed exactly why.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice which way Twitch chat went, but now I've got no faith in them anymore. So, you know, just do whatever you want, guys. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care about my predictions, so you don't care about them either. I see how it is. That's fine. I don't care. I swear I don't care. I still don't care. No, this fight in particular was probably the game-changing fight, especially for Direwolves. You know, Chiefs using a whole lot of abilities and then just not being able to get out in time. It just was downhill for me, essentially. I think there was a few times before that I saw in Twitch chat as well, you know, star analyst Parbu actually said bot diff too big, and it looked like it was from there. So 18 minutes, game's pretty much done at this point. Chiefs trying to do as much as they can, but of course the gap was a little bit too big at that point. And there you have it, Direwolves take another dub over the top team in the league, and now that leaves the top position open for Pentanet to take later if they do get that W. So that is pretty important in the grand scheme of things.
100%. It's definitely a big deal. And I just want to say as well for Chiefs, I do think that there was a bit of a diff in draft here as well. I do agree with, was it Parbu? I haven't heard that name. Anyway, yeah, I think he was right. The Zillion pick was red side last pick, so super clutch. I actually really like that from the Wolfpack, but I do want to just like look at the composition of Chiefs while it's on our screen and say I'm not sure that going Braum Yone 4-5 was the play. If you're going to be playing so heavily to the top side of the map, there has to be better options there for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I was a little bit perplexed by the draft. I was like, well, you know, they're the professionals. I'm not going to question it. But now, after seeing how it played out, I feel like maybe I was right. Maybe I can question these things, you know, as the idiot host. And sometimes, you know, it's better if I keep my mouth shut. Sometimes it's better if I open my mouth. I don't know. Someone that does like talking, though, is Nat. So let's get her back on to the desk. Who do you have to chat to for the winner's interview, Nat?
I'm going to be chatting to Shock, which I'm very excited about. Congratulations on that win. I have to say, was that the comfort draft you guys were going for? And where did the Zillion pick come from?
Well, yeah, I think the draft was like really comfort for us. Like Ryze and Zinzel was like a bread and butter for us, and we've played like lots of mid junglers that are sort of like this. Even like yesterday, even though we lost like stuff like the LeBlanc Lee Sin, so stuff like that. And then the Zillion last pick was kind of a response to the blind Braum. I think blind Braum was like really troll, so I'm surprised they did that. So I think if they blind Braum, you can play any champ you want, like Teemo support or whatever, you know. So yeah, Zillion seemed pretty good there against like lots of melees.
It definitely worked in your favor with the champs that you picked there. But I have to ask, top lane wasn't looking so good. What do you think was the key to getting you guys back into that game and able to shut down Chiefs' lead?
I think even though top lane was kind of far behind, like the rest of the map was winning really hard. Like the bot matchup was really difficult for Chiefs bot lane. Yeah, just like our champs versus theirs. And also mid lane, I think I was just kind of destroying them 1v1. So I was really ahead as well. So even though Camille was sort of behind, we had like lanes to play through. Yeah.
Yeah, the mid lane was looking really good there for you. I think the biggest turnaround for you guys was when we saw that big skirmish happen mid-fight. And I want to know more about it, who was doing the calling for that, and sort of why it played out the way it did.
I think I can't exactly remember how it went, but I think they were like engaging onto the Zinzao, and I think just like with the way like our mid 2v2 and like 3v3s kind of work is like Ryze is the one that's going to do all the damage. Like if they're clumping up, it's just like EQ after EQ, and each one is like 500 or 600 damage. So when they weren't hitting me at all and they were just stacked, and I got, I don't know how many rotations of EQ I got off in that fight, but I think it was like 5 or 6, and I was just, it was just a dream. Like no one was hitting me and I was just like one-shotting them. So yeah, I was really happy.
It was definitely such an insane fight for you guys and you personally. But the last question is, you know, how did you guys keep the composure during that game to not really let anything slip at all after you did have that mid-fight win?
Well, I think they just like didn't have that many options. Like they did have Engage and like Sedge and the Yone, but to do so they would have to just give up their sides. They couldn't get any prior on side lane versus our Camille and Ryze, so if they weren't showing there, we just had to respect on the mid wave, and the few chances they got, they kind of fumbled. Like there was a missed Sedge ult, and I think there was one time they did get the Aphelios, but like most of the time they just didn't, like we respected enough that they couldn't quite kill us on their window, and then we just got really far ahead because they were just giving up all their jungle camps, like all their bot lane waves. It was, yeah, really rough for them, I think, when they're in that position.
It seems that you guys learned a lot from your loss yesterday, and it's great to see you guys get a win tonight, so congratulations again.
Thank you.
Well, what a great interview that one was. I paid a lot of attention to it because my dog wasn't barking in the background. Now, good to hear from Shock as always, and something else we all love to see, you guys at home would love to see as well, is he's had a bit of a rough start since getting back in the lineup, but he is the player that delivered, and of course it is the big man in the bot lane. It is Cupcake, so big congrats to him. You know, have a bit of a rocky start coming back into Split 2 of the LCO, but performing to the T today as he managed to go 1-0 and 10. 61% kill participation, 14% gold share, which is pretty decent for a support, I'd say. 10% damage share, but just some clutch ults all around, right, Rusty?
Yeah, I mean, if I had my say, I'd probably give this player that delivered to Farmer for the draft. But I think Cupcake did play the Zilean well, right? He did his job, and that really is what it came down to in this first game of the day. The draft was just too strong from Direwolves, and they got their opportunity to execute. Alternatively, you could give it to Claire for his just mental fortitude, you know? I reckon it was considered. I was considering that.
Yeah.
If you had that top lane in a solo queue game, that top laner leaves in like 5 minutes.
Quit.
They're like, my mental's not good enough for this. And then you see them disconnect and you just play the game 4v5.
Well, I have an issue here. So I have a dog taking me off the screen. I actually need to go to a break, and I think that's a good place to go before we get into the second game of the day. It's Pentanet and Gravitas coming up just after this, but enjoy today's tune from Rufus.
All sorts of problems once again. Claire is just getting absolutely minced by Lived. He's got nowhere to go, needs only to come up here and help him out, but Lived is going to cop the TP through from Kisei, and this might end up being, indeed, a 1-on-2. Lived continues the onslaught onto only. Lived arrives in the mid lane. There is the Sejuani ult down on top of Cupcake, who is being given the opportunity to use his own ultimate, keeps himself alive for now, tries to E out, does manage to get out. And in fact, it's actually Kisei that surely goes down here, not just him, Swait as well. Rotation through from the Direwolves and a clean house. Look at that.
Nah, this shouldn't even be a question.
Yeah, just flip him now. Yeah, that one's too easy.
Like, specifically out of bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, where this might have happened previously.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's got to be Shock.
Well, I put Claire as well because, I don't know, I feel like Claire's really funny, man. You know, some of the stuff he says, and I felt like it was a bit weird to put myself, you know. But I think I'm pretty funny.
He is funny, but he doesn't churn out as much content as he
as much content. Yeah,
but at the same time, as churning out most content, he also has a lot of bad jokes.
Nah,
that just make no sense. But he just says them,
true,
and he just says them, waits for people to laugh, and nobody laughs.
Nah, man.
And then he just laughs at his own joke.
Nah,
just him
this is slander, man. People say bad jokes just don't appreciate my genius. Like, it's a form of art, man, and they just don't get it.
But Claire's, like, his success rate is pretty high.
That's
he knows when to, like, pipe it, and then it pops off.
Yeah. This guy is just a joke machine.
Yeah.
There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna live tonight. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. I close my eyes. The day's the same. There's a thorn in my side when I hear my name. It makes me high. I feel the shame. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me.
Game number 2 coming up in just a momo, which is moment. It's slang for it, actually. It's Australian, it's a term. It's the word moment shortened into just 2 letters, but twice. So it's kind of cool. Kind of like Jordan over there doing the hand stuff. You know, hand
I'm just backing you up, Mac. We're being cool together. You know, 2. Momo and like, you know, we
and Rusty did the
you want to
arm
run into
fold
us
at the right time. It was sick, man. I'm so glad we have this chemistry.
So in support of you too, man.
Yeah, it wasn't
Bad boys
it
for
wasn't
life.
a grumpy,
That's what I reckon.
grumpy arm fold. Ready? All right, let's do it at the same time. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'll tell you what we're doing. We got to fold arms at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, hit me up.
Awkward.
No, it was great. I think
chatty.
it worked perfectly. Anyway, that's enough content from us. We actually have some content from you guys at home before we jump into game number 2. So let's bring that up and see what's there. Oh, who's this from? That might have been the one that I did live on broadcast. See how easy it is just to send in a video question. Let's quickly check what the question is from Mac. Hey guys, hey Mac, what did you have for breakfast today? Oh, that was so easy, and you didn't even have to type the question, Mac. I love that. I actually had a banana. Thanks for asking, and some coffee as well. So very easy, high in potassium, feeling pretty good. Now we have some more content to get through. Here's some other people that are very good at sending in the content. Let's bring up Lorenzo the Kind. Let's see how this one's going for him. At Dial's claiming they have real counterpicks to Gwen. Rock, paper. I don't understand. Are there any weebs on the chat here? Oh wait, scissors.
Scissors, Gwen's scissors. Well, I'll tell you what the best counter pick to Gwen is. Permabanning her. That's been my strategy for the last couple of weeks. and
Oh.
It's worked out perfectly. I have not lost the game to Gwen.
What about you, Rusty? What's your strat to permaban to counter Gwen?
The issue with Gwen, right, is I already permaban Yuumi, so it's a very conflicting experience knowing that she exists.
Right.
So what I do now is I duo, and I demand they ban Gwen so I can still ban Yuumi, and then I think the world is a better place.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect execution coming out from the Rust Dog. Now, we do have one man that we love to see on the broadcast. He's not here today, but he had to chime in anyway. Say the line, Jubes, at Michael Dublé, Space Jam, wah wah wee wah, everyone cheers. And that is absolutely beautiful. So make sure you are here at the end of the show so Nat can do her best Jubes impression. Groovy Juby. Now, we are going to start to talk the game. So you love to see it. Thank you, Skimmy, for putting your 2 cents in on a day that you're not working. So even though Jubes loves to say he doesn't work overtime, we know you do. So there you go. Little clap from Mac. I respect you, Skimmy. I swear I do.
Yep, cool.
Me
too,
I thought
actually.
you guys might have wanted to say, yeah, we love Skimmy. We respect Skimmy.
Yeah,
but you
I
guys
can
just...
compliment. He has the best content on this broadcast by far. Have you seen his socials? Insane. Don't ever let anyone else say that they're better than him at it. I'm telling you right now.
Beautiful.
Was that
And
good?
I have to agree with that. So thanks for me having to prompt you guys to back me up on that one, because
worries.
you were certainly thinking it. Now, let's talk game. All right, Pentanet and Gravitas. Let's talk Pentanet first. They are on the come-up. They are hunting for that first slot on the ladder. And the question is, do they deserve it? Can they deserve it? Well, they need to take down Gravitas if they are to deserve it, Jordan.
Well, I think the answer is yes at the moment, Mac. 5-game win streak for Pentanet. Chiefs are certainly on the downward trajectory. 2 losses now in a row. And if Pentanet wins this game, they will be top of the table, at least at the end of today, and more than likely at the end of the week. The real problem, though, for Pentanet is that they are going up against their greatest rival in the LCO. They've actually got to go against Gravitas, which is an interesting matchup because of all the teams, Gravitas is actually the team that has the only positive win-loss ratio against Pentanet, if we take into account last split as well, because they've beaten them once this split. They went 1-1 last split, so they've got the 2-1 record against Pentanet. So I do wonder if Pentanet is going to have a little bit of a struggle today, or if the stats lie. Do the stats ever lie, or is that just a little wishful thinking?
Well, I think that's a good question to ask Rusty. Do the stats lie, and are Gravitas going to take the cake today as you take us through the lineup?
It depends how you interpret the stats, Mac. So I would say stats can lie if they're in the hands of a liar.
Oh.
Now, Gravitas, however, do not lie. I was so close to making a Shakira joke. I'm going to stop, but we're going to talk about the team. Safa, the man on the left of your screen, is definitely the person that we always have to look at when you look at this team. But today, our eyes should actually go to the other side of the rift, where it is Piglet and Azus that are going to be starting today. A bit of a change up here for Gravitas. I want to say unexpected, but I will say I have been a big critic of the bottom lane of Gravitas in recent weeks with their inconsistency outside of laning phase. There's been times where, like, Thomas Shen was doing very well. There's been times where he wasn't really playing the part of his team. So I'm interested to see why Piglet and Azus are playing and what it actually reflects through with the team's performance on the Rift.
Yeah, I guess that's the real question. The question I wanted to ask is, which hips don't lie on Gravitas? But you didn't let me get to it. You were too busy talking the real talk, Rusty. Anyway, head-to-head last time these teams went up against one another was when Gravitas got the big dub in week number 4. So, are we going to see that again?
I think it's a very different beast that they're playing against this time, right?
Yes.
Like, this was the first day, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here as well, where PGG said we're going to try winning lanes, playing more aggressively, you know, going for the Callista, going for the Renekton, things we don't often see from them, and just being best in their lanes, trying to be more aggressive. It felt like a scrim result from PGG, but they were smashed by Gravitas outside of that laning phase. I don't think we'll see that again.
Yeah, is this where we first saw the LeBlanc start to be picked in LCO again as well, when Kiyose picked it up and then all of a sudden everyone was like, hey, you know, that's not too bad, and then everyone started playing it?
I think so, actually.
Yeah.
This might have been the first LeBlanc. Kyose's definitely been playing it a couple of times this split. He played it once earlier when he had a Shinzao on his team. That's all I remember.
Okay, well, you have had a question that you want answered, and it's which way and why the little roster shuffle is gone for Gravitas, and we do have someone that can talk to the players, fortunately, because we're not allowed to talk to the players. That could get way too spicy. Nat, could you please tell us who you have for the pregame?
I can, but quickly before we go, I want to just make one special request before I forget this, is can someone please Photoshop Rusty's unimpressed face on top of Shakira from the Hits Don't Lie music video and change it to My Stats Don't Lie. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. That's some content for you right there. But I'm going to jump into the interview with Decoy and Piglet. Thank you both so much for joining me. Decoy, I want to say, last time we talked, you were saying that you weren't too happy with your early game performance, but I have to say, are you proud of the progress that you've made and how, I guess, well, it's developed over the past few weeks?
Yeah, for sure. I think for the past 2 weeks, we've kind of just been getting back to the groove. We've been improving a lot, as we've shown, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with how I'm performing right now. Can always be better though.
I'm glad to hear. Oh, of course, but I'm glad to hear that. Piglet, welcome back. Can I just say that? It's so great to talk to you. It's so great to see you. And I'm just going to get straight to it, and I want to know why the roster shuffle that we're seeing tonight.
I mean, the meta's changed a bit, so there are different champions that are in the rotation as well. So, and also because we have such a big team, we're also practicing stuff in solo queue behind the scenes. There's a lot of stuff going on, and then basically if there's something that's like working, they basically just ask us to play it on stage, and that's how it works at the moment.
I'm looking forward to seeing that then. Have you been doing a lot of practice and scrim with the team as a whole?
So scrims, yeah, I've been in a few scrims recently. As a whole, yeah, just solo queue is mainly the main thing. Just climbing a lot in solo queue is pretty good.
Nice. And then Decoy, seeing this roster change coming out and now hearing that it's sort of patch related, does it worry you guys or bring any surprises to Petitap?
I think the only surprise is they're playing as Zeus, and he's literally a jungle player, so I think that's a bit of a curveball. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Piglet is better than Thomas Shen, so that's not too surprising. But yeah, the support change is a bit surprising, for sure.
And considering you did lose against Gravitas last time you guys went up, what are you hoping to change today? Or like, and you could say, hey, maybe the roster change is enough for you guys. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, look, we're just not gonna end the early game like we did last time, all pick a Mumu, so yeah, it should be a bit easier this time.
I love it. And very last question, Piglet, what do you think is your advantage to potentially win this game of Pentadet?
Yeah, just the champions that we've been practicing behind the scenes is basically something that we're going to try showing on stage today.
Cool. I look forward to it so much. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it. So a little bit of insight into what's going on, and the roster change patch related. So maybe it's just the champs that they are going to see going to bring in during champ select. Now, do you have any idea which champs they would be, Rusty?
The reason that I think that's a weird point was it becomes supports over the span of one patch. So I just wanted to highlight that that's probably not the biggest thing. Like, that one is the most confusing. But I do like the idea that Piglet perhaps is better than Thomas Shen overall for the team as a point that, his opponents have said coming into this one. So I think that's a big positive. That was all I wanted to say. Sorry.
Very true. And that was a lot of words. We love when we hear your words though, Rusty, so please take as much time as you want. Now, we do have the predictions to have a quick look at as well, so we'll bring those up. And Twitch chat, look, I may have to bring these off of you because I'm looking at my score. I'm very disappointed. There was 1% in it. It could have gone either way last game, but Direwolves absolutely flaunted them. So, I don't know. What are you guys doing? Come on, pick my game up. This is not my game anymore. This is your game. It's just remove Mac and just change it to Twitch chat because... I'm so disappointed in you all. So, pick up your bloody game. Rusty, you gone Pentanet. Is it just because heavy favourites right now?
I mean, they look as good as they did when they won in Split 1. I think to not tip PGG here is trolling. So if anyone hasn't tipped them, then they've gone for the 1% underdog. Okay. That's the way I see it.
How are they under the underdog when they have the better head-to-head record, Rusty?
Yeah, Rusty.
Yeah, Rusty.
You know
yeah,
how
Rusty.
stats don't lie, Mac? You're hearing it.
2 wins to 1. That's all I'm going to say. Gravitas just must be better than Pentanet.
Okay. Well, no one's gone for Gravitas. There's no believers today. I've got almost 100k channel points. I could just drop on Gravitas if I wanted to.
I have 80. I could help you with.
Ooh.
I've got 6,000.
Keep it spicy. You got 6,000. Where'd
Yeah, I
yours
got
go?
2.
What'd you lose them on?
I just go all in on every game. I go all in on every game. Luckily, I didn't throw in any prediction for the Direwolves or Chiefs one because I would have probably put it on the Chiefs. So
Normally what I do is I predict one on stream, on broadcast, and then I go to stream and I predict the other one with my points, so I'm right either way.
Ah, true. So you get the best of both worlds. Well,
Yeah,
we get
I
the
see
best
you
of
looking
both
at
worlds as well because, Nat, it's time for bloody champ select. It's Pentanet and Gravitas. Who's going to take the cape? And what are these crazy champs going to be? Rusty, tell me, please.
I mean, shoot, I haven't seen any of those champions back. We're going to find out through the draft itself, aren't we, bud? Thank you for that one. Let's kick it off.
let's kick it off indeed. A few pretty solid bands to start things off. I'm liking the Tom Kench band through from Gravitas. We know that's already in the wheelhouse from Biopanther's game yesterday, which did seem to be a little difficult to deal with. So get rid of that one straight away. Don't want to deal with that. Don't want to deal with the Viego. Don't want to deal with the Graves. And Aurelio Gwen LeBlanc gone on the side of Pentanet. So as far as I'm concerned, all very reasonable bans. In fact, I myself have gone towards the Aurelio Perma ban this patch, quite frankly. I feel like she's even a bit more ridiculous than Gwen at the moment. But either way, we've got the early pick of Ziggs for Gravitas, and that's an interesting one given your earlier discussion surrounding that champion, Rusty.
Yeah, wondering where the Ziggs will go. Perhaps it is just, you know, the thing that Piglet has been playing non-stop through the entirety of his practice in solo queue. Interestingly enough, however, it is a Lulu that's going to be picked, so that does make me feel like Kyose's on the Lulu, and we're going to get like a Ziggs Leona bot lane from Piglet and Azus.
At which point, though, begs the question, what's the Lulu for?
As in for, like, jungle matchups, or?
Well, just in terms of Lulu, you know, when I look at Lulu, I think, okay, we're going to have a hyper carry down in the bot lane. You know, Aphelios, Kog'Maw, something like that, but we've got Ziggs. So what does Lulu offer for a composition with the Ziggs?
I think Lulu offers something for like a Xin Zhao jungle, right? I don't think it's about protecting the Ziggs. This would actually definitely be a switch up, so we'll see where they choose to go. But again, it's Gravitas. You expect Kyose to be the Lulu. You expect the hyper carry from a jungler or even a top laner as you're looking at. And then the Ziggs is just going to fill his role of magic damage for the team, right? It's just that, yeah, you need that hyper carry that you're looking for to be another role.
Indeed. All right. Well, where are the bands going to be targeted at for Pentanet? Probably towards the jungle and the top lane. I mean, Biopanther, I suppose, could be picking up the Lee Sin, but if we had to take a guess, that's going to be headed into the hands of Chaz, so we get rid of the Lilia for Parbu, which was also an addition to their composition yesterday. We've got the Time gone, we've got the Lilia gone. It seems Gravitas really just don't want to go up against, I mean, exactly what Pentanet did get yesterday. They got Lee Sin, they got Kai'Sa, they got Leona. They've got the same bot side, but they're going to have to change things up on the top side of the map, so seems like at least they are consistent, if nothing else.
Yeah, I like this as well, and they're not the only team that does this, right? You start to find the recipe that works, you play it until it's banned away from you. And if you ban away the Lilia, like you ban away the Tahm Kench, the core of the roster will still stay the same, and you just adapt the 1%ers elsewhere. So just waiting to see what that will be. Like you mentioned, as it seems both teams are having a pretty good time through draft, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually really been liking Decoy on this Leona. I feel like the Leona was a champion that we didn't really see a huge amount of last split, but it certainly seems to have been coming back into flavor of the month for the last couple of weeks, and I think a lot of that has largely been led by the success that Decoy has had. Last 3 games, if we include this one, have been on Leona, and actually 4 out of the last 5 have been on that Leona, so he's definitely been quite eager to pick that champion up. And
well, you wanted Kindred jungle to make this comp work, wouldn't you?
yeah, I mean, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at with the Lulu pick to begin with, but now that we've got the Zillion, I suppose, where do you go with this for Gravitas?
I think it has to be Zillion Ziggs bottom, which is weird. It may not be. Like, honestly, I see the Ziggs, I see the Zillion, I think it's got to be Ziggs mid.
But it can't be, because Camille exists, and you know, so... Like, if Ziggs is going to go mid, Lulu has to go top.
It's just an odd bottom lane, that's all. And again, like, if Zeus is just a jungler and he has limited support champions, so be it. This is probably just what we've got. Leona Kai'Sa, their opponents, are very stock standard. Again, a stock standard top lane pick here for BioPanther. And for Pabu, just waiting for his 5th champion of choice. He has mixed damage. He's got frontline.
Ooh.
He could be the Lee Sin. He could be the Mundo.
I mean, I'd probably be guessing that that's going to be the Mundo for Pabu, as opposed to the Lee Sin. Hasn't picked Lee Sin up all split. I'm sure it is a champion that he can play, but I mean, when it's been Chaz's go-to, there's no reason to imagine it won't go back into Chaz's hands in the mid lane. Now, Olaf. Okay, makes sense, I suppose. I was a bit concerned when we saw the Evelyn hover. I was thinking, what on earth are they going to do here? But fair enough. I have to say, I like Pentanet's composition more. And it's not something that I would normally say in a draft. I wouldn't normally just go, yeah, like I like this composition better. But I just look at Pentanet and I go, again, I understand that composition. I know what they're going to try and do. I know how they win this game. But for Gravitas, I mean, on one hand, I kind of don't mind it because I think throwing a curveball in a matchup like this isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. But this is a composition where if things start to go wrong, it just doesn't feel like there's any way back into the game, I don't think, for Gravitas.
I think there's a lot of, like, Olaf handles the Mundo fine. I would imagine if there's any skirmishes between those two, it is probably Olaf-sided. I think that Olaf and Lulu can pretty successfully win the 2v2s, right? As long as there's no, like, crazy flanks or angles that Lee Sin finds onto Kyosei, it should just be winning in the 2v2 for Akano and for Kyosei. The Zillion and the Ziggs is not something that we're intimately familiar with when it comes to lane dynamics and matchups and how that looks, but a Zillion and a Ziggs will push extremely hard where their opponents who can control waves, can trim waves decently well, also have really high threat of all-in. So I'd say it's a pretty volatile place to be. And if your jungler and your mid lane are looking for those skirmishes and winning those 2v2s, then how they influence the map to move towards the bottom lane is probably the biggest deal.
I mean, I'd still be looking at that as well for Pentanet and saying, okay, well, Zillion and Ziggs looks like a lane that we can gank relatively comfortably and get some work done there. Right? If I hit that Q, if Decoy hits that Zenith Blade, then someone is going to die. As for far as what Gravitas can do down in that bot lane, I suppose they're just going to shove that into the tower and see what they can get done. Hopefully get some early advantages and start to snowball from there. But look, I mean, Gravitas, let's see what they've got for us. I mean, they do, again, I keep going back to it, they do have a good record against Pentanet, which it is a bit of a fib statistic, it is a bit of a troll statistic, but at the end of the day, it shows that they can beat Pentanet, and we'll have to see whether or not they can do that today to bring an end to the 5 streak that Pentanet have been put together over the last couple of weeks. Of course, to help us sort of break down all of the shenanigans that have happened in the draft, we do have a interview here with Charlie, who is the coach of Pentanet. And I mean, look, I had a bunch of questions lined up for you to begin with surrounding the team and whatever else has been going on, but I really would love to just get your thoughts on Gravitas's draft.
Yeah. I mean, if there was ever any doubt that Gravitas relied on Safa to win the games, then that's gone now, right? They've just picked double Enchanter with Safa on Camille, blind pick. So they're definitely putting all the eggs in the Safa basket this game. I don't think it's good to pick Zillion and Lulu on the same team, especially without an 80 carry. You were mentioning earlier that their bot lane will get the push. I don't even think Zillion and Ziggs are going to be able to push the lane versus Kai'Sa Leona. There's just too much kill threat. And Kai'Sa has such an easy time building a Wit's End this game and having such a nice time in the mid game. We also have triple tank. We have Leona, Cho'Gath, and Mundo, plus Lee Sin, who's going to be building off tank as well. And they have such low damage in their composition, but they have a lot of interesting ways that they can play the game. They can Camille out the backline with Ziggs bumping, following up. Their mid 2v2 is quite strong. Their Olaf is probably the one who's going to be running the show early. But yeah, it's a very interesting draft.
Yeah, it is indeed. And look, I'm quite excited to see how this one plays out one way or the other. I want to get your quick thoughts on the patch itself as well. I know because you guys were picking up a couple of the champions that got some significant changes. Obviously, Tahm Kench and Lilia yesterday. Are these champions that we're sort of expecting to see more from you, or maybe just in general in the LCO? What do you think about the patch in general?
Yeah, like those champions, like your Graves, your Tumkench, your Lilia, they're definitely better than they were before. Lilia is pretty good in certain situations. She brings a lot of that engage, but a lot of junglers lack at the moment, as well as range. A lot of junglers are really melee focused at the moment, so they do lose to stuff like Braum and Aatrox and things like this that punish immobility and short range, but Lilia kind of breaks that a little bit. Same with Graves, like he's a flex, you can play him top mid jungle, so he's really useful. Tumkench is just overtuned. Like you've seen what this champion does. Like he can eat someone and give them a full HP bar of shield, as well as winning lane and being the biggest tank in the game. So he's very broken. You'll see him rise up and up the priority list as the patch goes on, I imagine, and you might even see more niche counter picks to Tumkench come in as a result of that as well.
Yeah, interesting time to be involved, I suppose, in League of Legends. But let's talk about Pentanet for a second. 5 wins in a row. This is looking to, hopefully be your 6th. And watching some of the dives and how you guys sort of worked away through the map yesterday, it kind of felt like peak Pentanet is back. I think we've been waiting for it for a fair while here in Split 2. But is that the sentiment that you would share as well? Is this peak Pentanet, or is there still sort of more in the works?
I think you saw peak Pentanet early game yesterday versus the Chiefs. I think our mid game was a bit lacking in some areas. That being said, our team fighting is still really there. So even if we do make blunders in terms of our macro in the mid game, we're always able to group at neutral objectives and generally win 5v5s due to having, like, 1, a good composition that can do that, and 2, really high comfort levels on all the champions we play. If we are able to win lanes and rotate around the map early and get these dives off in the early game and like get our support and our jungler linking up more together, which is what we've been working on through the majority of this split, then that's when we're going to be a more complete team who can play both the early and the mid game.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, Pentanet seems to be the team to beat at the moment, but we'll see if that remains true for the rest of the split. Thank you very much for your time, Charlie. We'll get on with the game.
No worries. Thanks so much.
Cheers, mate. All right, Rusty, down in that bot lane, a lot of shenanigans going on, and it is exactly what we expected.
It took a lot of me to not react out loud during that one while Charlie was talking, but we have to respect the coach. He has very good opinions on the game, and basically what he was saying was proven true during the interview, right?
Yeah.
The fact that their bottom lane can push hard just by design of the champions is true, but with the kill threat that exists from a Leona, especially if you start your laning phase walking into lane and getting hit by the Zenith Blade, probably not going to go well for you if you are the Zillion and the Ziggs down in that 2v2. So exceptionally well done from Decoy Praedyth. They're just hitting their spells. They've made it a nightmare down there for Piglet and for Zeus to deal with. And I don't think that gets any better the closer that Decoy gets to level 6.
Yeah, I think that really set the tone down in that bot lane as well for Decoy starting Zenith Blade. You might often see the Q start for the Leona, but it was just so obvious that Pentanet wanted to fight. They just wanted to fight down in that bot lane. They sat in the bush. There was a couple of Zenith Blades hit before the minions almost felt like they'd even crashed. So I think it really just showed exactly what Pentanet thought of that bot lane. But look, Gravitas at a bit of a deficit down in the bottom side of the map. Everywhere else doesn't seem to be going too poorly. Dragon obviously started here for Pentanet. They're feeling that they've got the prio down in bot, which to be fair is probably what they do have. And so they pick up the early mountain. All said and done. Gravitas struggling in the bot side, but not doing too poorly on the rest of the map.
Yeah, the rest of the map has been pretty well off overall. And just quickly, of course, you are seeing Praedyth's Kai'Sa stats on your screen. No Ignite here, so kill threat pretty low for Kyosei. Ooh!
Or maybe not. One more auto. Committed. He's going to flash forward, and there was no safeguard left for Chaz. So Kyosei gets the solo bolo onto Chaz.
Chaz still had ult available. He flashed away just to cover distance. I think it was Airy that really secured that proc. There might have been a world where Chaz lives. Either way, Kyosei, I mean, he got to rank 1 playing these enchanters for a reason, right? He knows his limits on those supports better than I do, obviously, and just goes between the turrets to take down the Lee Sin, not something you're often used to saying.
Oh no, another Zenith Blade, and this time Azus doesn't have time to flash. Decoy locks him down a little bit too long. Flash comes through from Praedyth as well, but hey, kill secured, you'll take it.
What I was going to say here, we might have to hold the full thought because Bio is at risk, is that mid should have priority, if nothing else. Of course, it was a kill, so even more than that, but mid should have priority early.
I think they know.
Yeah, you'd suspect it, but at a certain point, you'd want to walk up, right? This is that point.
That's that point for Biopanther. Doesn't have Q available. Used it earlier on the creeps, but Pabu was there for the counter gank. They certainly did know indeed, but Biopanther will not survive, and Pabu is going to be forced to retreat as a result of Kyose's TP. I wonder if it were not for that TP, would Pabu have tried to go for the 2-on-1? Because it looks like he might have been able to win it. Either way, Gravitas, nice work. Get themselves a kill up in the top lane.
Yeah, Pabu did have to use the ultimate there, though. There's a chance that Olaf, you know, just being Olaf, would be able to take him down, decoy. Very close to hitting this one. Bot lane, if you ever look there, you just see a Leona trying to kill them.
Yep.
And it will succeed if it connects.
Well, speaking of, Chaz connects with a Sonic Wave, but
yeah,
forced to safeguard away.
Mid is interesting. That teleport kind of lost Kyose this lane. You know, he goes to top lane with half health, no potion stacks left, so he's now at risk. Does still have the ultimate, so it's not like there's going to be any insects from Chaz, but it's not just a winning lane state anymore. Chaz has a fighting chance, and Pabu gets a little bit more freedom with that even priority.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like Pabu's having the run of things in the jungle. Obviously, Akano has the successful gank, but Pabu's been a little bit more focused on picking up the objectives. I mean, I guess I think looking at Dr. Mundo as a champion, his ganking isn't a massive threat. You know, he doesn't have any hard CC per se, so you're probably relying on your laners to get that job done. And so he's been more than happy to just, again, focus on the ancillary areas of the map as opposed to the lanes. Might get something done here in mid if Decoy can find himself a Zenith Blade. But Akano's floating as well, so maybe nothing of it.
Yeah, I think Kyose plays correctly there and just backs away because he obviously knows he doesn't want to take a 1v1. And Chaz, I think, getting a whiff of some misdoings there, perhaps a bait. Praetus can take this, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Doesn't seem like he wants to. He's level 6 though, and Asus is not. Once Asus hits level 6, then it becomes a little bit more difficult for Pentanet's bot lane to punish, but even still, I think the same issues will occur. Pentanet will be full of prio, quite happy to take fights, whereas Gravitas will be on the back seat, back step, back foot even, maybe is probably the word that I was looking for there, but overall shouldn't change too much. Chaz looks to have a little bit of sneaky BM in there. Kyose gets the last laugh though.
Yeah, exactly. Piglet could be in trouble here, actually. It was the dash. You could see the intent from Praetor. If you're ever going to use the E to close distance, it's usually to get that attack speed before you ult. But you've got the Olaf who was hovering in the area. Should that fight have happened, it would have probably been a 3v3. Piglet has the sums there anyway. Right now, because you've got a pretty solid Lulu and Olaf duo to work with, Gravitas 100% still have a pressure point around this map. We're looking to see how they're able to work together here, though, as for the moment. Decent control of mid lane still is Kyose, and they can leave together. You know, Dragon up in 15. I'd expect them to move towards that side of the map, but for the moment, Akano's at Krugs.
I mean, Pabu's on the top side of the map as well. So neither team at the moment particularly interested in the Dragon. Only just spawning though, so plenty of time to get down there. Biopanther copping another gank here from Akano. Looks like he'll walk out of this one relatively comfortably, but the Hextech Ultimatum maybe makes matters a little bit more difficult. Now, unable to be disabled, Akano just runs over him. Well executed from Gravitas, and Biopanther stuck around half a second too long. Pabu forces the flash from Akano. But now the tables start to turn as Zappa rejoins the fight. Pabu, half HP, flashes onto his own pickup to heal himself just a little bit, but Kyose might well be the one gifted the kill. Pabu not happy with that, scratching the back of his head. That was a weird fight, that whole thing.
Weird. Yeah, weird's a good way to explain Pabu in Tick 1v2 there. I mean, you see them go top, you probably just walk to Dragon with your bot pro. He tries to take a 1v2, and even the flash from Mikado, you're like, hang on a second, does he know he could probably win this?
Yeah. I think he figured it out pretty quickly. Again, Kyose getting the better of mid. Forcing that one under the tower. Safa going for a little bit of an expedition, taking the scenic route all the way around the map. That was interesting.
I'm trying to decipher in my head if that flash from Pabu is in any way worth it when your mid lane is not going to get there first, right? Like, You have flash. You probably just flash away to safety after the hook shot misses. Like you flash the hook shot, right?
Well, he's going to contest the blue buff. It's gone the way of Akano.
Neither have ult.
Oh, Decoy misses his flash over the wall. Don't know that that necessarily is going to save Akano, but the briefcase will not connect, and so he wanders away to safety. Decoy giving us a little bit of an emote. Yep, we saw it. That was on stream.
Observers making sure we know. Chaz about to find Piglet.
Oh,
no, dear.
That's not good at all.
Oh, no.
And this is why sometimes it's not fun to play Ziggs.
Piglet had his hands up. He knows. We all know. Unfortunately for him, we all saw it too. It's a really tragic return to the league if that's where your satchel charges are going.
I mean, I think the big takeaway for me so far from the first 13 minutes of this game is it has been nothing but just shenanigans, really. It's not been a clean game by any stretch of the imagination, but Pentanet are still slowly but surely gaining leads. They're going to get themselves a second dragon here. They're up about a K, maybe just a little bit less than 1,000 gold, 600 or so. But they are finding the leads, and with the composition that they've got, the way that it's going to scale quite nicely, I think they should be in the driver's seat still.
There's definitely a point in the mid-game, though, where it's pretty terrifying to be up against Gravitas's composition. Like, even if it was 3 zeros, you know, 3 goose eggs on the scoreline, you got a 2-0-1 Olaf with a Lulu that is just, like, solo-killing Chaz in mid lane. They're going to go into team fights probably at the next Herald or the next Dragon and feel supremely confident. And you would expect them to do so, honestly, and to start looking for those fights there. Giving the second Dragon is okay, but right now I feel like they're strong enough to start considering fighting for the third one, or even just resetting right now and running that up to top for the Herald.
Oh, Kyose has got that Moonstone Renewer finished off, which is going to give his team a lot of sticking power in these fights. And I think that's something that you need when you're going up against a fairly tanky composition like Pentanet's. The ability to sustain in fights is always going to be quite useful, and so we'll see really who has the legs. If it's going to be Akano and Safa, who cop all of the assistance from those two more supportive champions, then maybe, just maybe, Gravitas can find a way to win this game. If they continue to put Biopanther under the pressure as well, that's certainly going to help in making sure that the Cho'Gath isn't going to get out of control. In response, though, Pentanet look towards mid.
Yeah, and lots of pressure still in bottom. I was going to say as well, I mean, if you think Claire handled being pressured well, wait till you see a Biopanther have to deal with it. Mans has been putting up with being a weak side for years.
Yeah.
Knows how to play his tanks, knows how to endure focus and pressure. Gravitas kind of doing what we hoped they would, however, and using their strengths to actually transition that into something meaningful. If they can hit the eye, this will go down a lot faster. The Herald is going to be theirs, and it is going to be uncontested. Decoy also going to hover topside to make sure he's not being 3-man dove. The spider senses are tingling. Safa.
Well, does have hookshot available. And so that's one of those things about Camille. You think you're going to get her, and then she just disappears off your screen. So all good for Safa. Top lane tower goes down early on in the piece. I think that was actually the second turret taken. First one was down in the bot lane by Pentanet.
And looking at about a 1,000 gold difference overall is not significant. And this is not, you know, in stark contrast to the last time we saw PGG play, this is not the best team in the league early game, right? This is not the masterclass early game that we saw from them last game yesterday. It's a very different beast. Probably going to smack down the turret with his briefcase nonetheless. They still have control of the map. But still, I feel like while they are making good plays around the map as a whole, I still feel like the ball is in the Gravitas court, right? To make that big move. Because they definitely have the potential here.
Leandri's Torment for Piglet, as opposed to the Luden's Echo. A lot of discussion around that in previous weeks as well. I think Leandri's not a bad choice in this game in particular when you're going up against so many tanky members. And so we'll see how that burn sort of ends up working out for Gravitas. Kyose playing a little bit of a bait game down here in the bot lane. Has got Aces floating. And Safa and Biopanther having a bit of a wet noodle fight up in the top lane. Looks like Pabu's come to cook up a storm as well, but eventually wanders away.
Looking like it's going to be a Titanic Hydra as the second item here as well for Safa. So a bit of extra team fighting prowess perhaps from the person who has to do a lot of damage. Not going to be any kind of solo queue cheesy builds here, Jordan, like the hull breaker for optimal split pushing. I think just like Charlie mentioned in the coach's interview, a lot of the damage in team fights is going to have to come from the top laner of Gravitas.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Rupture not quite able to connect, and so Safa is able to hookshot away to safety again. Pabu just hovering top lane quite a lot of the time. Unable to find success so far. Also quite strange to see a Lulu solo down in bot, but seems to be working out quite nicely for Gravitas. They've picked themselves up their second tower.
Yeah, it's working fine. But again, I still want to see the Lulu and the Olaf on the same side of the map working together. Of course, you've got the Dragon in 10 seconds, so that's where you would at least expect them to be. Nakano not going to work with his team. His team's caught.
Chaz is going to be gifted a freebie. Easy kill for him in the end. So Pavu and the rest of Pentanet will now have a really good opportunity to start to influence the map. I mean, Dragon is open. But is that the biggest point of contention for them, or do they want this mid tower?
Chaz no kick, so really shouldn't be looking for a flank angle on mid there. You've got reinforcements from Gravitas. Biopanther with teleport in hand does mean that he's able to stay on the top side of the map, and because the support is dead, Gravitas opt to bring their top laner down just to protect that mid lane outer turret, but that's the third objective of the game. And the tragedy here is I've spoken at length at this point on that I want to see Gravitas fight for that one. I think that they were actually fighting fair. You've got 2 items on your Enchanter Lulu. Surely, surely this is the moment where your Olaf is strong enough with a Lulu protecting it to win a 5v5. And surely that's enough to get your Camille into the game with a couple of kills here and there, or maybe bring the Ziggs back in. But ultimately, your Wits End Kai'Sa are very hard to deal with. And the early pick onto the Zillion makes it impossible to even consider.
Well, the response is going to be in the mid lane from Gravitas. They have summoned the Rift Herald and they're going to get a charge out of it. Not quite the second to come through. But overall, opens up the map quite substantially. We do still have a mid tower intact for Gravitas. And Pentanet are going to be the ones that start to feel as though the map gets a little bit smaller for them. At least in terms of the safety net. Piglet should have a pretty comfortable time clearing this mid-wave out. There's no real chance that that tower is going to go down anytime soon for Gravitas, as long as the Ziggs is sitting in mid.
Just thinking through items here for Pabu as well. Now that he's fresh as a daisy, level 11 on his Mundo. I like the idea of perhaps the Spirit Visage completion as the second item. I do think that you can afford to go Magic Resistance second. And the way that you build Mundo, the fact that you have so much health regeneration, first of all, makes Camille's life a little bit more difficult to take you down. When a lot of Camille's damage can come from true damage, you just get through that with raw health. Mundo has that in spades, so does Cho'Gath.
Well, let's see how this fight pans out. Sapphire looks to be getting the worst of it. And there often comes a point where the Cho'Gath just starts to do a little bit more than you do in terms of those fights. I don't know if we've hit that just yet, but Biopanther is looking a little scary despite being down 0-2.
Ravenous Hydra is going to be the item of choice as well here for Sapphire. Much more lane sustain. It does make it pretty difficult to be Biopanther, who could just be going for the Thornmail to compensate anyway. But yeah, a bit more side lane scaling, a bit more side lane healing and threat in duelist mode effectively. Titanic with a bit more health can lead into a Sterex gauge, right? And then you have a really big shield to go with the shields you've got. I want to say that this game is quiet, right? It feels like we've had a lot of messy little individual movements here and there and a lot of individual messy moments, but overall it's been a very settled and quiet affair.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many kills, just 8 in 21 minutes. I think I'd agree with you. There's been a lot of moments that you've sort of gone, ooh, but nothing really has come from a lot of them. And here we might get to see our first team fight of the game. In fact, is it too little too late for Gravitas? Well, a couple of teleports will ensure that they can push Pentanet away, but Pentanet's more than happy with that. They trade 2 TPs for 1. It was the Ziggs and the Camille investing, obviously alongside Biopanther on Cho'Gath. So overall, the exchange of summoner spells, favorable for Pentanet.
The only objective really available is that Baron for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Cloud's Soul is
Flyer's going to show
the
bot side
cards.
though, and he doesn't have TP.
Yeah, so this could be a key to actually go for the Baron itself. They are committing to this one.
Well, question, how quickly can Gravitas do it with the composition they've got? Well, an Olaf certainly will chunk through it, especially when buffed by a Lulu. Well below half, and at the moment, we're only just seeing BioPanther get into the mid lane. Here comes the fight. It's 4v5 for now, but Gravitas, have they gotten enough done before BioPanther arrives? Low HP, low numbers on the Gravitas roster, and Feast definitely available. BioPanther holds it and invests it onto Safa. Overall, 2 kills go the way of Pentanet. Only 1 goes the way of Gravitas. In fact, actually 3 go the way of Pentanet. So even better, and they might well get another one here onto Kyose, who is trying to run. Does his best to avoid the Sonic Wave and will manage to juke that one. But can he get away from a Mundo and a Lee Sin? I dare say you cannot. Just a bit too much mobility, chase potential, and so Kyose goes down as well. Overall, Gravitas will not be happy with that fight.
No, not at all. It was a messy fight for them, unfortunately, as well, right? It's funny because there was a Lee Sin kick that brought Kyose closer to the action, closer to actually saving the Camille, and you'll get to see this here. Chaz with a nice flank, and it's good damage onto the Zilean, but Zilean ults onto Safa at the same time as the full Lulu combo, and so they don't even use their support champions together very well and synergize well at all, and then the backline's dying. You know, who's actually stopping Chaz from just winning the game when you give all of your shields and everything to Safa and he's still dying?
Rough situation to be in for Gravitas now. But they're going to have another crack at it. Starting that Baron. A few question mark pings being put in there by Pentanet, and I must say I probably echo that sentiment. I'm not sure this will work out for Gravitas. Dragon goes the way of Kratos
for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, Pentanet are more than happy to just play the dance for now. In fact, Gravitas pushes the issue. They force the fight. The bombs go through, but they're really not doing enough damage, are they? Pentanet have gotten on top of Gravitas, and that's always going to be a bad time if you are a Gravitas fan. And in the end, a complete ace. And Baron will go the way of Pentanet as well as the Dragon Soul. Everything works out for Pentanet.
Yeah, back-to-back team fight victories here for Pentanet. Back-to-back team fights at the Baron as well. And Gravitas have definitely drawn the line in the sand, and they have said there is really no way we win this game unless we start trying to do something at this exact moment. You know, they failed the opportunity to contest the 3rd Dragon. That could have been their chance. Their chance was lost, and so now it's desperation. And once again, Chaz straight into the backline. This time, Praetor to follow. And Parbu and BioPanther just cannot be stopped. You know, Safa tries to get onto carries maybe, but you can't actually get onto any of the carries because they're all tanks as well.
Yeah.
And they're all able to handle you.
Yeah, the back line is just not sufficient enough for Gravitas at the moment. Piglet, Azus, Kyose, they all feel like really, really easy targets. And Kyose even invests the wild growth onto himself in that fight, which I dare say is not, you know, in an ideal world, what he'd want to be doing. Sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do as a Lulu, but imagine that goes on to Akano. Imagine Akano's copping all the buffs from the Lulu and he's able to run forward, just keep autoing. It's not the world that we live in right now for Gravitas, and unfortunately that means that they are in a difficult spot. Lots of shutdowns available on the Pentanet side of things, and so that might be the avenue back in for Gravitas, but now you've got Dragon Soul secured, you've got Baron buff for Pentanet. It doesn't really get much better.
No, it doesn't. There's no real split push option here for Gravitas. If you split push, you're just going to get run down. You know, they're just going to barrel through the front door. In terms of lane assignments here for PGG on their deploy, it makes sense that they would stick to a 4-1 with Parbu and another frontliner being there. Praetor should be pretty free to hit these turrets. And you would expect at least 1 inhibitor to drop from this. There's really no point in contesting this if you're Gravitas up until the inhibitors themselves, and even then, I would say sparingly. Ziggs makes it hard to actually break through. That is the one consideration that we have here. But even then, this Ziggs build is not max damage, and Safa is just... why is he in a turret?
He's just been deleted, hasn't he? And so that opens things up nicely. And you say, yeah, I mean, Ziggs does make it a bit difficult to push on through, but when there's Baron creeps involved, Ziggs can't clear them quite so easily. And there's just a lot of free damage coming through from those siege creeps onto the bot side tower. They're just essentially sieging, aren't they? Slowly but surely, Pentanet is breaking those two turrets open. Both now around the quarter HP mark, just below. Flash over the wall from Decoy, and Zenith Blade will connect. Wild Growth to attempt to save Piglet, but he's not even the focus of fire right now. Unfortunately for Asus, he used Chrono Shift on the Ziggs, didn't have it for himself. Now he's dead as well, and Pabu and Chaz just want to keep on going. Dragon's Rage, not enough to finish off Akano, but that's an inhibitor opened up, and that might actually be the end of the game here, Rusty. Pentanet is looking dominant, they're looking fierce. The towers are going down, the Baron buff lasts another 10 seconds, but is it enough to actually finish the game right here and now? Biopanther goes low, Chaz as well. Decoy below half, and Pabu is a little worse for wear. So Pentanet might just have to be happy with that one Nexus tower before backing out. Seems like Chaz has other ideas, but the retreat is sounded for Pentanet. Let's see if they can get out with 5 alive. Doesn't seem like that's the case. Safa flashes forward,
the chase
gets one.
can continue here as well. Oh, that stun was really good.
Very good indeed from Mr. Decoy. And all said and done, I think Pabu, sacrificing his life, is more than happy with the results of that fight. Exec Ultimatum is in the wheelhouse and actually invested onto Praedith. Is that a little bit too wishful thinking for Gravitas though? Well, Decoy falls as well. And now you're starting to see the team composition come into effect. Unfortunately though, Akano goes a little bit too crazy.
Oh, the Q hit.
And Chaz is going to connect onto Kyose. There's no escaping from this. What? We've just watched like 5 minutes of fighting.
Yeah, I mean, take a second and actually get a breath here, Jordan, because it's finally stopped team fighting for a hot second. Teleports are going to come in because basically they can just end the game here. No real way out for Azus. He is just dead to rights now. The Q's on.
Oh, does flash away from the rupture, but Chaz waited so patiently and followed him.
And again, that should just be at least this mid inhibitor. Let's say maybe not game. Baron has subsided and Ziggs exists. But ultimately, yeah, 5 minutes maybe of fighting, maybe more, maybe less. It just never stopped. And still PGG in the driver's seat, only getting further and further ahead ultimately. And able to disengage to an Elder Dragon if need be, able to disengage to a Baron in a minute 20 if need be as well.
Yep.
Really no way out of this one if you're Gravitas, who have really decided their only way into this is just to, like, at a certain point, we all acknowledge that PGG have overstayed their welcome because they tried to force the end instead of double inhibs. And they just wanted to chase them until they got to the enemy fountain. That was really their best way. It doesn't work.
Can I just point out, Praedith has actually gone for the AD build. Sorry, AP build, I should say. He's got himself a Zhonya's, Nashor's Tooth. We knew about the Wit's End. We saw that coming a mile away. But Nashor's Tooth and Zhonya's, not obviously what you always see, but definitely workable on a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, lots of attack speed as well in that build. I actually quite like it. They do have plenty of physical damage when your mid laner is 10-1.
Yeah.
Just take that into advisement. And Wit's End, I think, is just broken.
Well, Chaz has managed to get a kick onto the backline once again. What a great one. He'll be crowing about that on the social media after this, I'm sure, if he doesn't get the player that delivered, because he's certainly been having a good game. Praedith in the thick of things as well. He's going to pump all that damage out. In the end, the kills are going the way of Biopanther, which, to be fair, feels like it's deserved. He's had a, I wouldn't say a rough game because he's had a good game, but he hasn't had a fun game. And he does manage to finally get a little bit of success there right on the end. 5-2-7 for himself. Great work from the Pentanet roster as they do manage to pick up the Dragon just as a little bit of a how you going from Pabu as the game does end. Big damage from that Demolish proc as well, by the way. And Pentanet, well, they're certainly going to let Gravitas know. 5
seconds on Azus.
Is this the dive?
Oh, 100%. Whoever gets it gets the player that delivered.
Oh, well, no one's going to get it. They've actually just baited Biopanther. Chaz, he gets it in the end. And look, to be fair, he might well get the player that delivered. We'll have to talk about that one in just a little bit. But 12-2-9. You know what? I actually think Pabu deserves it.
Yeah, I was looking for that last team fight, Jordan, for maybe there was a cleaver that hit during the Lee Sin combo. Just something that might sway me back more towards Pabu getting
I actually thought it was a really good ultimate from that Dr. Mundo in that last fight.
Yeah, true.
So maybe we'll have to give it to Pabu. We'll have to see. Overall, though, great work from Pentanet. And an interesting team composition from Gravitas. I'll give them that. They tried to throw a bit of a curveball in here. They tried to do something different. But, I mean, as soon as we went into that game, right, from the 2-minute mark, you looked at that bot lane, you were saying, like, this is never working. Unfortunately, not against a team the caliber of Pentanet. they knew exactly what they needed to do against that. And despite some great stuff in the mid lane from Kiyose, you know, a solo kill onto the Lee Sin as a Lulu, not something you see every day, but just not enough, unfortunately. So, look, let's get Mac in and see if he's got any differing thoughts on the game than us. But, hey, this time at least you got your prediction right, Mac.
Yes, we all got our predictions right, and I'm pretty damn pumped about that one. So that's a good way to kick things off. I honestly don't know who should be getting the player that delivered at the moment, only because I feel like everyone kind of entered a little bit at that early game, and then they did manage to do the Pentanet thing of Split 1 where they, you know, got back into the game, played it perfectly in terms of the macro, and then just dominated all the way to the end. But you did say whoever gets that kill at the end gets the player that delivered, and you cannot say that and then not give it to Chaz, who ended up getting the kill. He gave his life for that one, John.
Yeah, he did. I was actually a little bit surprised that they left BioPanther out to try. I feel like that was some internal BM. The strategy was the Rupture's going to go down, Decoy's going to send it in with the Zenith Blade, BioPanther to tank, Chaz to get the kill. But they really did do BioPanther dirty a little bit at the end there. So maybe we give BioPanther the player that delivered. At least he was the one that was in for the boys.
Anything to not give it to Chaz is where we're at this point in conversation. Chaz did play exceptionally well, so just note that we're memeing. We're actually joking in the same way that PGE did for anyone that isn't aware. But in all seriousness, I would give it to Chaz personally, unless I give it to someone else. Am I right?
Look, I think the only people that sort of didn't was that bot lane, and Praedyth again on the Kaiser, even though he didn't get that Aphelios, which they banned. Was that surprising?
Sorry, I honestly didn't hear it.
No worries. So, again, Praedyth
I didn't hear it
on the Kaiser got the W and didn't get the Aphelios, which I also noticed that they banned. Was that surprising?
Oh, that they banned the Aphelios? I think based off the interview yesterday, that's surprising, because he said he will continue to play it until people can deal with it themselves. But
yeah.
We also do know that he is a Kaiser player, and we also know that in the minds of pro players, they might see something in another region last night, you know, watching the LPL, the LCK, and they're inspired, and they have to play that today, you know?
Yeah.
So it could also just be that.
That's it. It's a perfect little world, all things considered. But again, Pentanet, now they are in first on the leaderboard. That is absolutely huge for them and their confidence. And Nat, she's pretty huge as well, aren't you?
Yeah. Sorry, I feel really bad because both of them ignored your question, and I was just writing down a note for a question to ask in the interview as you brought me in.
It's just a bad day to be a Mac, mate.
I feel really bad. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine, guys. I don't care. Look, Twitch chatter into my predictions. You guys aren't listening to me. That's fine. Hopefully someone is down there that will listen to you, though, on the side lanes.
Yes, I am hoping that Pabu is going to be listening to me. But look, congratulations on the win. You guys are now in first place overall. So how does that feel?
Feels good. If like the low that MacMate is at right now, we're like the inverse of that. You know, we're all the way at the top. So I mean, it feels pretty good, but also that was a real bit of a circus of a game. It was good fun. We were kind of screaming and shouting a bit, hollering. Akano and Olaf truly is a different beast. Their comp was a bit cringe. It was like, I don't know. It was good fun, but also we griefed pretty hard at a few crucial moments, and the draft was definitely suboptimal. So it was a bit challenging for sure.
Yeah, well, walk me through the draft, because I really enjoy hearing your insight and your take on draft matchups. So walk me through the one for tonight.
I think we just kind of griefed our 2-3. We have a few different options there. We picked Kaiser Leona, and it kind of makes us really short range. And this team really likes playing these heavy enchanter comps with champions like Olaf that function really well into short range team comps. So we kind of pigeonhole ourselves into like a spot that they could use their like one good draft against. So I'd say that was a bit of a mistake. We had a few different options, and it was probably better to go for one. When they had the Lulu, we should pick something that both beats it in lane and is a bit safer and outranges. So I think that's where we messed up by slamming that one in.
I mean, you say that you messed up in the draft, but you guys still came through with the win. So what would you say was your key advantage to be able to play that draft and get the win?
Like bot gap's pretty big. Like playing Ziggs, like Ziggs blind into Leona is just like, it's horrendous. It's for sure like not good. And then they also have like an autofield player playing Zilean with no Guardian, no defensive runes, and he's just going to feed. So bot gap's pretty massive, and then also we just have better hands than all their players. So any team fight we walk into, we should win as long as we play it like somewhat well. So it's always going to be hard for them to win, but you know, those kind of super cringe Healy compositions that have 9,000 health and never die are like the best way for Gravitas to win, right? Like you saw them win on the, what was it? It was like the Tarek Olaf comp or whatever the other day versus Peace. Like they kind of excel when they can just play this death ball and just kind of run you down, and we almost fell prey to that.
Almost, but you guys didn't, which is great to see. Very, very quickly, one word, who would you give player that delivered to?
Danny Boy, I think he's had absolutely stellar couple weeks, and on the Leona, dude, he's smurfing every game. He's really like, he makes the difference for me. It's so easy to jungle, like, especially last game versus the Chiefs. It's like, jungle is me versus Swaith, but it's also me and Danny versus Swaith. I just have this huge advantage because he's always looking for plays on the top side, always winning lane and trying to get on the map. So I think Danny Boy deserves a little more recognition for how good he's playing at the moment.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and I'm definitely going to go to look up the dictionary to find out where that one word lays. But look, thank you so much for joining me for this interview, and thank you, and congratulations again on winning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like, you know, I've seen a lot of one-word answers in my time, and that was probably the one-word answer that lasted the longest.
You think supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is the longest word in the dictionary? Nah, mate,
right.
it's Pabu's interview.
Yeah, indeed.
Look, that's it. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And look, even though Pabu did expect Danny Boy to be getting the player that delivered, unfortunately, Jordan handed it away on a silver platter to the big man Chaz there in the mid lane when he said, hey, whoever gets this kill gets the player that delivered, and Chaz got it. So
that was actually Rusty. By the way.
Good job, Jordan.
That was Rusty. So we'll throw Rusty under the bus for that one. But I will say, I think that Chaz definitely does deserve this. I mean, look, there was any number of players that you could have chosen on that roster for Pentanet in that game, but 80% kill participation coming through from your mid laner, you can't really go too far past that. I think he had a really, really good game. That final fight as well around the Dragon Pit where he gets the 3-man kick onto the back line, it's just reminiscent of the previous game where he was quote-unquote robbed. So overall, I feel like Chaz, you know, he had a great game, and so 12-2-9. What can you really do? What can you say against that?
Yeah,
I
look,
mean, I can say some things, Mac, just quickly. I'm going to watch the tape, Chaz, and if I find any reasons that Pabu deserves it more than you, I will let you know on Twitter. But otherwise, I do want to say it was a very good Lee Sin game besides the solo death.
Well, there you have it. He got solo boloed. He got some solo bolos himself, and then did a whole lot in the team fights. Also, another thing to point out is only 9 wards placed. So again, as we were talking about earlier, on those Lee Sins, just being very, very careful with those wards, making sure you have them when you need those ward hops. Now, that brings us to the end of game number 2 for the day. We have a third one to get to, and that is Order and Peace. Now, we want to jump into that one because it's going to be massive, so I will not keep you waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you just after the break.
Green, no Ignite here, so kill threat pretty low for Kyosei.
Ooh, or maybe not. One more
He's
auto.
committed.
He's going to flash forward, and there was no safeguard left for Chaz. So well, Pentanet are more than happy to just play the dance for now. In fact, Gravitas pushes the issue. They force the fight. The bombs go through, but they're really not doing enough damage, are they? Pentanet have gotten on top of Gravitas, and that's always going to be a bad time if you are a Gravitas fan. Around the quarter HP mark, just below, flash over the wall from Decoy, and Zenith Blade will connect. Wild Growth to attempt to save Piglet, but he's not even the focus of fire right now. Unfortunately for Asus, he used Chrono Shift on the Ziggs, didn't have it for himself. Now he's dead as well, and Pabu and Chaz just
There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna live tonight. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. I close my eyes
Boom. Banger of a game for number 2 of the day. Number 3 coming up very shortly indeed. And I'm excited to get into all the action. So why don't we just talk about anything but the action? Rusty, what did you do with your 5-minute break?
Made tea.
Ooh.
Which is important because I'm constantly losing my voice lately.
Okay, that's a big tea. I'm right there with you, except I'm still on the 7:50 p.m. coffees.
Oh,
so
shit.
we're just chilling, mate. It's okay.
That's a mug and a half, Mac.
Jordan, do you have a mug there quickly before we start talking teams?
I have a glass of water.
Oh, good on you, mate. Did you get that one off DoorDash?
Yeah, actually, they brought the glass as well for me, which was really nice.
That's so
But
damn
I get it in a
lovely.
plastic cup, but they've gone the extra mile, which is great.
Oh, you love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Now, something else you love to see is both of these teams. Let's talk Peace first, though. So they have not had a whole lot of success since these roster swaps, but Rusty, is today the day where they turn it around?
It's really hard to say exactly when it will be that Peace will click and we will get to see the Peace that we all expect, right? And we all have high expectations for a team like this. The fact that the players themselves as they join say anything less than winning is failure, anything less than Worlds is failure, right? Now they're in a position where they're 7-6 and almost have more losses than they do wins as a roster this split. I mean, that's so far off the expectations that perhaps not only they have for themselves, but the viewers have of them. So will we see it today? I think fundamentally what we saw from them yesterday was very rough. So I don't have the highest confidence in them, but we all know that the potential is there. And they're also good enough individuals, Mac, that they can just have a pop-off game, right? Like just one of them could do enough to carry.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. Now, we get to see some familiar faces in this sick clip, but we have some Peace content for you guys, so check out this team profile.
This could be the play. It got cancelled.
The TP got cancelled. This could be huge. Halo, Appy, they might just finish the game right now, Rusty. I don't believe it. That turret not quite going to go down in time. It's BioPanther. But what's he going to do? He's a Lulu. He's up in the air. He's going to die. It doesn't matter. The Nexus is going to go down. Peace have found the victory from the jaws of defeat. I don't even know what to say. Halo's dabbing. Get that off my screen. Unbelievable.
I think our approach has changed quite a bit, bringing on Babip. We have a different view and we take a more calculated approach this time. It's, you know, it's a bitter taste losing finals like that. Improvement across the split has had a good trajectory. So I think it's going to be a lot different this split.
We are a crazy team. We will not feel like we're behind. Like even we're behind, we still want to take the fight and try our mechanic. So we always tell each other like it's still possible to win because we're just better player.
Exterminate Dragku. Now it's on. Babip joins the fight once again. Appy, essentially 2 versus 1, and he's winning it. And in the end, there isn't really a whole lot here for the Chiefs. Violet eeing forward, feeling supremely confident. Liv will not survive.
A lot of people describe Peace as like a pretty one-dimensional team. Like I get a lot of resources bought, and some games that is true, but that's only because I'm one of the best AD carries in the league. I also want to be able to like show that we can carry through any lane.
I can feel like the energy is good between everyone. Everyone is really driven to wanting to win, and everyone's just super focused on the task at hand.
Even when we're behind in games, we can find opportunities all the time to out-macro our opponents or catch people out. So people have to play really well to close out games against us, and you'll see that, I think, in this upcoming split.
I would say this is just like the starting point for us. Obviously, our goal is to win and go to Worlds. I think anything but taking it all out and going to Worlds would be a disappointment for us.
We're a very explosive team. With every small lead that we get, we're able to like take over games through any lane we choose to play through.
I'm very confident that I can make the difference for Peace, and I'm just really grateful that this opportunity has come to me, and I'm going to make the most of it.
Didn't go MSI on split 1, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm pretty sure we're going to Worlds this split.
I'd say you better get ready and cheese us, because there's no way you'll ever win if you're playing standard. That's all. Just cheese us.
As you can see, of course, that was filmed at the start of the split, so a couple of things have changed since then, but it was always good to hear the players and their perspective on things and how it could have changed from then to now, you know. But it is a battle of 2 teams, and we need to talk about Order as well, who have been playing out of their minds lately. Let's have a chat about them, shall we, Jordan?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching Order over the last few weeks. I mean, they did have a loss yesterday, or no, even at the end of last week, I should say, against Pentanet. But aside from that, it's mostly been wins coming through. I mean, they've been looking pretty good. Puma has certainly been a highlight point. We've talked a lot about Kevy. Yesterday, their game against Direwolves fills you with a lot of confidence as well, because I feel like, you know, you look at the teams they've gone up against, they've beaten Gravitas, you think, okay, fine, Gravitas is Gravitas, but then they beat the Chiefs last week, and then they beat Direwolves this week. So you start to go, okay, well, if they can beat Chiefs and Direwolves, there's a pretty good chance that they can beat Peace today as well, given the fact that Peace have been going through some struggles lately. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Order. I feel like they're a pretty informed team, and up against an out-of-form Peace, I don't think... Look, this might actually be a bit of a controversial statement, but I don't think it's unrealistic to say that they're the favourites in this match.
Yeah, I can see the world where that is the case. Of course, off recent performance, that is certainly true. Now, Nat, do you resonate with the same sort of thoughts?
Surprisingly, not overly. I think... Oh, actually, maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people are giving it credit to, but maybe I just have, you know, hope for an underdog or the dark horse, and Peace just, like, finally clicked tonight.
Okay. Very true. Now, that's enough about us. You got some players down there to hear from as well?
I do. I have the top laners, Atali and Max, to join me for the pre-game interview. Thank you both so much for joining me. Max, how is the confidence down there in Order for tonight's game?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think we try not to be too overconfident heading into any game, especially since Peace are so strong individually. Despite their underperformances, we all know that they're very good individual players. But that being said, we have given our recent performance in our recent form where we are feeling pretty confident that we can take this game.
I like to see it. Now, Tally, first thing I'm going to point out is you're in the house. How is it down there?
I mean, I'm just glad to be in the house with the team. So I think like gaming houses are really, really broken when you can all like spend time together and bond and like discuss stuff out of game really easily. So I'm like glad to be here now.
Do you think it might just be the gaming house buff to get tonight's win?
I hope so. I mean, it didn't really work yesterday, so.
Hey, new day, you know? How are you feeling, though, about the performance of Peace so far, and also your individual performance at the LCO?
I think as a team, it's definitely disappointing. Like, we've been underperforming. Like, we can't really pinpoint the issue. Like, not to like really make an excuse, but like just because of Super Week, we have like less scrims and less time to figure out like what exactly could be the fix. Individually, I think like there has been times where I could have 1v9 the games based on the resources I was given, but like I'm not too disappointed with how I'm playing, but I think I could do much, much more.
Now, Max, last time you guys faced off against Peace, they didn't have Tally in the top lane. Do you think this new roster could give you the advantage to have a win, or does it intimidate you at all?
I think there's like upsides and downsides to the new roster changes. I think last time we played it was against Lisa support, and now they have Appy support. Obviously Tally top. I think the top lane has definitely upgraded. I'm not too sure how support will go. From the look of last night's game, it looks like it's not as strong, but it is very early days. I think this roster is slightly more manageable than the old Peace roster, the one with Eldoric, so hopefully that'll give us a bit of an edge.
Alrighty, well, I look forward to the game. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oofed. Straight from the horse's mouth, hey? So, or to think that this one is more manageable than the last lineup. Let's see how it goes this time, as it is a bit of a rematch. So let's jump straight into predictions. Have a quick look at what you guys think is going to happen. Order on the first page, and another. Actually, no, we got a W with Twitch chat. So maybe I'm not disappointed in you. Who knows? Let's see how you go by the end of the night, and I could revoke your doing my prediction privileges, and we could set up something else, another tally somewhere. But let's jump onto page number 2, have a look at what Nat's gone for. Nat's on the Peace bandwagon, okay.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be the only one on the Peace bandwagon, but I have Groovy Juvie on my side, which makes me feel a little bit better about I don't want to give away too much when you asked me earlier, but I really do think that I don't know. I do think that it's a lot closer than a lot of people giving credit for. I think Order are known to dropping the ball sometimes, and I just really hope that Peace have found the opportunities to sort of get the snowball rolling.
I think it's one of those games where the draft is going to have a huge influence into which way the game's going to go, and I believe it's ready. So I'm not going to keep anyone waiting too much longer. It's time to watch Order and Peace.
All right, well, looking forward to this one because it's going to be an absolute banger, or at least I hope that it will be. Order have been on the up and up, and in fact, they're actually higher in the standings than Peace are, which is probably not something that I would have expected going into this split. But the way that I kind of look at this is very similar to the first match of the day so far. I sort of look at it as Order is a team that is in form. They're performing better than Peace is at this current point in time, but maybe Peace looks like a better team overall. And that's kind of where I was sitting with the Chiefs versus Direwolves. I went with the Chiefs in that last matchup. I was sort of favoring the team that I think was quote-unquote the better team for the season. But I didn't favor the form team, and now I've gone for the form team. So let's see if Order can uphold their end of the bargain, as we do see those bans starting to come through. Maximize is going to be locking in the Graves early on in the piece, which we can only imagine is going to be headed over towards Kevy. Certainly a specialty pick for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Graves pick itself is really big for Kevy. 12-1 on his last performance. Lulu being banned away, still leaving Karma available, is an interesting point of note through the first 6 bans. I do think Lulu is just a very good champion. Of course, while it did lose last game, it's still very prevalent. And to no one's surprise, I think Peace lock in what they do as their 1-2 here on red side. My eyes move much more towards Order's 2-3 here and where they choose to go. Graves can be flexible for solo laners potentially, but yeah, this exists. And I feel like one of the big traps that we saw earlier today was a Ziggs without support that was good with it, that kind of got pigeonholed into a weird matchup. I think if you can go for the support first and hold those other champions like the AD carries and go with it, I do think that opens the floor for Puma to play a couple of interesting options. So I wouldn't mind a support lock-in first.
Yeah, we do get that support lock-in as well. And obviously also the Viego to go up into the top lane, maybe, we would assume, although I suppose Chungy could take it into mid as well. I mean, Leona into this bot lane, I feel like it's not a fun lane to play as Leona. If you can get on top of them, you can make it work, but in terms of managing to lock down an Ezreal, we all know how difficult that can be at times. Babib's going to be able to pick up the Hecarim here, which is another comfort selection from him. And one other thing to actually say towards that Viego is that it takes it away from Tally. I feel like that's been his go-to champion since returning to Oceania, so not a bad pick up for Order out of those first couple of picks. Orianna banned away. That'll be targeted towards Halo. No real surprises there. You won't want to be seeing a Halo Orianna in combination with a Babip Hecarim, because that could certainly be a recipe for disaster. Kalista the ban away from Peace as well, which is an interesting one.
Yeah, getting rid of a bit of early lane priority. Kalista Leona can be quite dangerous to deal with. And again, if it's difficult to deal with an Ezreal and a Karma, you add in a layer of complexity there, particularly even at level 6, a bit of extra mobility, a bit of extra all-in threat level 1 that a Kalista can provide. I think that is a good ban. The Evelyn ban, I do think that, you know, the 1-2 here from Order is super curious because Graves can also flex to solo lanes in the same way that Viego can flex to jungle if need be. So lots of possibilities really are there for them. Now, they don't get absolute counter pick, right? They still have to reveal at least all 5 of their champions before Peace do. So I like that Tally and Halo have the opportunity, if they want, to pick a flexible champion here and hold on to that 5th pick.
We'll see where this one's going to be angled from Violet. Mid lane, another one of Halo's comfort champions, the Syndra. Not something that we're too surprised to see, just another control mage in mid. And that'll work nicely with the composition that Peace are starting to put together.
I mean, that's basically blind though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You would assume that it's Viego top Graves jungle until we see otherwise. So Chungy sees the Syndra. Your conventional counters that I wouldn't expect to see are the Vladimir and the Echo. Galio was what I was thinking as well. You've got a Leona that can work really nicely with it. Viego that can definitely combo decently well with it. I'm glad we're not going to see this because Leona's already locked in. If we do, I might just up and leave. But Galio I like from Chungy as of how it combos with the team. In saying that, I've seen a lot of Syndras run away with this matchup. That's my only concern.
Yeah, there is that. And I don't mind giving the final counter pick over to Tally up in that top lane as well for Peace. You know, you put a lot of onus on him being a player that's returning from overseas to be able to have a good solid performance and give him all the tools and resources that is going to require. So what it eventuates in is the Sivir down in bot, which is not a bad pick into Ezreal and Karma. You know, you obviously like to get those spell shields going, keep the mana flowing quite nicely, and against that pokey kind of bot lane, that's definitely going to be an option. Not to mention it gives your composition that extra move speed that it requires to, you know, maybe get on top of the likes of the move speed that's being thrown in there from Karma as well. And then obviously Jace up in top, and as far as that matchup is concerned, a little bit of a range advantage, I suppose, for Tally. And he's obviously played quite a lot of Viego himself, so he'll sort of know the ins and outs of what he needs to be doing in that one. But what are your thoughts on the two drafts as a whole? I feel like Peace have got onto a lot of comfort champions once again, so that is a tick in my book. But I'm excited to see what we're going to get through from Order here. You know, I like watching Kevion Graves. I have a lot of faith in Puma and Beats at the moment. I feel like they're doing really, really well as a bot lane. And so I think for me, probably the big question mark is on Chungy in mid, on that Galio. You know, whether or not he's going to get behind or whether or not he's going to be able to influence the game here, I think dictates a lot.
Yeah, it really does. And for me, right, here's the only magic damage on this team. So there is a lot of pressure around the mid laner of Order, who is also notorious for falling behind, right? Just sacrificing farm in mid to survive. I would say that's not ideal in this game. Maybe he wants to have a little bit more priority, be more proactive with the rest of his team. Just looking at how the rest of the team works around him as well, there is a bit of aggression that you can see from Leona Roams, from Graves ganking in mid lane, definitely possible with that setup, and their team fighting is fantastic overall. On the Peace side of the coin here is poking bottom lane, poking top laner, a lot of pick potential that can come from their mid and jungle. It's not the Nidalee for Babip, right? They're not going to go shooting gallery down a single lane until they win, which we did see in their single win in their last 5 games against Mammoth. But it does still harken back to that just a little bit, right? Shades of their success that we've rarely seen from them of late is still there in the composition. Babip's Hecarim, which did go 6-0 before they lost to Gravitas, there's still a lot there to speak towards. Violet can definitely try and control this lane with Appy there on the Karma. Halo's the place that I think needs to also, similar to Chungy, not fall behind.
Ooh, hang on a second. Let's see what we get out of this one. 5 stack in the bot lane from Order. The timing not good for Appy. Forces the flash. Beats connecting Zenith Blade. And that is Violet. Locked down and deleted. Chungy, I think he had to flash taunt to get on top of him just to make sure that Violet didn't have the opportunity to use any summoner spells to get out of that one. But overall, first blood for Order.
Pretty big play there from Order. I like the rehearsed strategies that we get out of both of these teams. You could see they clearly both had a plan in mind, which is always engaging, right, the first couple minutes of this game. But very clearly one side comes out on top here, and with the summoners that go missing, early game gets very interesting to watch.
Yeah, a lot to think about, and I think I'll give you some time to stew it over here, Rusty, as I do bring Midlord into the conversation. Coach and draft god for Peace. How are you doing today, Midlord?
Hi, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. And wanted to ask you a few questions. The first one, maybe not an enjoyable one. Some recent struggles for Peace. You've lost 4 out of 5 of your last games. And obviously Tally coming into the roster hasn't had the impact maybe that you would have wanted. But what do you think are the reasons for your struggles coming through from the last couple of weeks?
That's very sad because in fact we didn't find a better way in this patch, so we just have tried to test some new things, so we just keep losing, but I think in the future everything will be fine.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a reasonable time, I suppose, for Peace to be doing some experimenting, obviously try to get it all sorted before playoffs. What are your thoughts on this matchup against Order and how Order has been performing lately?
I think this matchup is very good because we have a long range and the landing phase, which each line is better than them.
Fair enough.
They have hard to engage on us. Because we have a Karma.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the draft a little bit then. You know, obviously you've mentioned the Karma, you've talked about the range coming maybe through from the Syndra and the Jace. Are you happy with the draft that you've got?
Yeah, this draft is pretty well and suit for us to engage on them. We have a hack room and hack room Karma, Syndra. It's very easy to engage.
Awesome. All right, well, hopefully things are going to work out quite nicely for you. Midlord, thank you very much for the interview, and we'll see you next time.
See ya.
Cheers. Yeah, not too much, you know, going on beyond that early sort of fight, Rusty. Everything has been fairly standard fare since then.
Yeah, I like what Midlord said in his interview, though, about having winning lanes. I think more than anything else, that's their biggest point of power, but Order really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, well, fastest first blood. How about fastest second blood on offer here for Order as well? Beats is on top of Violet. You can tell who they're trying to shut down at the moment. He's 0 and 2 with 10 CS at 4 minutes into the game. That's not a fun time to be an AD carry. The TP invested in by Tally as well as Maximize. It's a party in the bot lane, and Order are the ones that are coming off better.
Now, Babip is going to be able to counter jungle a lot here. You can see the difference in jungle in terms of farm is significant, but a kill goes the way of Kevy. Just quickly looking at lane states, because that is the most important thing after an event that happens in bottom when all 5 people show up. You've got a teleport from Tungy to top to push the wave in to crash it, and you have Maximize with the freedom to walk mid where the wave was coming towards Order. So I think in terms of how this plays out, as long as the Galio doesn't die top lane right now and that wave crashes, that is a monstrous victory for Order across the map. Teleports expended from both teams. Those winning lanes get waves forced and crashed, and a lot of free resets here for Order as well as the 2 kills going onto Violet early. I don't think you could ask for more to start this game off if you're an Order fan, and really just reeling now if you're Peace.
This is not a bot lane that you really want to get behind against either, because Sivir starts to get a little bit oppressive with those boomerangs getting tossed out, although I will note Puma isn't going for, you know, the lethality build here. He's actually gone for, you know, a bit more standard with the lethal tempo, and so he's looking for the auto attacks more so. But even still, you know, you want to make sure you don't get behind a Sivir lane, especially when there's a Leona in tow, right? Leona just so good at punishing when you get out of position, and all the freedom in the world right now for Beats to do that. He's got the early boots pick up, so he'll be looking to roam.
Yep.
And Violet and Appy are going to be playing catch-up, especially considering, right, Ezreal, he's gone straight into the tier. You know, you're going to take a little while to get going here.
Let's go one step further than that, shall we? 3 members of Peace have gone straight into the tier. So
yeah, true.
Imagine you are a Hecarim and you're trying to find a lane to gank. All 3 of them have tier. All 3 of them are looking to scale and buy some time as well, just as much as they are looking to control their lanes. So what I would normally say is if you have, like, say you've got 3 winning lanes from level 1, you're feeling pretty confident about that, you go triple tier, then really you're just looking to have a jungler farm to 6, play for objectives, and, like, the tier kind of just gets you through laning phase a little bit worse than a kill item, you know?
Yep.
Now that they've fallen behind through some nice play bottom from Order, they haven't been able to just win their lanes simply by existing in their lanes, and they've gone for tier. It could be worse.
Oh, here comes the charge in from Babip, and that doesn't look like it's going to be too fun for Chungy, but luckily he's got Flash. Gets himself out alive. A little bit invested in the fight there from Peace, but certainly take that.
That's a big deal, though, looking at junglers. So really unfortunate for Babip that gank isn't successful. This wave will crash in top lane. Babip uses ult, Halo does not. But at the same time as Babip's ulting mid, Kevy's level 4.
Oh, Babip on the gank train at the moment. Maximize, forced to ult and flash to get away to safety. So Babip, I mean, while he's not having any quote-unquote success in terms of finding kills, he's definitely pulled off a couple of successful ganks.
Yeah, I mean, he's having major success having pressure around the map. You know, the trade-off for the fights that happen bottom is that Babip gets to counter jungle, gets a 2-level lead over Kevy, and has used that to gank twice to get summoner spells. He can return to both of those lanes, particularly when his ultimate is back up. And that Onslaught of Shadows could net them multiple kills and give them a lot of potential to get ahead in this game. Yeah. Kevy gets to 5, but has stopped farming. The enemy blue buff is there to take.
Looks like they are going to take it as well. Appy just going on a little bit of a journey to check that one out, but well and truly gets the information that that is not an area of the map that Peace wants to be in at all. It's not quite going to get Kevy to level 6, but this dragon will. He's about 1 tick away from it, and he's going to be doing his best to make sure that dragon is secured for Order with all the priority they've got in the bot lane, and of course the fact that Kevy's a bit stronger than Babip at the moment. at least in terms of the items that he's managed to grab. I don't think that they're going to be having too many difficulties getting the Dragon here. And Kevy will look for a reset pretty shortly, 1.2k in the bank as well, so he's having a pretty good game for himself, and we can only imagine that's going to continue with the scaling that you do generally get through from Graves.
A bit of cheeky catch-up experience there, jungler of Order, able to do a lot of work because he has the team backing him up, and that really is the state of the game. Babip is going to be able to go straight to the Herald. Of course, it wasn't spawned at the moment Drake was being done, so there is an opportunity that Order will be able to get here in time. But I think there's just a little bit too much priority there from the lanes of Peace to really enable anything.
Yeah, Kevin not too interested, a bit more busy down in the bot side of the jungle with the red buff. He's got the Raptors on the spawn there as well. And again, still hasn't reset just yet, so he's now sitting on 1.5. And you never really want to be fighting when you have so much money in your back pocket. Do see some roams coming through from bot, and even a flash from Beats there as well. Coming through is Appy with the chains onto Chungy. They know he doesn't have flash. Babip on sort of shadows, gets on top of him and finishes him off. That's a kill for Peace, their first of the game. And they'll certainly be hoping for a few more where that came from.
And they're just going to look to clear this mid wave. That was Hecarim, Syndra ultimates that were used. You've got the flashes used by Halo and Appy, as well as the exhaust that had to be chucked onto Kevy there towards the back end of that fight. As something on the board for Peace, it brings them within 100 gold or thereabouts of their opponents. The summoner gets used earlier, and they're able to convert that into a kill. That's the most important part here for Peace, because they're finally turning things into meaningful and tangible gold values.
Yeah. Do have Boots 2 completed for Chungy, and he's actually got the Predator at the moment. So, be interesting to see where he sends that. Ultimate online for the mid laner too. So this will be where we start to see Chungy influencing the map. Here might be an opportunity as Maximize is pushed under the tower with Babip lurking. Kevy is on the top side of the map as well, able to help out, and actually gets a nice little boop onto Babip with that blast cone. Maximize going to send himself over the wall, and Babip is caught out, nowhere to go. Nice work from Kevy, really. It all comes down to that blast cone.
Yeah, I mean, that's really clean from Kevy, and really well done again from Order in terms of how quickly they're able to rotate to the play to help the play in the first place, right? Like, the fact that they've picked Galio is a clear indicator. The fact that Galio is there first, exactly what you want them to do, executing their comp nicely. Another kill goes down. This time it is not going to be onto Violet, so they're starting to open up on the map a little bit more. And any advantages Babip had are starting to dwindle as Kevy gets active on the Rift.
Kevy looking for something in the mid lane. Chungy doesn't quite have flash available, but very nearly will. Still, he's going to go straight on forward. That taunt will indeed connect, and Kevy, he's a Graves. He's got plenty of damage. They're able to layer it down on top of Halo, and that is the end of that. Mid lane going to be pushed in, and that's some plates on.
I mean, that's just such an insane buffering of spells, isn't it, right? The fact that you can Justice Punch through the Scatter the Weak, the fact that you're actually able to dash when you're being pushed back. Definitely just really sad timing there for Halo. I think you can cancel it if you're a little bit slower, but because he's able to buffer it, yeah, easy kill. Well played.
It's got to be one of those weird interactions where if you get it while he's doing the dash, you can cancel it, but
like
not
Tristana,
before.
right?
Yep. Yeah. Tristana's another one of those annoying ones sometimes, but oh well. It's good news for Kevy. It's not the end of the world either for Halo. He has teleport, so he just ports back in. It's only the one plate loss and doesn't lose too many creeps off of the back of it, but it is still some prio going over to Order, and they're starting to snowball this lead a little bit, up to 1.5 or so. I guess back down to about 1k, but regardless of that, Dragon in the back pocket as well, and starting to feel that pressure being executed by Kevy all over the map.
Yeah, and you can't say that you dislike the team fighting of Order at all, right? Once they hit mid-game, they're able to execute onto the Rift as 5. I mean, it's a pretty dangerous composition to deal with. And ultimately, while their magic damage is building a Shirelia's as Galio, there's not really a lot of tanks that exist on Peace's comp.
Hold this thought, because there's going to be a little bit of a shenanigan up in the top lane. Beats actually forces the flash from Tally with that solar flare. And maybe even averts disaster for Maximize, because Babip was lurking. Kevy and Chungy once again in the mid lane. They know Halo does not have flash. He doesn't have a stopwatch. He doesn't have a life. And he doesn't get to play the game either, at least as far as Kevy is concerned. Another kill comes through for Order at the cost of the top lane tower.
Yeah, it'll be the first turret of the game going the way of Tally as well. That should be his Eclipse in base as he comes out onto the map now. He is going to be a very powerful Jace that can have a major influence on team fights. Has immediately teleported to mid-outer and is looking to see if he can influence. But I don't think they'll be able to really get towards the Drake in time. And Maximize able to respond with a teleport of his own. Herald, as the observers are showing us, Jordan did get a second charge off.
Yep. Well, I don't think Order's particularly perturbed by that fact. More than interested in focusing on the Dragons here, and there is an Infernal Soul on offer, which is, you know, still a ways away for Order. But Infernal Soul on a Graves or a Sivir, I'm not feeling too happy if I'm Peace and that occurs. We do have a channel from Beats here on the Hex Flash, but there was a ward. Kevy doesn't look like he cares. Wants that kill anyway. Chungy in on top of Halo and gets the kill regardless. Very well executed from Order. They are just bullying Halo.
Yeah, they're absolutely just putting him in the bin. They're sick of Halo. They said you shouldn't be playing Syndra, and the Syndra pick is being punished. It was blind, so I don't think anyone should be super surprised that their fourth pick, blind Syndra, does get punished in some way. But a lot of this is a result of weathering a laning phase that can be quite rough for Chungy through plays on the rest of the map. You know, he's able to get his Merc treads pretty untouched from it. And now Halo, barring supports, has the lowest gold on the map, competing only with Violet.
Yeah, that's not good news, is it?
Yeah, that's the carries of your team.
Yep. Well, speaking of carries, Violet has picked up the Divine Sunderer for the Ezreal. Gale Force for Puma. So he wants to get a bit aggressive. Maybe, you know, I guess Gale Force you can use in a defensive manner as well, but I always look towards Gale Force as a little bit more of an aggressive tool. Can make the plays as the AD carry when you have that, as opposed to really just relying on everyone else. And so we'll see what Puma can get done. Different itemization than we might have expected.
Yeah, I mean, Gale Force is a very aggressive decision. Usually you get it when your opponents have something that, like, the dash will either save you from or the dash will help you secure the kills for. I would say that right now the Spell Shield should do more than enough for most of the team of Peace, and you'd probably want, like, you could do the lethality build or you could consider like the shield bow, but nevertheless, Puma's a good enough player to make it work.
Yeah. I mean, I think the lethality build makes a lot of sense when you look at Peace's composition, not having a massive tanky threat, but Puma obviously of a different mind, and he has actually been one of the standouts for the split, I'd say, actually. So you really have no reason to doubt him. I'm quite excited to see what he can do with this Gale Force, and looks like he's going to be able to grab himself a top lane tower relatively shortly, if unanswered. Kevy's also there, but they won't actually opt to throw in the Rift Herald. So they're going to put that one in the back pocket.
Yeah, they'll bring Kevy in to make sure the turret is secured in a timely manner. Helps with the resets and a bit of tempo on the map. Peace, you can see Max sitting at his turret, knows that he's on the weak side of the rift as Kevy shows himself top. And that is, of course, where the Hecarim is. So he's just going to lose minions. This is what you have to do as a top laner, everyone. A lot of you die because you try and catch this wave, and the Hecarim, who was at Gromp, just sees a free kill. But now he's got the Leona here. He might show on the next wave. The question is, how does he show, Jordan? Does he show like he's weak, or does he show like he wants to kill straight off the bat with the Leona ult?
Oh, well, Blast Cone for Beats gives him opportunities, and the Zenith Blade will connect. Solar Flare down on top of Tally as well. That man is not going anywhere, except to his death. Might take a little while for Maximize to get it done, but eventually Tally will fall. And there is another kill in the back pocket of Order. Kevy might have felt like he was in trouble for a second there, but the Blast Cone makes it easy for him to escape, not to mention the fact that Puma was there to help out. 7-1 right now for Order, and you could not ask for a better situation, having just called the Rift Herald. Mid tower about to go down, might not even take the Rift Herald charge.
It won't lose any health from the charge. We'll get a second one off here at full health. So the max damage potentially on this second charge. Unfortunately, the time of the animation has been expended. So they lose a bit of time here pushing this second turret. It does mean that Peace will be able to defend this one either way. But still, the Herald is successful at getting a charge off in mid. The kill that happens bottom is massive. And Beats has honestly just rising star of the LCO right now, isn't he? The improvements that we're seeing from the bottom lane of Order has been huge. And this is one of the few games where Beats hasn't been stealing every kill from his teammates. And This is like the ultimate in support performances right now from this Leona.
Yeah, you love to see it. Everything working perfectly for Order. Not a single lane losing. Jungle's having a great time as well. This will be a tough road back into the game for Peace if they can find a way to do it. Dragon about to spawn, 10 seconds or so, and Order have full priority of the mid lane, full control of the river. And the Dragon will be theirs for free. Halo might look to take the top tower in response. I don't think that Maximize is going to be able to do a whole lot about that, but it's a bitter pill to swallow for Peace. Now they're sitting on an Infernal Soul on offer for Order when the next Dragon spawns, and all they get is a tier 2 outer turret. I'm not sure that they're going to be too pleased with how that has progressed overall.
I mean, to be honest, given the changes, right, that's 600 gold into the pockets of a 0-3 Syndra, who is 40 CS ahead of Chungy.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be mad with that outcome. Ultimately, yeah, it's really good to have the Infernal Soul point here for Order. I think they'll be chuffed with their state on the map. But for Peace, in a losing situation, to be able to get that extra money, it keeps them within, 1,000 to 2,000 gold, which is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point, considering you look at this on face value, you think 7-1, you think 3 Dragons, 3 towers to 2. The scoreline looks like it's ballooned out a lot, but at least in terms of gold value, it's still reasonably close. Peace aren't that far behind. Decent farm coming through for all of their members. They're sort of keeping up with what Order have been able to throw at them. We need to see just a couple more items completed, and then maybe the composition does start to come online for Peace, right? Violet is not too far away from the Manamune. The 2-item spike for Ezreal, and really starts to get rolling from there.
Yeah, and he's pretty behind in gold, but it's a cheap item build. So he's able to compensate for that a little bit. Halo's the one who has a more questionable build cost, having to go towards what looks like an Archangel's next. It can be quite expensive to complete that item, but will most likely have the 2 items before the next Dragon, right? Before the next Soul Point Dragon at that.
Yeah.
Which is definitely something that both teams will be putting their resources towards. And so we are going to have to keep a keen eye on those second item completions, those big item spikes that exist. And in the 3 minutes leading up to this objective, what actually happens on the map, right? You've got a Baron that exists. You've got a composition that can poke pretty well on Peace's side and start to whittle down the health bars of Order. And then you've got a composition that can engage extremely hard to take down Peace.
I think it is interesting as well to see a Shurelius here for Chungy in the mid lane. You'd be maybe looking towards a Proto Belt for a Galio. But
yeah, I was thinking Proto Belt.
It seems like he's more than happy to play for the team as opposed to himself, I think, in this situation. And on a more supportive mid laner, that's probably not a bad shout. He's got the Zhonya's there as well, which is what you really do need when you're in the thick of things. So I think with the Shurelius layered on top of On the Hunt from Puma, very difficult to escape the composition that Order has put together here if the fights start to break out and even break down into sort of skirmishes.
I feel a little bit like the Shurelius is fine, but your composition already has a Sivir, so I'm wondering if it is something you could consider as overkill, right? Just
Not to
Sivir
mention he's also
presses
got Predator.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's good because it speeds up not just you, but the whole team. In saying that, I think Proto Belt, higher AP build with your composition, I would like that personally, but I'm not a Galio player, so you do what you like, Mr. Galio. I'm going to continue to play my Orianas in mid lane.
Not a bad shout, to be honest. And we're sort of in the eye of the storm at the moment, aren't we? 1.5 minutes until that Dragon does pop. Both teams are more than happy to just do some wave clearing, establish some vision control all over the map, and that's about it. We're not looking for any fights at the moment. We're just looking to grab items, scale up, reset time for Order. What are we going to get through here from the Sivir and the Leona? A couple of agility cloaks for Sivir. I'm not sure if that's a misfire or if he's actually opted to go for 2 cloaks of agility. Either way, he's got them.
Man's just spiking out of his mind. Knows that he's not going to finish a full item, I guess. Not even a stopwatch. He knows that he's safe. He's going to do damage.
Oh, over the wall goes Order. Kevy and Beats in the thick of things. And Chungy not quite able to land quickly enough to get that knock up onto Babip. Forces the onslaught of shadows out from the Hecarim.
I think Peace are happy with that, though. You know, the fact that none of them die is obviously big, but the fact that a big part of their combo goes missing here for Order, that's 4 ultimates that are gone, and an Ignite from the Leona. I mean, I think you're sitting pretty to poke.
Yeah, you're looking at it though. The Solar Flare is going to come off cooldown just as Dragon spawns. The same for Kevy's ultimate. Chungy's obviously going to have to wait a little bit longer for his, and so too will Puma. In fact, actually, Puma's not going to take too long to get that ultimate online either. So it might not be the worst thing in the world for Order. The only thing that they're really going to be missing here is the Galio ultimate once this Dragon fight does ensue.
Yeah, but the question is how much health are they going to be missing as well, right? Puma's going to have to go to this mid wave to heal up. Kevy's lucky there was some honey fruit there, and this buys a lot of time for Peace to actually set up at the pit. They're sacrificing mid priority. They are committing themselves to the Infernal Drake. This could determine almost the game.
Kevy almost gets caught there. Chungy did use Shirelia's earlier on the Peace, by the way, so that's not available just yet. We're waiting for the Sivir ultimate to come online if we're to see an engage from Order. Beats Hex Flash over the wall, won't find too much. Damage down on the Dragon, that's Infernal Soul secured. Babip didn't even have a chance of smiting that. He was too far away, and Order scurry away scot-free, courtesy of On the Hunt. I think it's probably a bad name for the ultimate at that point, but either way, they do manage to get away with everything that they wanted and more.
Yeah, definitely on the run with that, On the Hunt. But look, they get it. The question isn't, is there a cost, right? They just get to recall. Peace were in the exact same position as them on the map, so you can't afford to run over to the Baron, make a trade. You can't actually do anything. You just accept reality. But Peace have just decided to give away an Infernal Soul with no contest. They poke. They sit there for a long time. They consider, but they never see the go button. And that's the thing. Their composition doesn't have a Leona. Their composition is all about trying to bait Order into coming at you so that you can disengage and kill them on that disengage. Didn't work in mid. Even though the engage failed, it didn't work in mid. And now the Dragon, just from under their noses, sniped away.
Yeah, Infernal Soul, massive pickup. I mean, obviously there's debates on what's the best Dragon in the game, but Infernal Soul definitely not a bad one to have here. Extra damage coming through for Kevy makes the one-shot potential a lot easier. Beats is feeling supremely confident, eager to Hex Flash over that wall, but recognizes better of it. And will decide to back away. I mean, even Chungy, like, not often on a Galio are you really going to be one-shotting people, but when you have the Infernal Soul, you know, it helps out just enough that maybe you get that extra ticket damage over. And he's also 3-1-2, so he's definitely not doing too shabby for himself. Gets on top of one of the carries, they're going to die.
Kevy gives him a bit of a how you going there with the collat. Just chucks out the ult. Keeps them humble. Vision in the pit does need to be cleared here. That is the next step for Beats, who's going to Hex Flash over the wall.
Hex Flash, isn't he?
Isn't he? He's having a great time. But I'm starting to feel the bindings tighten on Peace's chance in this game. You know, the fact that that Vision has now been cleared. There's one good ward actually just to the left of the pit.
I tell you
Otherwise,
what.
Yeah.
What tells the story is that Shirelia's has only just now been finished for Appy. 26 minutes in the game. He has been so gold-starved. Onslaught of Shadows forced out from Babip again as an escape tool.
They will see this, though.
Onslaught of Shadows, you take that.
So they'll have vision of Puma. They'll see Kevy's health bar from this ward. The opportunity to get into the pit is almost impossible for Babip, though, with no blast cone.
Chungy needs to be a bit careful, though. He is getting chunked down. 2k on the Baron. The steal not quite secured for Babip, but the fight, is it favoring Peace at the moment? Well, a 1-for-0, but Violet is uncontested for now. Here comes the chump in from Chungy. Doesn't result in a knock-up. Tally and Violet still in the back lines, and Puma has got flash available. So he's going to use that to go over the Baron pit and survive. So only the one player goes down. It's Beats. You'll take that. 3-for-1 and Baron. Order. Another successful fight.
Yeah, I mean, 100% Order happy with this game at the moment. Infernal Soul translates to a Baron. Maybe a kill under Tally here. 2 teleports in.
Tally in a spot of bother. Maximizes there. Chungy is there. Zhonya's, or rather Stopwatch, not going to save you. Violet doing his best to just fire some spells in there, but he was never going to get out of that one alive, Tally, unfortunately. And so Order, the pressure continues to mount on Peace.
Certainly does, and I think that kill actually translates into the minimum inhibitor, though. So that's the thing. This game, I think Order have played expertly with the lead. They waited for the Infernal Soul. Once they had the Soul, they played methodically around their vision control. Even missing a ward, it doesn't matter. They play it well enough to force ultimates, and now they're looking to end.
Well, here we go. On the hunt is Pot. Bit of extra mobility here for Order to play with as they dance around the turret. Onslaught of Shadows available for Babbitt, but he really wants to wait until Tally is alive before he uses it, because a 5-on-4 at the moment, you're just not going to win that. And so Order are more than happy to play this waiting game. Let their minions do the work for them. Tally back in the mix. And Peace could well look for the turn. Oh, Halo! Where did he go? He's done a magic trick, I think, there, Kev. He's just said, see you later, Halo. And I think see you later game for Peace right now. All of the Order fans in the chat will rejoice. It's a massive win for them. The string of form continues, 14-2, and in less than 30 minutes, they dispatch of Peace. I can only imagine what Maximize is yelling about right now. Surely some expletives, but either way, they're going to be very happy with that. A big win for Order. They continue to push the issue, and now 9-5. They're just behind Pentanet and Chiefs.
I mean, that gets them closer and closer to top 3 in the standings. You know, this is a big win for Order. I think you can see the happiness on their faces, first of all. Peace is a team that you can never underestimate, and I don't think they did today. I think they played very well overall, and they should be super proud of their performance today, because that was just a clean, good win, and they're stringing together so many of those in a row that they really are starting to rise up to the cream of the crop.
All right, Rusty, you saw the magic trick from Kevy. Now the magic trick from me. Watch this. Wow! Now there's 3 of us.
I love it. Props for the confidence to do something
I hate that I knew it was
Jordan.
coming too. It's like there's nothing else that it could have been done there as magic.
I thought, you know,
Oh,
maybe...
hey, Mac, how did you get here?
Oh, no idea. It was probably your thing you did.
No, you got to do the jazz hands as well.
Oh, the
mate.
jazz hands, sorry.
Yeah. What did you think of that game?
That was a great game. And I put a lot of channel points on that, and I think I'm going to get a lot of channel points back now. So very happy with how that one went. And I also tipped the prediction in my favor, so I got that correct. It wasn't just Twitch chat, it was me as well. Haha, the imposter, he's back. But a very damn good game from the get-go. Of course, the fastest first blood needs to be mentioned, as well as potentially the fastest second blood. Just a whole lot of action going on. Peace, they did try to fight back, but Order just had such an early power spike that they managed to stay in control. Got that Dragon Soul without losing a single dragon, and then from there it was just downhill. Of course, that could have been the turning point if Babbitt managed to get the Smite Steal on the Baron, but unfortunately for Peace, it did not happen. And again, they've got another L, which is unfortunate for them because we are still waiting to see what this team is capable of. The question is just, is it going to happen before the end of this split? They've still got another week and a half to go, so... Oh, another round and a half to go, at least, rather. So hopefully they can get everything in order. But other than that, look, Order are playing absolutely perfectly, Rusty.
They absolutely are. I mean, yeah, Peace find themselves at, what, 7-7 in the standings. A team that was a finalist last split that everyone would say have upgraded their roster are now even in their win-loss, and Order in 9-5, very good stead for the rest of this season. And I feel like that was such a good team victory from them.
Yeah.
I personally lean towards Beats, again, saying that was a sick performance from the Leona overall. He's been improving so much back-to-back. I can't compliment the bottom lane of Order enough, but again, it was a full team deal. Like, Chungy's early movements and everything were all included.
Yeah, very, very true. Now, we do have Nat down on the side lanes ready with the post-match. So, Nat, hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Do you like that one?
Good. Yeah, it was a really great game. It was, I don't know, close. I want to say close, but also not really close. Can you have that? Close but not close?
Yes, you can say that. Now, who do you have to talk to that was in the close but not close game?
I am going to be chatting to Chungy in the post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on the win. How does it feel to be Peace this time around?
Yeah, it felt really good. The team environment was like really off because that was probably one of our cleanest games that we've ever played, like ever.
Yeah, it was an absolutely outstanding performance for you guys. Now, we see you pick up the Graves again, but I want to ask you a little bit about the Galio pick and kind of the draft as a whole, but mainly that pick.
I only picked it because Halo picked Syndra mid. So like, I like picking Gallia into majors because like Gallia is like an MR champion into majors, and it just really facilitates Kevy a lot in the early game. So like, I'm allowed to move around the map with him. Yeah.
Yeah, when we saw that, is that something you guys have been working on? And when it comes between you two in that dynamic, who's doing a lot of the shot calling and the gate initiation calling?
I think it's more of a team communication thing. The level 1 Kevy called because he watched like a Peace VOD and he saw that like Violet and Appy ran bot side, so we all just 5-man bot side and we got that kill. And it just snowballed from there when Appy burnt his flash, so like because we were able to create that 5-man dive at like level 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's just practice right there paying off. You guys looked so good there, and what an awesome kill at the start that you had as well. When we get into the later game, what was your win condition and how did you guys make sure that you didn't falter and have such a clean game?
So we knew that they couldn't do anything after that, like first 2 or 3 kills. It was more of like Max had to play the safest because his lane was the most versatile, or volatile, I mean. Yeah, so we just had to play off like our objectives. We knew we would win every single fight, and yeah.
That's it. So simple. The last thing I do want to know though is what was Max screaming at the end there? Is there anything that's safe for broadcast? I have to know.
Oh, like he just screamed how like we were going to Worlds and like how that was how that was our cleanest game ever. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Chungy, glorious as always, just happy, and of course it was a very clean victory, so you could see in their camp they're all very excited. I could see him yelling, and all I could think of Max, because he was looking off screen, I thought he was in the Order office and he was probably making the next Order content video. I guess the camera guy might have just been there filming him, and that's what I was thinking, because no one else was really yelling. He was probably like, "Oi, shut up, you know, I'm trying to film content, boys," like he did in the last one. Remember when Kevy tried to speak when the interview was happening? Bloody Kevy. Now that's a nice way to end match number 3. I feel like that was a very solid interview, Nat. Now coming up, Legacy and Mammoth. Are we excited for this one?
Yes. Yeah. Always.
Yes.
All
We
of them.
certainly are. I'm actually getting very ahead of myself because you guys thought that it was over. It's certainly not over. We didn't do the play that delivered. Do you want to know who that was? It was Beats. He had a stunning performance all across the map, setting up a whole bunch of those kills and initiation there on the... He was Leone, yeah?
Yeah.
Having he was. Very damn good job. Just rotating around nicely and making it happen. So 42% kill participation, 44 wards placed, just allowing Order to see every single thing that was going on, Rusty.
Yeah, it may only have 6 assists, but most of them were extremely impactful, right? For the early level 1s that happened, the ganks that he gets off in mid, the ganks that he gets off for Max in top lane as well, the most volatile lane, as stated by Chungy. I think Beats has been continuing to go above and beyond my expectations and is constantly impressing and really is a shining light for me in this roster.
Such a very damn good job. Now, Jordan, do you think that there was anyone else in contention for the player that delivered that certainly could have got at that game?
I mean, Kevy and Chungy, I felt like had a really, really good time there as well, and I think they are definitely deserving of a mention. I thought Chungy, you know, like he got behind a little bit early, obviously because of the early kill, I think, that went on to him. I feel like he was having a rougher time in mid, but then very quickly the tables just turned. Like Kevy was mid like 2 or 3 times. Chungy was able to get in and get on top of the Syndra, and they were able to find that kill like maybe it was even 3 times. So they really did just bully Halo out of that game. It felt like Halo just didn't get a chance to play the game. So yeah, I mean, for me, the mid-jungle duo of Order definitely deserves a little special mention there as well.
Yeah, and let's see if that one continues, because we do have a Super Week, which means 1 more day of games, but still 1 more game today. Legacy and Mammoth coming up just after this break. Exclamation playlist, and listen to today's 6th song from your boys at Rufus.
See what we get out of this one. 5 stack in the bot lane from Order. The timing not good for Appy. Forces the flash. Beats connecting Zenith Blade. And that is Violet. Locked down and deleted. Beast, by the way, so that's not available just yet. We're waiting for the Sivir ultimate to come online if we're to see an engage from Order. Beats X-Flash over the wall, won't find too much. Damage down on the Dragon, that's Infernal Soul secured. Babip didn't even have a chance of smiting that. Peace could well look for the turn. Oh, Halo! Where did he go? He's done a magic trick, I think, there, Kevin. He's just said, see you later, Halo. And I think see you later game for Peace right now. All of the Order fans in the chat will rejoice.
Let's just in love. You and I can hide away and whisper words. Too much to say. Love is all we need to be. So free, so free. Let's in love and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna live tonight. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. I close my eyes. The day's the same. There's a thorn in my side when I hear my name. It makes me high. I feel the shame. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me.
Welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. We're having a damn good time here tonight, and before we get into the final game of this evening, we do have a present for Rusty. So let's bring this one up. It's a present. You wanted it. You asked for it.
Nat asked for it.
I know Nat asked for it, but look, let me just say you asked for it. And it's Rusty with his stats not lying. So absolutely on bloody point there, Bronson. Give him VIP if he's in chat. Look, I know it's not my job to throw it around, but everyone in chat, if you're Bronson, say, hey, I'm Bronson, and you'll get VIP. I promise you that. Now, moving on. Let's
Can I just
jump.
quickly
Yes?
say that
Yes,
I've
yes.
never seen that much forehead on a human.
Even on yourself?
Like, that is exceptional. Like, mine stops here. That photo goes to, like, there.
You know what, though? I reckon if you keep growing your hair out, you might actually be able to manage that hairstyle.
I could try.
It's almost half as long as it needs to be. so.
Shakira forehead, and she has a normal amount of forehead.
It's a
I'm just gonna put that out
17
there.
head, man.
Yeah,
It's
so
unbelievable.
maybe your face was just squished a little bit too much, so it made it look.
Can I at
extra,
least have hair
like
next
five,
time, man?
5 head.
I
You
don't
had
think
hair.
he should
You had
be.
heaps of hair out to the sides.
The amount of forehead, I wouldn't give him VIP. Mac will, but I wouldn't. I'm just saying that's a lot of forehead.
Rusty, you're a harsh taskmaster.
Yeah, if you're gonna Photoshop someone, man, you gotta do it correctly. That's all I'm saying.
Too much forehead. Can't be doing that.
That was a lot of forehead.
I hope you're uncomfortable. Anyway, let's talk about the match because stop judging people for their foreheads, all right? I've got a big forehead and, you know, it's got a lot of brain in there, I hope. Legacy, let's talk them first. So, doing a pretty good job at getting an upset or two in the last couple of weeks and really starting to rise up to what we expected from them. Winter as well with his little old sunglasses. Hopefully he's playing with those today to block out all the haters, Rusty. And Styled as well, having a pretty good game the other day. So, Rusty, what is the recipe for success for Legacy right now?
Well, just a quick check, Mac. Not a lot of photoshopping done on these players' foreheads, so I think we're good to go. Recipe for success, I do think revolves mostly around mid and jungle, but it's how the rest of the team has been working around that also that has started to really give them some more solid victories overall. I think Emelg and Styled have had some fantastic showings. I think Winterer has really started to come into his own as well, not just in interviews, but in gameplay.
Yep.
And we're finally seeing a more successful, aggressive breed of League of Legends from Legacy, right? Sybil ganking mid, Inkozo getting level 2 solo kills, getting level 2 gank kills, like constantly every game now.
Yeah, just managing to get that level 2 spike that little bit earlier than his opponent and make it work. Now, battle of two teams. Let's quickly talk Mammoth as well. Finally getting the W on the board yesterday. Are they going to be able to get a second one? That's the question. No, Way's still got hair, Photoshop, and egg on his head.
Shakira
Please.
him.
We need it. We need Egghead Way in the server because that is the power spike that Mammoth needed. Jordan, why is Way bald? Tell me.
Why is Way bald? Because they lost 12 games in a row. That's why he's bald. But they didn't lose 13 games in a row. So maybe he can start growing his hair back. You know what? Maybe we should say Way gets to grow his hair until they lose a game again. And as long as they keep losing, he has to keep shaving the hair. But if they keep winning, he can grow his hair back as long as possible. And maybe he'll end up looking like that rusty version of Shakira that we just saw if they do manage to reverse sweep this season. That's going to be a tough ask, but that's kind of what they need. To be fair, though, confidence level's got to be at an all-time high for Mammoth after the win yesterday. Good one. That said, the question of whether or not they can continue to win, I'd have to say it is going to be a difficult task. Even against Legacy, who have sort of had their struggles over the last couple of weeks, there's still going to be a difficult task, I think, today for Mammoth. I mean, you look at the head-to-head records between these two teams, even going so far back as Split 1, and Mammoth hasn't actually beaten Legacy at all in LCO. So if they're going to start doing it today, is probably not a bad day to do it, and they'd be able to string their first 2 wins together in the LCO as well. So that'd be exciting.
There you go. And just a quick update as well. We do actually have 6 Bronsons in chat, so please give them all VIP. Hopefully you aren't lying through your teeth. But in terms of this game, you look, Mammoth, you've mentioned they did get the Exodia team comp yesterday. Do you think that they'll be able to get that again today, Jordan?
Look, if they get that same composition that they got yesterday, I will be absolutely amazed. I don't think that's going to be an easy one to put together. But at the moment, I feel like there's a lot of good champions on offer, right? The game seems to just have such a number of strong picks these days that you can put together a good team composition regardless.
Well, we've got a pretty good team composition here. Actually, let's add one more. Nat, come on back to the conversation. Are you excited for this final matchup of the evening?
Absolutely. I'm excited for every game, but I'm definitely very excited for this one.
Oh, okay. Now, who do you have to have a quick chin wag to before we jump into the game?
I have Frost and Emelg joining me. Thank you both so much. Frost, I want to say congratulations on the win yesterday. How does it feel, and where's the confidence coming into the game today?
It feels really good to win yesterday. But I think it's all thanks to our mid lane, Bold Way, the better version of Way. So I think we're gonna keep the momentum going this game.
Yeah, that's actually the next thing I was going to ask you is, do you think the confidence off the back of the win yesterday is enough to give you guys the confidence in game today and get another win?
Definitely. I think our top lane really stepped up last game, and he's looking to still gap every top laner in us. So yeah.
I look forward to it. Melg, does it worry you that Mammoth have Bold Way and that potentially could be the secret for them to win?
Not really, honestly. We're kind of cruising, hoping to make Way trim off something else. Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's a conversation you guys are having somewhere else. But I do want to know, you've literally made me lose my train of thought here. But your thoughts on your personal performance and Legacy's performance as a whole, because you say you guys are cruising right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this last time, but I feel like I'm starting to come into my own a lot more, and the team as a whole is doing better, at least recently. I mean, I definitely said the same thing last time, and then we had an 0-3 week, so I'm not gonna say too much this time. But yeah, hoping to continue the success.
Yeah, hopefully. And really quickly, last one for us for you guys. What do you think you learned from the last time you went up against Legacy to get the win today?
Confidence. I think that's the major thing.
Okay, I mean, look, I would have to agree. Confidence is a pretty key thing, and both of you look like you have it. So I'll let you go. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excited, as always, and I'm hoping that we get to see a banger of a matchup to close things out here. Of course, both the teams want it so damn much. Now, I feel like Frost needs to be one of the keys to success for Mammoth. Obviously, yesterday, it ended up being Nectar, of all people, who has had a lot of rough performances. So maybe it's just if everyone starts to hit their stride at the same time, then Mammoth can make this happen, although Legacy are looking to be in slightly better form at the moment. However, let's have a quick look at which way you guys have predicted. Of course, I've gone with Twitch chat. You get one last opportunity before I make my mind up on whether I'll continue to let you do my predictions or not. I pretty much did my last prediction, so good job, chat, for allowing me to do that. Now, Rusty, 42-13. You are out in the lead by, I think, like 4 points now.
I think it's 4. I think Skimmy caught up earlier with his first game prediction that he got correct that I did not when I went for the Chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, I've gone for Legacy on this one. I think that, thank you for confirmation, person in my ear. I forgot what I was going to say. Let's move on.
We've all got Legacy.
Oh, everyone's gone Legacy. There you have it. So Skimmy, 38. Yeah, 4 points. There you are. So there's the confirmation that you needed. And Nat, you've gone for Legacy as well. Jordan, you've also gone for Legacy. Wow, no bloody surprises there. Why, hey?
Look, Mammoth got a win yesterday, so you got to give them some credit there. But they did have an Exodia comp. I'm not sure that Legacy is going to let them have that. I think that Legacy's, despite a little bit of an inconsistent team, I think they're one of those teams that you probably do expect to put away Mammoth on 90% of occasions that they do play against each other. So for me, I just think Legacy's a slightly better team, and that's kind of the TLDR of it.
Okay. Do you want dessert, by the way?
Yeah, what's on offer?
Oh, you want some Krispy Kremes?
I'll have that, yeah.
Yeah, well, exclamation DoorDash, and you can order yourself some, because I'm not buying you any, boy.
Whoa, I thought you were getting me some.
It's time for the game. Champ Select is ready. Legacy and Mammoth. Here we are. Enjoy it.
MacMate is a real dog. I reckon we should get that host from the other day back again. He was much nicer. But anyway, let's talk about Legacy and Mammoth. It is Mammoth that is now no longer winless, and whether or not that will spur on a streak of wins does remain to be seen. And despite my prediction here that I think Legacy will win, I have to say it's probably the best opportunity that Mammoth have got to actually grab themselves a second win, especially in a row. Obviously, having just burst Gravitas, Gravitas out of the picture. So who's the other team that seems beatable for Mammoth, I guess it probably is Legacy at this point, and so hopefully they're coming into this game with a degree of confidence that they can actually take the W here today.
Yeah, I mean, logically, right, both teams on a win should be looking at their opponents and saying this is the most winnable game of the season right now, right? A bit of momentum on both sides for Mammoth. It's the first step on a run. We know they're definitely always going to win and make playoffs, so we're just looking for that next step. For Legacy, definitely fighting to stay in playoffs form and keep close to their rivals that are starting to get those wins as well. A couple of people only 2 wins away, I believe, from playoffs themselves. But here, Jordan, that first pick, ooh, it's pretty dangerous to give that away.
Yeah, Gwen certainly is. You know, and I'm just looking at the composition that Mammoth put together yesterday, and these two were a key feature of that. Thresh and Aphelios secured for Mammoth. Now, they won't be able to get the Lee Sin, they won't be able to get the Viego, so there's already going to have to be some changes made for Mammoth. But I will be interested to see what Legacy goes for here in terms of their support, or maybe even their top laner. I'm looking towards Karma, obviously, as being a pick here for Mammoth. They did have that yesterday for Wei. Now that we have obviously the Gwen and the Nautilus taken through for Legacy, you'd probably not be expecting to see the Karma through here for them unless the Gwen is going to go into, I mean, either mid or jungle maybe, but see what Incursio ends up actually locking in.
Yeah,
Corky's an interesting one.
Sybil was always going to be a question. You can lock in your bottom lane here before the second ban phase. Makes sense, just because that's what your opponents have. But with Graves, Lee Sin, Viego, Xin Zhao as well removed from the cards, a Sybil option could have been the way to go. Just knowing, right, that he does seem to favor AP champions when a couple of these are gone. So the second ban phase could target Sybil pretty heavily. We'll see. For now, we wait for Mammoth.
Well, we do get the Volibear selection, which is not a particularly out there pick. It's something that Gudo has opted to go towards multiple times, and maybe not a terrible choice into the Gwen. You know, you want to get in on top of your opponent as a Volibear, and so you're going to be able to deal with Gwen relatively appropriately, not to mention the fact that he does have good early game skirmishing, so something that Gudo can probably use to influence the game early on in the piece. And for Mammoth, that seems to be quite an important point of their composition and of their team. If Gudo has a good game, then the rest of Mammoth does tend to as well. I just like the fact that we've got a Aphelios Thresh through here for Mammoth as well. I think whatever you draft around that, you're always going to give yourself a fairly reasonable chance of success.
New glasses on today for all 10 pixels of Winterer. Definitely looking stylish as per usual.
They could literally be fake glasses and we wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's true. We actually have no
Could be
idea.
like a paper printout and it would just look like, hey, that could be glasses.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. We'll have to get a high definition bit of proof there. Just looking at these bans as well, the AP champions that I was highlighting from Sybil are actually getting banned away, so they're really just targeting his champion pool in general. Very curious to see where he chooses to go now as a result of this. Sejuani was one of his defaults that has, you know, limited success, I will say. And Echo is literally the only other champion out of this pool right now that he has played on stage. Lilia is what I would like him to pick right now. I think that would be the one that makes the most sense.
Rumble in the jungle? How about that?
It can be. Rumble got pretty nerfed and it has been removed in favor of a lot of other junglers. The limited ability to W start, you know, I think it's now Q, has made it harder. So I think he has to be leashed, so a little bit more predictable, a little bit slower, not as good as it was, but still can work, I believe, is the state of Rumble in the jungle.
Well, it's definitely not going to be Bard, can tell you that much for free, and I'm happy to actually see it be an AD mid laner here with the Lucian locked in. That seems like a good choice. I was just looking at the composition, I was wondering, you know, if we do get something AP through here, are we going to really have enough AD threat, given that there's the Gwen and the Rumble?
Is this a Wei Yasuo angle?
Is this a Wei Yasuo angle? Oh,
I hope it is.
A couple of knockups available, definitely an option. They have the AP damage already from Gragas, but it'll be the lock-in of the LeBlanc, which has actually been quite a successful champion so far this split, though not for Wei. We actually haven't seen him play it so far, which will be interesting to see him pick up a new one. For the most part, the rest of the composition that Mammoth have put together are on familiar territory, although even Gragas, something a little bit new for Nectar this split as well.
Yeah, a couple of different champions for Mammoth, but the same for the LCO is really the way that you'd be looking at this one. I think in general, Mammoth have a pretty solid composition. A lot of reliance on Gudo getting some work done, but that just sounds like Gudo. I think Mammoth and Legacy is going to be a bloodbath early. It just feels like it's one of those games. And when we actually take stock of the draft here, note that it is Incursio that is playing the Gwen into the LeBlanc. And it is actually a Lucian top lane. So I think a little bit more pressure there in top for Legacy, perhaps less in mid. Wei might be able to run away with the early laning phase, but she's just untargetable all the time. So maybe she's fine.
Yeah, maybe that was something that wasn't necessarily expected as well. I do wonder because I'm not sure how much we've seen of Incursio on the Gwen. A little bit here and there, I'd imagine. Just having a look back at some of his games. Actually, it looks to be the first time that he's played it so far this split. And so maybe for Winterer having a little bit more of a run on the Gwen so far, that might have been the expectation for Mammoth. But either way, it is going to go the way that it has. And so pretty cool to see how this matchup does actually pan on out. You know, obviously to note down in the bot lane as well, you do have the Nautilus into the Thresh matchup. So that should theoretically be a little bit favorable for ML. Styled over onto the Varus, a champion that he is quite comfortable on. We've seen a lot from him this split, and he's had some really, really good games on that champion as well. It's just that sometimes I feel like Varus isn't the champion that can carry the game. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you see a really fed Varus, you think that's scary, but then while they're doing a lot of damage to you, they're kind of nuking you. They're not finding a way to influence the game as much as something like, say, an Aphelios might be doing. So I think that's something to be wary of. It is looking like it's going to be the lethality Varus coming through here for Styled as well, so that's something to sort of think about. And I suppose maybe it's a good time for you to have a little bit of a rest, Rusty. You've been working pretty hard. I'm going to get Jalal in for a chat here, obviously the coach of Mammoth. And I mean, first of all, massive congratulations, Jalal, for the win yesterday. How are the feelings in the camp? And is that kind of like a weight off of your shoulders?
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a big momentum swing for us. Definitely, it shows that we can win our games as well on stage and not just in scrims.
Yeah, hopefully going to be able to double down today against Legacy. It's definitely a possibility. Talk me through the team composition. Obviously, a few discussions around what you managed to draft yesterday. It felt like a bit of an Exodia comp. Are you feeling as happy today with what you've got? Are you happy with how these two drafts have panned out?
Yeah, I feel like we knew what they wanted to pick and we had options in mind. And I think we got close to what we wanted. Not exactly what we wanted, but close enough.
You think the Gwen in the mid lane and the Lucian in the top lane is a bit of a curveball? We sort of thought it might be the other way around.
We talked about this and it was definitely an option whether they like blind picked Gwen and then they could always flex the Lucian top and Gwen as well. So it's something we discussed and I feel like it's still good for us.
Awesome. And final question before we let you go. How do you go about actually preparing for a game against a team like Legacy? Because they do seem like, for lack of a better word, I feel like they're an erratic team, right? Where they're going to just sort of draft something crazy. They're going to pull something different out. They're going to play a different way. So are you feeling sort of comfortable coming into this match, or is Legacy a difficult team to plan for?
I think it's relatively okay. I don't think it's too hard. It's just about drafting for their tendencies as well as in-game tendencies as well and making sure the players know what to do.
Awesome. All right. Well, Jalal, I think we'll leave it there for you and say best of luck in this game.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Hopefully 2 from 2 for Mammoth. Rusty, as far as the early game is concerned, nothing really to note, just pretty standard fare across the board.
Yeah, nothing really crazy that you would expect. Top should just be losing for Nectar early. He needs to make sure the wave crashes and get protected when it bounces back. Unfortunately for him, his jungler is pathing to the other side of the map, so could be a point of focus in the next minute to a minute and a half. In saying that, Sybil has gone for a leashless Rumble start. We mentioned how much weaker the champion feels. His lack of health is an indicator of that, but we'll be able to use the second smite, presumably for the blue buff or the Gromp to get all of his health back anyway, get level 3 and do a little bit more overheat clearing of the jungle. I still think that I would favor Gudo between which champions I would like to play. Mid, kind of, again, like LeBlanc should just have run of this lane. It's range versus melee early. And Gwen isn't a Zed, you know? Gwen doesn't actually have insane burst to match. She's very reliant on being in melee range of you. So LeBlanc should just handle this.
Nice little trade back from Incursio at the very least, as Wei distorts forward. Down in the bot lane, the shove is favorable for Mammoth. They're keeping Legacy stuck underneath their tower. They had the early information that Sybil was pathing towards the top side by virtue of the ward on the Raptors camp, so they're more than happy and comfortable to keep shoving that wave in, and they're quite confident in the lane, it seems like. Winter up against Nectar in the top lane, still fairly even at the moment. Sybil's going to show his head in mid, but really won't manage to get too much done here.
Yeah, he's just looking to push this one in, giving Curzio a free reset. Even picks up a cheeky cannon for himself there, I think. So you're quite chuffed, the Rumble. In saying that, a recall has already happened for Gudo, who gets Boots of Lucidity with his Predator. So he's definitely on the map now ready, raring to go, trying to find himself a gank. And top lane was a cheater recall for Winterer. So, you know, you could take the opportunity to... Ooh, is he going to die?
I'd say Nectar should get out of this one alive, has got Flash available. And in fact, doesn't even need to use it. So that's lucky. But it does give Winter a lot of priority up in this top lane. He's allowed to now set up a freeze, which Nectar's going to have difficulty breaking, given that he is a melee champion.
Yeah, it goes tier and cloth armor as well. So if he's going to try and break this freeze, it could be a slow affair. Lucian can hold freezes decently well. Either way, this is kind of what we said could likely happen in top lane, and this is going to be a pretty sizable advantage for the Lucian. And I don't think that gets better for Nectar. I don't think there's really a point where a tier build, probably into tank, will have kill threat onto a Lucian without jungler intervention.
Well, speaking of jungler intervention, we got the Boots 2 completed for Gudo and for Sybil, so both of them looking to quickly work their way around the map. It is a Predator Volley Bear, by the way, so that is something to keep a note of. He's going to be looking to just, you know, absolutely zoom into one or two of these lanes. Hasn't had that early impact just yet that we would have hoped to have seen, but maybe come level 6, tower dives on offer.
I think Dragon's probably the play here. Wei should be able to force priority. This wave is building for him anyway, and Curzio's just used his harrowing mist, the bloody W, untargetable by the way. I think that, yeah, bot lane's the play into Dragon.
Well, here goes Gudo. Speeds things up there as well. Onto ML, but Spider-Man survives. And that is actually at the cost of a flash ignite for Shinky. Does cause a couple of flashes to go down for the Legacy bot lane, but overall, not too disappointing for Legacy.
If the hook hits there, it's a different story. Mammoth probably get themselves first blood, but Amel's able to connect with the wall, cover some distance, get his way out to safety. Overall, the plan is still there from Mammoth. They're using their priority. They're transitioning into objectives. They're just not able to find the kill with that. The risk is, of course, Sybil on the other side here has been farming his way up pretty happily overall to level 6. He's looking for a steal.
He's going to go over the wall as well. He's feeling confident. He's going to chase Mammoth away. Flashes forward. Play will cause the disengage to be successful for Mammoth, but that is a free Dragon for Legacy.
Yeah, just gives them the boot. And the idea is fine with what Mammoth tried to do. Their execution was that it was just a Thresh and a Volley Bear hitting the objective. If you have mid priority, you can move your mid laner. Wei has teleport, so there's a real world where you just help them, right, to take it faster. Frost's reset as well, and he could just be there auto-attacking. So Mammoth try to be a little bit too efficient, and they are punished by Legacy just walking into the pit saying it's a 2v2 anyway. That's pretty free. And they get themselves a Dragon as well as pushing away Gudo from the jungle, forcing a smite on the Gromp camp, which does suck. You take those.
Oh, well, meanwhile, up in the top lane, Winter are still running things. Doesn't have a massive CS lead over Nectar at the moment, but there's a hook connected in bot onto Frosts. And even the damage coming through, not quite enough. But it looked like it might be for a second. Ignite was ticking. Nice little response from Shinky. Frost needs to be a little careful here.
Frost with a potion ticking. Has heal and flash, so he may try and greed, stay for this wave. Not going to be able to pick up any of this really, so he's honestly just wasting time.
Again, you just feel a little bit concerned every time.
He's
every time
now.
Well,
like, again, he could have been recalled and halfway to lane by now.
Yeah. Well, now Sybil has come to play, and Equalizer goes down on top of Frost. He's ticking away. Does force the heal through. Style didn't have the opportunity to put a piercing arrow in. But yeah, you've got to leave.
What are you
Feels
doing
bad,
here,
but you've got to
Goodo?
leave. Yeah, what is he doing here? I mean, if Styled makes a wrong step, Frost, you know, surely this gives away the game, but it is not going to be enough to keep Styled alive. Ultimate connecting on to Shinky, but really what does that matter when there's a volley bear behind you? And that is first blood for Mammoth.
And where did this volley bear come from? I almost held my thought. Nectar at risk of being dove is going to have to recall here as well. Mammoth being stuck with critical health under turrets constantly. Winter has flash.
Nectar does not want to base. He doesn't have teleport available, so he'd be giving up a lot if he did go back to base. He's really relying on that Gragas passive to keep him alive. And it seems to be doing a good job of it so far.
But again, the only thing that stands out to me, Style might be scratching his head saying, how on earth did Goodo get there? Behind enemy lines in the tri-bush on a control ward of his own, when at the moment that happened, there was almost complete vision for Legacy through the bottom side river. So he really did sneak in there.
Stealth volley bear. It's a scary thought. Either way, good success early on in the piece for Goodo, and that's pretty much what you want to see. Not to mention the fact that the kill actually goes on to Frost as well. So after all of that, where we're talking about him sticking around for so long, how he should have backed, whatever, he actually gets something out of it, and so works out. Hopefully that'll be able to snowball nicely for Mammoth. Sybil's going to pick himself up the Rift Herald with the assistance of the mid laner, but Styled is getting dove, and Goodo, well, he doesn't take damage from towers, does he? Styled's got nowhere to go. Had flash and heal. Used heal, but not flash.
Yeah, Styled really with no safe space down in this bottom lane. Look at the vision that Mammoth have. Right, that tri-bush still hasn't been cleared, and really Goodo's able to just reset, go straight back towards bot side, knows that they don't have vision, and that the Nautilus is roaming around the map, not actually helping his lane first. So Styled is made to suffer, but the team not really there to help him. The fact that Herald gets taken is a clear indicator of where Legacy are as well. So the floodgates open for the play that gets made in bottom. The trade's still happening. So this is still really nice for Legacy overall, getting turrets, getting gold into the hands of Winterer and Sybil, who are starting to run away with this game, and you can see that reflected through the total gold.
Oh. Emil's trying to be a bit cheeky, and I'm not sure if he even actually wants to hit that hook, to be honest. There's so many Mammoth members here.
Styled has no turret.
Styled is dead. There is no way that he survives here, surely not. Flash in from Shinky, misses the death sentence, but it doesn't matter. You can see Styled is resigned to the fact that he is dead before he even dies on that player cam.
They just can't clear the tri-bush bet. This one ward is just off cooldown, giving Mammoth kill after kill. There's still so, and I have to keep bring it back to this. There is so much gold being gained on the other side of the map by Legacy that your one goal of don't die has failed 3 times.
Yeah, it's still a fairly even split. Only 300 gold in it, favoring Mammoth at the moment, but this will be a second dragon for Legacy, which might just tip the scales a little bit in their favor. I'm not sure though. I mean, a 2-0 and 0 Aphelios starts to look a little bit concerning if I'm on that Legacy roster, because he is a very, very hard scaling champion and a very, very difficult champion to deal with when there's a Thresh involved. So, I mean, this is a recipe for success for Mammoth.
Big time. I mean, the floodgates are really open for Goodo finding his way in, some early access to leads. Frost has always been, you know, the team fighter of Mammoth. And he is now the one that is 2-0 with a Kraken Slayer very early on. Lots of positives to speak about here when you're looking at Mammoth. Still, with the fact that it is dead even in overall gold, watching how Winterer gets active on the map is going to be a big point of contention for Mammoth to deal with. And Curzio has been very quiet so far, as has Wei. But both very volatile players in their own right.
Well, it might not stay dead even if Mammoth can get something done here. Nectar in a bit of trouble down in the bot lane, has got the explosive cask available, and that should be enough to get him out to safety, even without having to burn the flash. So very, very nicely negotiated by Nectar. And on the other side of the map, Mammoth are going to start to push the issue up in the top lane. Winterer is dispatching of the Gromp, which Goodo is aware of, has the ward down. But more so what I'm talking about is these plates are being donated over to Frost right now. And that is really just accelerating his lead. More money going where you want it to be. I guess you're going to look to try and hold on to it, but Gudo once again is playing with his bot lane, incidentally up in the top lane, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
It's Winterer this time, though. It's not a Varus with no mobility, so it's not as simple. But of course, there's just too many people here from the side of Mammoth, right? Gudo just waiting in the wings. Shinky able to provide the Lantern to the Aphelios and just clean overall play from them. It's showing that Mammoth definitely know how to play when they have a lead. And they're working hard to get those leads. Even if their execution isn't perfect, the ideas are there and it's definitely commendable.
Well, that gold lead has gone from about 200, 300 to about 1,000 now. With that turret that Mammoth is able to pick up. Right on time as well, just as the plates fall. So overall, very good stuff from Mammoth. Winterer and the rest of Legacy going to have to do a bit of clearing out in the top side of the map. There's wards all over the place. Dragon up in 2.5 minutes. Not a whole lot for Mammoth to really focus on just yet. Gudo happy to take the clear. The two bot laners are now in mid lane. Clear those waves out and send way down into the bot lane just to deal with Incursio, who doesn't feel like a massive threat this game, which is, you know, again, it's been a win condition for Legacy, getting Incursio ahead, but now that he's not, what do we do if we're Legacy?
Yeah, they're not ahead with kills. It's still a Gwen, and it's still going to be a Riftmaker Gwen come mid-game. So, really, he'll be fine. I think, yeah, looking at Legacy and taking stock more of how they win without the kills, though, is going to be an interesting question to poise.
Wei is really just dancing around Incursio at the moment, isn't he? All those snips not quite connecting. Wei distorts in, gets a bit of damage down there as well, and look, I think it's probably going to be amounting to nothing down in that bot lane if both players are playing it correctly. Solo kill potential is not quite there.
I think with the Mythics online, though, both teams will be pretty interested in actually having a fight. Like, I don't think either team is comfortable winning without team fighting their way there. And with those Mythics, right, with the fact that Incursio is on the bottom side of the map and Herald's going to be spawning first, it's entirely possible that they play for the objective. And even styled, you know, even the 0-3 Varus has found his way to a Mythic before the objective. And Varus isn't currently overwhelmingly, Aphelios isn't currently overwhelmingly strong in contrast. Maybe they look for it now. I just feel Legacy are just going to fight for things, aren't they? It's just their code.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's not going to be too easy to deal with Mammoth's composition, though. You know, you got a good front line there for Gudo, even Nectar able to tank up a little bit, and then Shinky keeping Frost safe. Unless the Equalizer connects, I think it's quite difficult to get on top of Frosts. We'll see how Legacy does go for things here. They actually are prompting themselves towards the Rift Herald. Not a bad time to be doing it. 30 seconds on the Dragon, though, and they'll have to be aware of that. Full control of the river has been given over to Mammoth, and maybe there's not really anything that Legacy can say about that, unfortunately, and they are just going to have to trade the Rift Herald for the Dragon. Which would be unfortunate, you know, pick up the first two Dragons, you start to think that could be a win condition if we get the Soul, and then the third one gets picked up by your opponent, sort of sets you back a little bit.
Sybil doesn't smite, though. Now, to me, that's an indicator that, again, he might be looking. Winterer with very limited mana may want to have based. Because I do think that winning the game is a Winterer angle, so I think that is a pretty clear indicator that Legacy won't be.
Yeah.
They are instead just going to break this mid lane out of turret, and it will be broken pretty much uncontested. Maybe even a charge on the inner.
Doesn't look like they're going to get that. Frost and Shinky just a little bit too scary. Equalizer was available for Sybil. They didn't feel that the opportunity was there. And so with the Dragon being completed, we return to a degree of normalcy. Incursio very close by to Wei. Now, is this a kill angle?
range,
You'd have to think probably not. Distortion does go down at the perfect time, even though Wei didn't really know. And so both sort of just walk away. Incursio probably a little unhappy there.
As the Everfrost, though, Wei. Not something that I often see on the LeBlancs, but that helps him. They're not really going to be able to have any kill threat. Incursio does time it correctly. All LeBlancs seem to use their distortion to clear waves because it's just faster. It's not about if you're safe or not. But still, I think the end result from this objective trade is that gold can potentially go the way of Legacy, where it is just the Dragon and the Soul Denial going the way of Mammoth. which is nice for them, but it isn't enough to get them any kind of game-winning play, where I think Legacy are able to make more plays, right, assertively with these Heralds for actual gold and map control. Makes the next fight that they look for just a bit easier.
Wei jumps on top of Sybil, gets the Everfrost down, but might just about die. ML knocks him up in the air, equalizer to tick away, and Curcio looks for the final couple of killing blows, but Wei is distorting all over the place. Backwards and forwards, and he survives. The culling doing some good damage. Sybil over the wall, and Curcio as well. This might be the turn the Legacy have been looking for, but they only get the one kill before the explosive cast goes down. Winterer will survive, courtesy of a heal from Styled. Overall, a 1-for-0 trade for Legacy. It gets them a little bit of gold.
I mean, the snipe connected onto Winterer there. I think that maybe just out of range, Frost prioritized a different target. That could have been closer to a kill. And look, honestly, Wei just went faker, right, to survive. But that's all it was. You know, they pull a rabbit out of a hat just to stay alive in a situation where Legacy were definitely running at them incredibly well.
Yeah.
But masterful work with the LeBlanc to actually do what he did and to stay alive, including the moving of the clone to prevent a Nautilus from following up his ultimate with a hook. So beautifully done by him, but yes, Legacy still coming out ahead.
Wei spending a lot of time in the side lanes, just clearing waves out. Which is fair enough. Slow and steady. Here's a replay. Wei really thought he had something here.
Yeah, he did. But you have to watch the way he moves the clone here as well afterwards, right? Just denying any access from ML at the start. The clone does stop being moved after, so the hook still hits, but he's focused on surviving. Double distorts his way out, and Winterer gets into the fight, and the difference that it makes, right? It's obviously going to be large. He is a very big Lucian. And just looking at Frost here, I feel like maybe, because it was the target that came down last from his ultimate, maybe he had enough to execute Winterer. There might have been lethal, but hard to say.
Well, whatever the case, not quite there for him. Wei again is going to look for Sybil. This time, Sybil doesn't have the stopwatch. So if Sybil walks up, that actually is a kill angle, I think, for Wei. He's going to opt to go towards Incurcio. Does miss Everfrost and the chain, at least the first one. Second goes through, but Equalizer certainly making a difference here. Sybil playing from a range. We'll get Incurcio back out to safety as Death Sentence goes sailing through the bush, but won't connect onto anyone. And now Mammoth.
Goodo.
Not in a good spot. And Goodo indeed is the one that is going to be offered up as the sacrificial lamb. Late entrance from Amelk, but makes it work.
And Winterer actually opting towards the Essence Reaver as his second item, not going for a Cyrilda's Grudge to be able to slow people down. Hook just missing there again from Shinky. Legacy still running away with this game piece by piece, right? Just step by step. It's slow. It's definitely not a clean game. But they're doing exactly what's required of them. Responding well to Mammoth's assertions and aggressions around the map.
Dragons up in 30 seconds. Mammoth aren't really here to contest the vision, which is going to give a lot of priority over to Legacy. Sybil even thinking about trying to snake the blue away. Looks like he'll get it. Can burn through those pretty quickly. It's going to be offered over to Styled, who's about half mana. That's nice. And the cooldown, or rather the ability haste, I suppose, now that's been given over to him is always going to be useful on Avaris, especially with this build. I wonder if Mammoth is going to feel confident in contesting this.
I think the only time that Mammoth can feel confident is probably around now, but that's a hook on.
Yeah, a little hook on to Nectar. Explosive Cask is going to knock Sybil back into no man's land, and a Death Sentence does go down. That's a Sybil without a Zhonya's, by the way. And that is now a very dead Rumble. Trade could well come through here from the culling, but Shinky safe inside of his own stopwatch. Keeps himself alive, and that's all you really need to be doing on the Thresh. We'll need to be careful of the piercing arrow.
Dangerous.
Yeah, a lot of poke on offer for Legacy, and Winterer with that kill potential can just jump in there with Gale Force. Mammoth cannot be feeling too confident just yet. Death Sentence goes awry. Goodo, the smite battle goes his way, so that's 2 Ocean Drakes for Mammoth. But now they're on the retreat. They've just got to get out of here with as few deaths as possible. It looks like 2 kills for the Dragon. I think Mammoth, I think you could probably be okay with that. You're probably not too disappointed, but it depends on what Legacy get after this. Do they go straight to the Baron, and do they pick the Baron up?
I feel like Goodo should have just sacrificed his life for the objective in the first place. They just leave Frost to the Wolves. No Lantern to safety. And the game plan has been so heavily revolving around Frost and his team fighting. Just never going to get a chance at the moment. Legacy, just when it comes to crunch, right? Sybil may be dead. They're still able to win the 4v5 situation. Baron going to be secured here. And I think now you'll be very upset with that outcome if you're Mammoth. That second Drake means nothing for you. That was the one moment where I thought that they could fight solely because, and as you stated, there was no stasis there for Sybil, right? There was no Zhonya's Hourglass. There was no stopwatch to keep him alive. It's broken already. They find a good entry into that as well. It's just that the cost was so high, right? Cullings, Varus poke starts to add up extremely quickly. The Mammoth still force their way into the fight instead and get punished big time.
Well, Zhonya's is completed for Sybil now. And what a difference that makes to these fights. You know, it's felt like so far Sybil has been an equalizer and then dead if he's in the wrong position. But now, if he's caught out, he can be an equalizer and then a stopwatch. And that obviously provides a lot of space for the Legacy roster to work with and a bit of extra time as well. That fight wouldn't have been nearly as favorable as it was for Mammoth if the Zhonya's was available.
They can't be polarized glasses, can they, for Winterer? Like,
no.
Surely he can't see everything.
I can't believe he's actually playing with them.
Like, yeah,
I couldn't think of anything worse.
And I assumed he'd take them off. Like, surely 10 minutes into the game, like, I just can't see these damn minions that I'm trying to hit. But no, let's just have a 70 CS lead and do 1-0-2, will we?
Yeah, he's gapping it. Well, the flash force out of MLK. So that is something that is a little beneficial for Mammoth, but they're going to have to turn their attention towards the bot lane, and they'll be a little bit too late to do so. This will be a free tower for Mammoth, or rather for Legacy. Mammoth just have to watch it fall by the wayside.
There's no
Fair
chance
enough.
to contest that one, though. They're
Yeah.
realistically, with the vision, if you look at the blue side jungle that Legacy have got control wards in, you don't know where they are ever.
No.
So as long as they're synchronizing their waves and playing correctly, every inner turret's pretty free for them.
Well, that could be dangerous. Death sentence back onto ML. Maybe it doesn't matter. Stopwatch is there to keep him alive, and Shinky just gets obliterated. Nautilus Hook making the difference this time for Legacy. And I was going to say, if you just lose the one tower off the Baron, probably not too disappointed as Legacy, but they might well still lose an inhib, though Incursio is caught.
He's
What?
alive.
He's flashed out, dodged the explosive cask, and he survives.
Thief in the Night just able to get himself out to safety. Sybil trying to keep Baron on these minions just to see if he can threaten the inhibitor, but Mammoth aren't going to allow him, and so a reset will take place. And no longer just inner turrets fall. Incursio, the fact that he's able to survive is remarkable, and that bot lane inhib turret also goes down. The gold lead stretching to upwards of 6,000, closer to 7,000 gold now. And it really is starting to look like the final nail in the coffin is all that remains for Legacy to put in the Mammoth Cup.
Yeah. We'll see what happens around this next Dragon fight. Could be a big moment for Mammoth if they can manage to win one there, keep themselves in the game, and then get themselves onto Soul Point. But ML's just been a bit too good in terms of finding these picks with the Nautilus. He's been hitting a few good solid hooks. There hasn't been a lot of kills so far this game, but all of them have come with ML in the discussion.
Just a bit too clean, man.
1-0-4. I mean, for Styled, he's been involved in all of the kills as well.
Hey, and you'll appreciate this as a support player, but he's on the path of righteousness with his item build. Zhonya's Hourglass is just the greatest of all time item for anyone in League of Legends, supports included.
Yeah,
Rush it.
it feels like a bit of a cheat, really, doesn't it, actually, if you're getting it on Nautilus?
It's just broken. Like, you can't kill the Nautilus when he's got Aftershock up. And if he doesn't have it up, or you're targeting him because he's solo engaging, then he has, you know, that stasis to buy time. But Zhonya's is actually just broken, man.
Yeah, it's very good. Very good indeed. All right, 20 seconds until the Dragon. Mammoth have absolutely no control of their blue side jungle. Wei could well be in a spot of bother here with Winterer pressuring in towards him. Obviously, Gale Force, you've got to remember, is there for that extra bit of burst, but Everfrost connects, which doesn't amount to a whole lot because there's no one there from Mammoth to follow up. I mean, Wei's 0-0-0. Hasn't really had much of an impact on this game, short of clearing waves. Doesn't feel like a massive threat just yet for Legacy, and in the end, Mammoth are going to gift a free Dragon over to Legacy. So Soul Point is going to go the other way.
They really are Split pushing their way to victory here as well, aren't they? This is a very different brand of Legacy Esports that I'm used to seeing on the Rift. 5 kills total, 3 kill participation for Sybil and Incursio. The only person or people to have all 5 kill participation is the bottom lane of Legacy. You may make him 0-3, but no more. Styled is now 2-3-3 with a shutdown bounty on him, because why not? And they do just look like the better team in this game. That is the way that it is so far. I think Mammoth have fighting opportunities, and they have had, and probably will one more time. Frost, like you're seeing now in Total Gold, he has to be the star of the show. He's got a 50 CS lead. He's big. He's got 2 items. He's working on that Infinity Edge. If he can get Infinity Edge before Baron is a consideration here for Legacy, then I think that's the do or die moment.
Well, he's at 1.2k gold right now in the back pocket, so...
He's got it then.
He's got it for
He's
the next...
waiting for the next 20 gold.
Next Baron.
Look at him.
There it is.
Poor soul.
Confirmed. All said and done. 3 items on Aphelios. Plus, he's got himself a Quicksilver Sash, so... Bit of a scary prospect, but in terms of finding ways to get into these fights for Frost, it's not that easy, is it? Equalizer can go down. There's the ever-present threat of a depth charge just right on top of you, and let's be real, what exactly is a QSS going to do against a depth charge? So
yeah, it's almost too safe going for the QSS. I was just thinking about that. He may have wanted a Hex Drinker.
Oh, well, plenty of options, I suppose, and we'll have to see how this one does work for Frost, because that's what he's got. He's going to have to deal with it. He's going to have to make it work. Decent ward clearing coming through from Mammoth, but they have to be aware of what's happening up in the top lane. It looks like they are, and so they're just going to have to commit. They're just going to commit to the Baron. This is the flip of all time.
I mean, the game could end if this fails. Joy, this is going to be a very big Baron play from Mammoth. It's do or die right now.
Well, teleport's actually coming through from Incursio. He wants to fight it. Shinky's down low. Death sentence onto ML. And is it going to be the Baron? Well, it doesn't really matter which way the Baron went, did it? Because Mammoth have been utterly routed. And the last survivor is Goodo, but he will not be able to do anything. It's a teleport up into the base from Winterer. He might just finish this one off himself before the rest of the team gets there. The creeps won't let him do it. They're not close enough to take the tower. But overall, I think we can say that is unequivocally going to be quite a solid victory from Legacy in a fashion which we do not often see from them. 9 kills only on the Legacy side of things. Normally when we see a win from them, it's like a 30, 40 kill, absolute craziness. Winter is having a good time. And you got to say, that's a different brand from Legacy. Happy about that. Can't complain.
We're going to let the man have his solo. He's just shredding the keyboard right now. Respect. Sybil obviously is the exact same high spirits. Styled's just really close to his screen, Jordan. He just needs to see all the details in as close as possible. But Legacy with a very solid win. It's really hard to recover from watching someone play their keyboard like a guitar.
Yes.
And know where to break down a game, isn't it?
Especially when it's like an RGB keyboard that's all lit up and looks fancy and stuff. You know, he had it all, the glasses, of course, there as well. I can imagine Styled was just thinking, like, I didn't really get to do anything that game. You know, he dies a lot early game, gets a few kills on in there, so maybe he's not as excited about the win as Winterer was. But hey, a win's a win for Legacy. You really can't be too disappointed by that. They managed to grab themselves another one after the win yesterday against Peace. It's a good week so far for Legacy, and they might well actually get a 3-0 because they're up against Gravitas tomorrow, which is potentially a winnable game for them. Definitely do need a good week like that to give themselves the opportunity to make it back into playoffs contention. We got Mac ready again for another chat. Seems like a pretty interesting game, that one, Mac. Not a whole lot happened, it felt like, and that is not normal for a Legacy game.
No, we wanted more kills. I'm not going to lie, I was bored. I wanted more action. When I have Incursio in the server, all I want to see is running it down in a good way, and then maybe a bad way, and then maybe a good way afterwards, just to see what can happen in a game of League of Legends. But we didn't get that. We got very standoffish, very appropriate play coming out from Legacy. Mammoth, of course, off to a very good start, which was a bit scary for Legacy, but then Legacy turned the tides in a good couple of team fights, and then Mammoth as well. Crazy decision right towards the end to try to flip the Baron, and then the Baron focus when you got 4 people poking you, and then you all die, and then you lose the game. So that looked a little bit rough for Mammoth towards the end game.
definitely did. And I will just quickly give you a bit of a stat to help that, because stats don't lie, apparently.
Yep.
Legacy averaged 16.7 kills a game and 18 deaths a game. So just taking stock of what this one was in comparison, it is an absolute stark contrast, right? Much slower, more thought out, and more involving of split pushing. And I know from having worked with Sybil in the past that he believes, and I believe is an absolute... He'll be the first person in line to talk your ear off about this, that if you can split push to winning, right, like you're probably playing optimal League of Legends. So,
okay.
Not too surprised that I see it from them. I just didn't think that they'd make it look so just simple, right? Like they really did just pull Mammoth around the map.
Yeah, just great macro gameplay and doing whatever the bloody hell they wanted with Mammoth. So,
yeah.
Good to see. It was almost a 15k gold lead as well, which is completely ridiculous. Now, I hope we do get to see a bit more of Sybil on some more carry potential junglers as well as we do go further through the split, because well, I'm not saying Rumble can't carry, I'm just saying it's not Elise, it's not Jin, it's not Zach, but of course all three of the ones I mentioned were target banned, so they really didn't want Sybil to have any fun today, did they? Now, Nat, would you let Sybil have a lot of fun in the jungle if you could?
Yeah, I mean, if he ever wanted to play a game of League of Legends, man, I'll let him go ham in the jungle and I'll just support down in bot.
That's a good way to be. Look, you can take the cop out like these two on the desk, you know, the support mains, but never be that, Nat. Never be that. You know, you're better than that. All right, now who do you have down for the winners interview?
I'm going to be joined by Styled for the post-game. Styled, congratulations on the win. How does it feel to get the win?
I was really tilted that game, not gonna lie. Like, I almost never tilt in game, but I died to like the weirdest thing. I don't know if you guys saw, but like Volibear was, I think he was in vision maybe for like a second, but he like wrapped around us, and like he just really surprised me. And like when you play Varus and you like fall behind even like a little bit, you're so useless. Honestly, like you feel so bad. Like, so I'm pretty happy we won, but yeah. I'm still a bit disappointed, in a way.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. That was actually going to be one of my questions. You know, you definitely had the hardest lane down there on bot, and I wanted to know some more thoughts that went through your head during that, but also how you got yourself back into the game.
I think just naturally I got back into the game based on the fact that most of our pressure was on other lanes, and that gave them like a lead. And from the lead, I kind of just have to be like an ult bot, essentially, to just ult and then play for like Lucian and Rumble, and we just kill them, essentially.
So what would you put your win condition down to? What was the key advantage that you had in that matchup?
You mean the bot lane matchup or just overall?
Or just overall?
Overall, I think they drafted Achilles Fresh early, which is like good. The problem is that if you outrange it, it's pretty bad. So like we just drafted around it because they picked it really early. So we just played like Rumble, Varus, and Lucian. And yeah, like that was just the win con, right? Like just to be first to objectives, like pressure the lanes, and then essentially just fight before they can even get to us, and we just win. Like they actually can't even touch us. Like they didn't even touch us that game, I think. Like any fight, we just instantly won. So I think they just
you guys
really badly, honestly.
Okay, so a little bit in the draft, but also you guys having to be able to take those objectives. We did see a little bit, I'm not going to say a slower paced game, but a lot less kills than we normally do see from you guys. Is that just something that happened because of the draft in this matchup, or is it something that you guys are working on to try and not be taking as many fights?
Honestly, I'm not too sure like why we didn't take as many fights. I just think like they weren't really like playing very aggressively. Like mainly they just like try to pressure bot after I died, because like it's really hard for me to come back after that. But I think like they just couldn't really do anything like in any lane, and they just slowly bled out. Like we just gained CS leads like top mid, and essentially we just won from that. Like I'm pretty sure like Gragas did literally nothing that game, so we just won.
Well, look, even though you had an extremely difficult early game, and I definitely understand being a little bit tilted, you guys got the win, so congratulations. It was a great game all round, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
There you have it. Big dubs again. Now, he wasn't personally extremely happy with his performance there, as you could tell. But other than that, I think Legacy played out of their damn minds. So I think they're going to be extremely happy with that. And I think your boy in the top lane is also going to be very excited because Winterer is your player that delivered. Thank you to DoorDash. He's going to be keeping himself fed with that $100 DoorDash voucher. But again, he is just putting on spectacular performances in the top lane for Legacy, earning the respect of a whole damn lot of the LCO players. And look, 77% kill participation. That is a pretty damn good time. Did he end up getting the Flame Horizon at the end as well there, Rusty?
I'm not actually sure. He would have been close. It was more focused on what was happening on the Baron, with Mammoth just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the game at that single moment. But I mean, definitely, I still think deserves the player that delivered here today. Just really easily controlled his laning phase, held the wave in a pretty good spot for the most part. And just played a good, solid game of League, right? And you can say that for most of Legacy, I think, overall. But yeah, he was the most good and the most solid.
I love a most good player. Now, we have a most good play of the day. Do you guys have any plays you remember that happened at all? Rusty, I'm going to throw it at you. You good at catch?
Nah. I'm going to say Direwolf's team fight in... Yeah, I'm just going to say Direwolf's game. That's all I got.
Game?
I don't remember a thing.
I'll say PGG game.
Okay. What about you, Jordan?
I'll say order game. But actually, on the real though, it's so hard when you actually cast. You know, the strangest thing is you watch the whole game. You watch every game, obviously, and you talk about it. But we get to this point in the night, and if you ask me what happened, I really couldn't tell you.
All right, who won out of Chiefs and
Has to be
Direwolves?
Direwolves, obviously.
Who won out of Pentanet and Gravitas?
I actually have it on my screen right here, Max. So this is going to work very well for you.
Well, you know, you said you couldn't remember a thing, so at least you have something there to
But it
jog
was
your
the order
memory.
game, wasn't it?
It has to be the order
Well,
game.
it was not the order game. It was, in fact, the Pentanet game. Now, let's bring it up. It is Pentanet at the Baron fight with this ace to secure the big old dub. And apparently Decoy does some fancy footwork here. Let's have a look. See, Nat, you taking notes? You ready for the replay?
I'm trying to do a Jubes in my head of what I want to say, but honestly, it's going to turn to shambles, and not a good Jubes shambles. It's just a shambles. All right, so we see Gravitas are going to turn off the Baron, and they're going to engage with PGG because they think they can take the fight. It's a 5v4, and then out of nowhere, Praetor actually jumps in as Kaiser, and he's just going to take the back line down. We see all of Gravitas falling down as well. Chaz is going off the side. Decoy, you know, just trying to break some ankles over there. He really just takes down Sapphire at the last second, and Panther on the edge there on the bush.
That was a 6 solar flare from Decoy. Actually, a very good solar flare.
It was not bad.
A very good solar flare and a very great play of the day. So congratulations to Pentanet for getting the dub and the play of the day. Now, let's have a quick look at where all the teams are currently sitting. After 2 days' games, we have a new champion for now. 10-4 at the top of the leaderboard. Pentanet have climbed their way back to victory after being what I believe was 5th at one point, or tied 5th, tied 3rd, tied whatever the bloody hell it was at that point. Maybe even tied 4th. However, they're at the top. Order, 2nd tied with the Chiefs, 9-5. Both of them. Direwolves as well, 8-6. Peace, 7-7. Still in contention for playoffs, but is that going to happen? Who knows at this point? Even with the big pickups and the big changes in the lineup, it's just not working for them right now. They need to figure out something, and quick, because we're about to head into the 3rd round of games. Gravitas and Legacy still tied up at 6 and 8. Both of them still have a chance to make playoffs very easily there. Mammoth could have, I wouldn't say it was easy, but they got an L, and now they're 13-1, and it's just not looking too damn good for them.
I do want to say, though, with Peace and Gravitas losing today, Mammoth technically can still make playoffs. It just requires them to win every single remaining game, because there's 7 remaining games. They have to win all of the last games, and Peace and Gravitas have to lose the rest of their games, as well as Legacy. So it is still possible. They just need those 3 teams to not do so well.
Yeah, that's going to be a weird one.
It's probably, I'm going to take a stab at the dog. It's probably like a 2% chance.
Well, let's have a look, at least, at the games coming up on Friday and see how hard and easy all these games are going to be for said teams. Well, Gravitas and Legacy, one of them's going to get a dub already, Nat, because they're playing each other at 6 p.m. 7 p.m, Mammoth and Order. That's going to be another toughie for Mammoth, which they have to win if they want any chance of making it to playoffs. 8 p.m, you got Chiefs and Peace, which will be a banger if Peace can figure out what the hell is going wrong at the moment for them. Game 4, what about it, Rusty?
Looks pretty bloody good. Pentanet against Direwolves. I think Direwolves again with a bit of a resurgence, and PGG, to say resurgence is probably an understatement. Should be 100% the game of the day if you ask me.
All right, well, I'll ask you. Rusty, what do you think the day of the game of the day is going to be? I think I need to go to sleep.
Probably game 4.
Game 4. What about you, Jordan?
Yeah, I'd probably go game 4 as well. I think Pentanet's been looking really, really good. So has Direwolves. Be interesting to see how that game does pan out. Obviously, Chiefs versus Peace could be a pretty interesting one as well, given both teams are kind of struggling a little bit at the moment. I'm interested to see which one of them can sort of turn their split around a little bit with a good game there. But what I actually think is quite interesting is that Legacy versus Gravitas game. The first game of the day, obviously, they're battling for a chance to get into the playoffs, and it sort of feels like the winner of that kind of keeps themselves in contention. The loser probably just falls a little bit too far away at this point with 3 weeks left to go after that game. So could be quite a good game, that first one as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the DoorDash LCO for Wednesday. Although, lucky for you guys, we do have one more day of games coming up on Friday. It is yet another Super Week. I believe it's the lucky last one too, so there's going to be no more Super Weeks. But to keep it super, look after yourselves tomorrow and make sure you're there on Friday. Same time, same place here on LCO.
Himself in all sorts of problems once again. Claire is just getting absolutely minced by Lived. He's got nowhere to go, needs only to come up here and help him out, but Lived is going to cop the TP through from Kisei, and this might end up being, indeed, a 1-on-2. Lived continues the onslaught onto only. Lived arrives in the mid lane. There is the Sejuani ult down on top of Cupcake, who is being given the opportunity to use his own ultimate, keeps himself alive for now, tries to E out, does manage to get out. And in fact, it's actually Kisei that surely goes down here. Not just him, Swate as well. Rotation through from the Direwolves and a clean house. Look at that. The Chiefs decimated. He's going to contest the blue buff. It's gone the way of Akano.
No, they have all.
Oh, Decoy misses his flash over the wall. Don't know that that necessarily is going to save Akano, but well, Pentanet are more than happy to just play the dance for now. In fact, Gravitas pushes the issue. They force the fight. The bombs go through, but they're really not doing enough damage, are they? Pentanet have gotten on top of Gravitas, and that's always going to be a bad time if you are a Gravitas fan. Peace could well look for the turn. Oh, Halo! Where did he go? He's done a magic trick, I think, there, Kevin. He's just said, see you later, Halo. And I think see you later game for Peace right now. All of the Order fans in the chat will rejoice.
And could end if this fails. Joy, this is going to be a very big Baron play from Mammoth. It's do or die right now.
Well, teleport's actually coming through from Incursio. He wants to fight it. Shinky's down low. Death sentence onto ML. And is it going to be the Baron? Well, it doesn't really matter which way the Baron went, did it? Because Mammoth have been utterly routed.
There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. It takes me down and leaves me there. When I talk to the night, I can feel it still. It creeps inside and meets me there. At least I'm alive. At least I'm alive. Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Ooh, I'm coming back again. I'm coming back again. I wanna live tonight. There's a pain in my chest that I can't describe. I close my eyes. The day's the same. There's a thorn in my side when I hear my name. hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. When I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading.